Baby, I need your loving. Got to have some of your loving. Good morning, folks. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Still trying to get all woken up and bushy-tailed. Okay, you know what? Everybody needs loving. Everybody needs loving. And when you don't get all that loving, you get kind of frustrated, unfortunately, for a lot of people. I don't know. I think the big cabin just really needs to get laid. I don't know if it's mechanically possible with him and a woman. I don't know. I don't know. But I'm not really sure what the purpose of leaving his aunt's basement in a perfectly good, beautiful house to move to Southeast Asia and chase his tail. Because believe me, if the big cabin got laid, we'd know about it. He'd be bursting out singing a song. Singing a song. He'd be so happy. I don't understand. The high roaders and all that, some of them are living in the air. They can't help him get laid. I don't understand that. I really don't understand that. I'm trying to. They give him money for this and for that. They can't get him laid. Now, that's one thing to buy a girl a drink, to have company. I imagine that would get awfully old. That would get awfully old after a while. I don't know. He's alone only until an occasional YouTuber that's in the area comes around he gets together with, but he's not entirely very mobile the way, his walking ability, problems he's always had with his knees, and even to contemporary times, he still doesn't have the best mobility that he would like to have. And when he says, I'm just doing wonderful, I'm doing great, it's usually the opposite. Just like somebody that's in jail is saying, I'm doing wonderful, I'm doing great for over 2 years. And he wasn't. And we have another guy that only loving he does is with his blades of grass. It's amazing. People talk the talk, but they don't do the walk. They like to talk the talk. They're gonna talk the talk, but they can't do the walk. They got to talk the talk, but they can't do the walk. Let's get some drums in this one. Let's get some rhythm on this song, baby. Oh, we're just in a goofy mood this morning, that's all. The big cabin is still a big cabin. He's still not a small man. Small-minded, but he's not a small man. At times, sometimes you do feel sorry for some people on here. You try not to. You try not to, but sometimes you really have to. And where some people, their whole life revolves around another YouTuber, oh, that doesn't happen. But is the big cabin truly having a wonderful time in Southeast Asia? I think he regrets And every time you bring the subject up of the Philippines, there's some kind of lame excuse as to why he's not trying to go to the Philippines, because he's afeared to go to he's afeared, I tell you, to go to the Philippines. That somebody might want to finish the job that they started. Ever think about that? I have. Oh, he's determined to be in Southeast Asia, but he's not, even with the help of some of the high rollers, is not going through the motions of getting his act together in regards to Philippines immigration, to get his act in the Philippines. Now, for somebody who spent a lot of years actually in the Philippines, and he actually did in the past, has a good familiarity with the Philippines. Some of the culture, the ways of the women. You would think that's the first place he'd want to go, but he's never made any effort, despite encouragement from high roaders and people like that, just doesn't seem to want to make any effort to get back. So what is he afraid of? Another encounter? Well, if he'd run his energy and try to get back into the Philippines instead of running his energy with his mouth, he might be able to find his way back into the Philippines, but he doesn't want to put any effort into that. I noticed that. There's a whole lot more to the story going on here than he tells anybody. There usually is. Everybody has a story. Like the guy's show, every man has a story. But he's dead, right? Oh, Big Cabin. You're quite a character, that's for sure. I think you would be fun to sit around with and bullshit, at a bar. But I think all the women are doing as well. He's fun to sit and talk to and get those free drinks for him. But anything beyond that, nah, I'm not going there. They're not going to go there. Sometimes, as hard as it is, sometimes you got to feel sorry for some people on here, because they do the best job they can to try to portray their lives as being so exciting and wonderful, and they're getting laid and all this shit. Shit, I mean, look at Snikko. Snikko hasn't gotten laid in how fucking long? I don't know when he died. The Big Cabin, jeez. That's got to be probably ever since he got kicked out of the Philippines and wound up in his aunt's basement. That's quite a while. And look at Popeye. Oh, jeez. He's the master. Well, the master baiter, because it's about all he can do. His days of round table blowjobs are over. Subic Bay was a long time ago, but he was married. He did get married. I think it was one of the gals around the round table. But her life turned out real good. So happy for her. She divorced old Popeye. Left him in the dust. So when Jean, his mom, passed on, God bless her soul, and left him the house, that's where he remained. And to this day has not ever returned to the Philippines. Lots of excuses he's made about that. Why do I want to go there? I even sneezed the wrong way, I can go to jail. So he recognizes his faults, that if a man of his character went back in the Philippines and opens his mouth the way he does on his little show, that he'd get his ass in a lot of trouble, not to mention certain people that don't like him. Yeah, he doesn't want to take that chance. He'd rather stay home with his mobility scooter, and his daughter go to bingo, occasionally go to the casino and live it up and paint the town red. What exciting lives these people live. Oh, but they're quick to try to point out your life. Well, there's really nothing to point out. Got a woman, long time. Got settled in the Philippines, been a long time. I'm here. I'm not living my life vicariously through any other YouTubers because I am actually here. A lot to say about that. Oh, the intimidation that goes on here. When they can't win in a situation, they got to try to intimidate you and rehash some old hash and try to make sense of it, that your past is going to catch up with you. Did you have to have a lawsuit in another state? And when Bummer gets his money to get out of the slammer and the penalties he has to pay, one of which goes to me, is going to go into the hands of a 4-year-old civil case in another country. Oh, I've just heard that one recently. In fact, I think I talked about it last night. All the armchair lawyers out there. Well, no, that would never work. Nah. Nice try, though, but I always say no cigar. That would never happen. That would never happen. But intimidation is a thing here with some of the YouTubers. Oh, I get these emails every now and again. Either they were trying to get me to drop the case against the cockroach or some other intimidation. Never bought into it. And something as lame as thinking that the money that the cockroach owes me in damages is going to go to somebody in a 4-year-old civil suit in another country, civil, not criminal. That was a lame try of intimidation on that one, because I see that would never happen. I don't know all the laws, but what I don't know, I'll ask my attorney. Things like that come up, I'll say, hey, what's the story with that? Is that not complete bullshit? And they'll say, absolutely. You want answers, you talk to your lawyer about anything that's legal. I mean, that's why they're there. It's amazing the information I can get off my lawyers, because if this was America, you ask one question, you're on a time clock. They hit a bell, bing, you're on a time clock in America. You can't ask a question for free. That's just not going to happen in America. That's not ever going to happen. I know that as a fact. That's never going to happen. Their time is valuable, and their time is going to put a little jingle in their pocket, even if it's a single question. But the great thing about, I don't know about all lawyers in the Philippines, I know about mine, but we have a direct line of communication all the time on a messaging system, other than email or on the phone. But I got a question about something, and he still answers it. That's fantastic cooperation. Great collaboration too with a lawyer. You couldn't get away with that in America. This still can be very informative. They're not going to put you on a clock unless there's something they actually have to do or papers they have to write up, of course. But it's nice having attorneys that you got a question to pose to them, just pose it to them. And if you can answer it, they answer it. That's what's great about my relationship with my lawyers. They get the job done. Oh, we got a beautiful sunny morning here today. Which means there's a few external paint jobs I got to do today I'm not looking forward to. But I don't mind keeping busy. Oh, let's see, update on Free Barry J. Well, we'll get into that. Bob Cooper, my brother, there's a lot of shit about you getting 400K payoff. Huh? 400K payoff? For what? No, if you're talking about the cockroach, no. 250. No 400. I don't know what this 400 is. I wish it was 400K. Nah, if that's what you're referring to, the cockroach case. Or be more specific if it's something else you're thinking about. The possibilities do exist. More than that. More than 400K, but nothing to do with the cockroach. I put up a funny short video this morning, if you haven't seen it. It's actually 800K to pay you in the courts by August. I don't know where you get this information. Oh, combined, yeah. Well, I've said that already. No, it's that's old news, Bob. No, it comes about 800K between what he owes me, what he owes the court, as far as court penalty fines, what he still owes his lawyer, and what he owes still to the immigration for the overstay fines, fees, and penalties, all that shit, which is not all paid off, So it's an estimate of about 800K. You'd be correct on that. He doesn't owe me 400K, no. Yeah, I would be correct. It's 800K to pay me and the courts. And I don't know where you get this thing by August. I don't know anything about a set date. I have no paperwork. I'm surprised, actually, I never got anything from the court in regards to that matter. Nor do my lawyers that I know of. They would tell me, but official paperwork on his plea of guilty and all that stuff, and the ramifications. But yeah, you'd be about right. Somewhere around 800K, maybe more. Well, the high roaders are, I think, reneging on the deal, is what I understand. And I could be wrong, but that's what I understand. They might be reneging on the deal to help him out. I think they gave it some thought. But I was pretty much figuring he'd be out sometime next week. Something like that. No specific date, next week, but I thought it was going to come down to that. But there's some word on the street that the high roaders are going to renege on that deal. But we're thinking about doing it because they got some pretty bad publicity, PR, in regards to not helping him out. Certainly willing to help his girlfriend out. Well, goes to say. But helping him out, well, it's also because by helping him out, they'd be helping me out because, we're talking about a cool $250K. That would go into my hands, ordered by court. So yeah, they got very, very reluctant with that, and I think that's the denominator of their goal to want to get him out of his situation. They just don't want me to profit from his release. And I think that's what's going on. No, the High Roller Club got pretty much blasted all around on different platforms. And they wanted to save face by helping him out, but they're having a hard time deciding because they're saying, although we want to help him out, we don't want to do nothing for Frank because it'll benefit him too, and that's the last thing that we want is to benefit Frank. So that's what's going on right now. Hey, I don't care either way, they pay or not, him to get out. I suppose someday he'll be out, but I just don't see any laws or any lawyer intervention or whatever, or rulings of any sort that could get him out of there without him paying all the court-ordered fines and fees and all that stuff. I just don't see that happening. I don't think there's any way to actually get around that, actually. It was court-ordered, that was it, no questions. Other than that, I don't know. Whether he stays in there for years or gets out next week, either way is fine with me. I'll benefit either way, that he stays in jail or I make a little damage money off him. It's workable either way for me. It's a win-win for me either way. Sometimes you got to pay the price in life. Yeah, but think of what he could make of himself in prison. I just released kind of a funny short, if you haven't seen that, this morning. A guy that just looks like him, but only all buffed up with the tattoos, and he had spent 10 years or 11 years in prison. And he used everything from water bags to sandbags to push-ups to build up his physique. And really looked kind of like him too. And actually, if you listen to that little short, and you listen to the guy talk, the way he talked sounded exactly like the cockroach. So I thought it would be an interesting thing to put up on a short and say that even, and this guy was 47, close to the cockroach's age, that shows that you can do that. If you're in prison, you could do that. If you work out, there's nothing else to do. Work out, do something for your body, yourself, He could look like that. That's him in 10 years. You can. A lot of guys that go into prison got all buffed up. In part because they were mostly training for strength and stuff because, the potential for getting into trouble when you're behind bars, you want to be able to defend yourself. You want to look very ominous. You want to look the role. You want to look like somebody that nobody wants to fuck with, pretty much. Cockroach. All in all, you gotta admit the cockroach is He's very humorous. He really is. I mean, it's having humor without even trying. Oh, lordy, lordy, he's entertained me for years. Let's go beyond all this legal shit and all that stuff. I mean, him just being him, that's all he need to be, just be himself. And that's more entertaining than anything I ever see on here, really. Extraordinarily entertaining. Of somebody being themselves, you know, and not even trying to be humorous. Just natural, that natural ability to make people laugh and be in total awe of their behavior and demeanor and lack of any judgment, lack of any sensibility, and goes on and on and on. Now that's entertainment. I mean, you could do a video, a skit that's funny, edited and all that, but you can't, you know, the real thing is a lot more funnier than any skit that somebody could make with editing and all that crap. And the real thing is actually a whole lot better to just watch somebody be themselves. I don't know what's better than that. But it is funny. Yes, I have been entertained by him for years. And hillbillies are very entertaining naturally. There was one of the TV series I was on. I don't know what the hell you call it. These moonshine or whatever the hell they were. These hillbillies. They're all jumping in a truck with their shotgun. They're going to go into the woods to kill some monster, Bigfoot or something, you know. And they're all going on the truck and they all got their big bellies. And of course, they're all from the South, you know. And there's also ones where, you know, they're hunting crocodiles. They make money on each crocodile they get. The bigger, the better. They're fun to watch. Like they say, hire a handicap, they're fun to watch. Which is really not my philosophy. It was no roommate of mine I had. And he said, hire the handicapped. They're fun to watch. Well, it was always fun watching the cockroach. There's absolutely no doubt about that. I think everybody agrees with me on something, and that's one thing they'd agree with me on. All the mistakes he made and his bad math and whole general demeanor. Ho, ho. We got sunshine. We got sunshine today. Gosh, we sure do. Damn. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. Wish I knew all the lyrics to these freaking songs. I generally don't. I'm definitely a songbird. There's no doubt about that. I just wish I could remember all the lyrics. I've never been able to remember lyrics. I'm a one-liner when it comes to music. And even that I don't always get right. I don't even get that right. You know, some people could they're so into a band and they know every single lyric. Like these avid people that go to, you know, concerts. They like a particular band or whatever. And they're over there mouthing off all the lyrics in the audience. They know every word. They want to show the guys on stage, hey, we love you, we're following you, and we know every lyric to your song. In hopes that maybe if you're like close to the stage, a band member's going to see the chick, you know. She's really into me, man. I mean, she knows my lyrics. Oh, man, she's trying to really show herself out. Maybe I'll ask her for a date afterwards, which a lot of these teeny boppers, that's their. I remember back in I remember back in Seattle when, who was that? It was the Guess Who, not the Who, but who was that? Guess Who? They did a venue in town at a big bar. This was a big place. And if I invited this chick, I had tickets. A good looking gal, man. Oh, she got up, dressed up in this leather and all this crap, and it was really funny because, oh yeah, she definitely wanted to go. She wouldn't miss that opportunity, right? I didn't get to get laid. Too bad. It's good looking too, long legs, and yeah, it was a Guess Who, and after they started playing and all that, she was right there, as close to the stage as she can, hands in the air, fist in the air, blah blah blah, and then she managed to retrieve the drumstick from the drummer of the band. I remember that. Her whole goal was to, how exciting it is to want to get laid by some famous band. Although, they weren't doing big concerts. They were doing small venues around the country to make money. And by golly, by the end of that little concert, she was nowhere to be found. There's a lot of people there. So she was over there. Well, actually, she was probably not near the staging area. I didn't wait. I said, I saw what was happening there. She's sitting at the table with me. And a lot of people envied who I was with, because she was actually really good looking. I mean, she was hot, body, whatever. She was hot. That's all you do. I wish I had a picture of her, actually. I'm not bullshitting, but I don't bullshit about the women shit. It's real, the stories I tell. But, oh yeah, her goal was, I want to get in there and, hey, shit, you got tickets to a well-known band. That's where you're getting chicks to go out on a date with you. I didn't want to go there alone, so I forgot how I acquired these tickets. I don't even remember. It's been a long time. But I just remember that night, she was hotter than hell. In fact, my ex sort of girlfriend, Leslie, was there with her friends. Leslie was there. Not sitting close to us, but, it didn't work out for me and Leslie, but she saw that I was right on my feet again. And she saw me with this hot chick saying, man, Frank gets around. And I did get around. I get around, get around, get around. Ooh, 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 I get around. And I did. I certainly did. I got to give myself credit for that. I got around. She saw me with this hot chick. But I left alone. I couldn't know where she was. After I left outside, I couldn't see where she was. She was trying to get a little rap with the drummer guy in the band of Guess Who. And maybe she did. Maybe she got laid by him. I have no idea. I really don't know. I talked to one of her friends, and nothing was elaborated, to me as it would transpired, actually. But, some chicks are like that. They want to have sex with a guy that's like really famous, and to say that, yeah, I got banged by the drummer of Guess Who. Or whatever the band might be. And this has been going on, all the fan base that these bands have and wanting to be close to somebody who is famous. It's funny. Bob Cooper, I'm counting my days till I land there. I need to make my condo date and time and quiz on. I don't know, Bob. I've been living here over 9 years. I mean, unless you're really sure that you could meet some fine ladies, you still say you're in contact with this one gal. Okay. If you are, then I think you got a goal to get together with this chick. All right, that's good. Hope that works out for you. But don't sell the farm. That's what I did. I pretty much sold the farm. No, I was out there before I sold my house. That's right. So I didn't sell the farm to be out there. Okay. I give myself credit on that one. I was already out in the Philippines before ever. 6 years I've been out before I ever sold my home in Hawaii. Yeah. All right, I did it the right way. But I've been watching some of these YouTubers shows and these stories lately, and it's the same story I hear over and over again. It might be more contemporary, but it's the same story I'm hearing. They sell the farm, whether it's really a house or a farm, whatever. It's just expression. But then they come out here and not everything is what they thought, and they sold the farm and everything else, and all their belongings and everything else right away. And they had nowhere to go back to in case things didn't work out. As I said, I didn't sell my house till later in my relationship. I already had a relationship going. And I didn't sell the house till 6 years into the relationship. So I did things the proper way. I could at least say that. Did it properly. But unless Bob, you come to the Philippines and get established first, then, well, you're probably going to sell the house anyway, right? So it's inheritance, free money. Of course, your mother had to pass away to get the house. I'm sorry about that. I know you're pretty close to your mom. Well, I think you were anyway. I'm assuming you were. But sorry to hear that. But yeah, you probably would have sold the house anyway. If you're sick of living in California, well, gosh, I can't blame you. I could never live in California. No way. I've been to numerous places in California, and I never liked it. The only place that I thought was nice was Northern California, really. Had a whole different environment there. Carmel, but these are like, places for the wealthy people. Carmel was really nice. The Big Sur area. Oh, they were nice places in California, actually, but you'd have to have some buku bucks to live in these places, be able to maintain your living in these places in California, and I would not be able to do that. No. That would be very hard to do. But if you made a decision, now where are you living now in the interim? You sold the house, you said. Where are you living now in the interim of moving out here? You renting a hotel, or you staying in a camper or something? What are you living in now, Bob? You don't mind me asking. Until your moving day. Just stay out of trouble, man. If you're going to come here, man, just stay out of trouble. It's not a place to get into trouble out here. It's just not. Treat your woman right, she'll treat you right, but don't do anything stupid to her. Filipinas can be very revengeful, can't they? Oh, yeah. Be very careful. And may I also suggest that you don't go off and, oh God, were you going to do that already? Did you say that, a condo? Why don't you rent for a while, Bob? I think you should just rent for a while and think it over. Don't rush into buying a condo or something. I don't know, you might regret that decision. Just my thoughts on that. You do whatever you want, but maybe just wait a little bit and see if the trip out there was really worth it. And this this relationship is worth it, and don't be flaunting your money at her either. Don't give her a financial reason to be with you. It's either feelings, whoa, 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 feelings. There's either feelings or there's not. You got to decide on that. Regurgitate a few syllables, Bob. I'm asking you some questions here, very pertinent questions. Just give it a lot of thought what you're doing. I can certainly understand not staying in America. It's so expensive and played out, and all the women are Karens and all that. Keep your health together. Stay on that good road to be able to stay in the Philippines and be healthy and have a future here. Just take care of your body and your overall health, your weight, the whole bit, and you'll be okay. Let's keep this on a positive note. You'll be okay. You just have to put some effort into it and learn from the mistakes of others. And you've been on YouTube long enough to know the mistakes that people have made out here. Okay, regards to the cockroach's release, I really thought it was going to happen next week, but it's not looking that way. He might be in there for a while. He might actually be in there for a while. I remember him saying, I'm never going to pay Frank a peso. I'm not going to pay him a dime. The court ain't going to make me pay shit. He ain't going to get shit from me. Well, didn't turn out that way. He also said that immigration would never catch him. He also said he'd never go to trial for something, but what happened with that? Yeah. Well, we know what happened with that. So that's what's going on in the corn community. I got to listen to a few YouTubers on here, and I thought what was Paul's last topic that I thought was a little controversial? Paul in the Philippines. Still with his glasses on, sunglasses. They did a botched job on his eyes, man, because look, I've had a cataract situation once I took care of. It's just a matter of days. I was fine. But he also had work done for the baggage underneath his eyes. His was a little more complicated. I never had any surgery done on my eyes. I thought about doing that. I'd look about 10 years younger than I am. I know I would. I said, was it worth the money doing that, though? Yeah. He had some pretty big bags. I don't have bags like that. Well, unless you want to watch edited versions of Frank Battaglia on the shit shows, where they exaggerate just about everything, my age, whether you have bags under your eyes or your skin, whether it's wrinkled or whatever. Just a little bit of exaggeration, I'd say, Fun to watch, but it's actually a lot of exaggeration, really. I know how old I am. They can't make me 15, 20 years older than I am. It's just physically impossible. But you could do that through editing, yeah. Absolutely. Okay, I guess I'm not going to get all my answers from you, Bob. I don't know what you're doing, jacking off or something, I don't know. But snap out of it. All right. You decided to comment down here, and I gave you a little feedback on some things. But you're not giving me any feedback on some of the questions I asked you. Okie dokie. I don't know, what would a man do if he had to spend an extended period of time in a Philippines prison? Survival on its own would be a hard thing because there's a lot of diseases going around these places. Sure, that would definitely concern me. Absolutely. It would concern everybody. Certainly would. They don't really care about you in there. You're just a head count in there. They don't care about you. And they say, oh, yeah, they have some form of medical personnel around there. Not really. They'll let you rot and die. I've seen these images of a guy look like he came out of Auschwitz. The guy could barely walk. He was down to an actual skeleton. His legs, his ribs were showing out. So much for medical care in a place like that. That would be concerning. Whoa. And some of these people have conditions or medical needs that need to be taken care of too, and they won't always give you everything you need. And talking to the embassy is really not going to do much. All the embassy can do is check in on you and say, hey, well, what's the story with this guy? And the prison personnel will say, oh, no, we're doing the best we can, and you can understand the U.S. Embassy, unlike the way they portray them on these movies and stuff. They might have had a bigger part in what they could do for people, U.S. citizens, going back ages, but they will automatically tell you from the start, we're not lawyers. We can't give you legal information. All we can do is check in on you, see you're okay, you got a toothbrush, are you getting medicines that you need? We could look into that, things like that. Are you being treated properly? Well, they know better. The U.S. Embassy knows better what's going on over there. They don't play much of a part in anything. There was a time when you could run to a U.S. Embassy and seek asylum or whatever, but that's in the movies. That you're on safe ground from the Philippines authorities and so forth by putting yourself into the U.S. Embassy grounds. That's movies, man. That does not exist. That don't exist. That doesn't happen. Maybe it did at one time. I'm not even 100% sure of that, but if you want to go by the movies, it did. Just make your way. I remember, was that one movie, they were on a freaking bus getting shot out by the authorities and everything in some country, and they took the bus all the way up the steps, right into the U.S. Embassy grounds, and they were protected. That was in a movie. I don't think that could happen. At least I don't think so. I don't know everything, but I just don't think that could happen. U.S. Embassy only has certain jurisdiction over things. They can't do much, and they will tell you. Because I've talked to the embassy many, many years ago. And we can't give legal advice, and we're not legal advisors. You have to have an attorney or check with an attorney. And they'll tell you there's only certain things they can do, but mostly it's the things that they cannot do. They're not your solve-all problem is to talk to the U.S. Embassy that they're going to help you out in a bad situation that maybe you think you don't belong in prison or whatever it is. They can't do anything about it. There's nothing, as in my understanding, unless things have changed, but I don't see that. There's nothing they can do about that, except, get in touch with your relatives if you got imprisoned, inform your family, even tell them if you died, you got a toothbrush, you got what you need. That's it. That's the role of the U.S. Embassy in regarding some imprisoned U.S. foreigner in the Philippines. Everybody thought that they had such a play in somebody's lives. I mean, after all, U.S. Embassy, you are from the U.S. and you feel that you have you got a good buddy on your side called the U.S. Embassy representing you, but they're not representing you. They're not a legal organization of such, and that's exactly what they will tell you. Get a lawyer. Their hands are washed after the preliminary assistance they could give you, just making sure you're okay, or contact the family, you got some toiletries, whatever. That's how bad it is. So pretty much, yeah, the U.S. is pretty useless. Except they're a good liaison if you died, and they'll contact Social Security probably. They'll contact the family. They'll do that. They'll definitely do that. But other than that, no. U.S. Embassy ain't gonna. They're not gonna do a hell of a lot for you. It's too bad. Sometimes you think that's all you have, and that's your way out of a situation, but it's not, unfortunately. I would hope that some representation of the U.S. would be on your side, but unfortunately, that's not the case. Okay, hold on here. Gotta get my 100% cacao going here. Besides just drinking my green tea. La la lee. And the powder got on my chest freezer, and that's going to be 200,000 ants if I don't clean that off immediately. I better do that right now. But then again, maybe not, because this, believe it or not, is not containing any sugar, and that blew me away. No sugar, you're kidding me. Okay, well, let's cap this off. I don't got too much more really to say on the matter. I kind of think, I think the cockroach will be in there for as long as it takes to raise the funding to get out. I think that's the bottom line of all this. And I know nothing more than that at this point. I thought he was being helped by the high roaders, but I got word that they're very indecisive about helping him out. And I understand, and to some point, why they don't want to, but me being one of the denominators in here, they just don't want to see me get the damages from his conviction. Such a small thing. But like I said, I don't care either way. We'll either keep him in there forever till he pays, or he pays up everything he owes. Imagine if he had to actually pay not just all this related stuff for the court, the fine with the court, the damage to me, the balance he owes his lawyer, the immigration overstay fees, fines, and penalties. But imagine if he had to go pay back everybody that he took money from since he's ever been in the Philippines. We're talking about millions and millions of pesos. There'll be no question about that. So he should feel very lucky about that. He wants to feel lucky about anything. That these cases didn't come forward and him having to be responsible with all the people he took advantage of. Then he'd be in a world of hurt, for sure. I mean, more of a world of hurt than he is. But currently, I have no definitive information as to when he's going to be out. I thought I did, but there's apparently a fly in the ointment. So right now, as of today, your guess is as good as mine, although he claimed on a posting that, just wait guys, there's some good news coming up. Well, I've heard that line so many times in the past several years, and it never came to fruition. There was never any good news. In fact, if any, it was worse. But you know the cockroach. When his lips move, you know the rest of the story. Not much talkers this morning. Did I block everybody? That's why I should stick to my shined up guns and just do the goddamn uploads. If there's not much dialogue, I mean, this is not the Big Kevin show. We're guaranteed every single person on there is a troll that has something to say. I think a lot of people are afraid to say things on my show because they're afraid to be attacked by the high roaders and the rest of the trolls. And of course, most every one of them you could find on Big Kevin's show. Every single one of them. They all gather there like moss on a northern facing rock or tree. They're there on Kevin's. We can only wish the Big Cabin very well. I still question whether it was a good move or not for him to move to Southeast Asia, to get away from the protective environment, an environment of certainty of his aunt's basement in Kentucky. I think he made a huge mistake. That's just my opinion. You don't have to agree with me. I think he made a huge mistake, especially him. No matter what he says, he's not in that great state of health. The great thing is that he lost a human being's size of weight. That was critical to do. And we have to give, you want to give him credit for anything, give him credit for that. And the medicines that the doctors gave him to help with the weight loss. That was his savior. Truly was. You can't live a long or healthy life when you're carrying around that much weight on your heart and everything else. It's just, that's why he had knee problems, all that stuff, all the weight. And he's still not out of the woods. He's still a big guy. He's still way over his ideal weight, especially for his height and everything else. He's still way over. And I imagine he's probably eating a lot of crap food out there too. And he's more sedentary than he is, he's trying to show you that he's painting the town red, but no, he's not. He's in his apartment. And by the way, he's paying. I don't understand. Well, I guess he gets donations and that helps take care of his rent, but he's paying far too much money for what he could get out there. Far too much. What is he paying, like 450 American dollars? Where he is, in my reading and understanding, you can get a nice place for a couple of $100, not $450 that I think he's paying. That's foolish. And then, it's not like the Big Cabin doesn't have any money. He makes a pretty good amount every month. As everything came through for him, Social Security, all that stuff, everything came through. He makes good money. Don't let him kid you. It's the same as Barry. Barry was making money, but acting like he was a total pauper while he was incarcerated, but he was making money the whole time. And people couldn't see through this. I didn't understand it. How they couldn't see through Big Cabin. Big Cabin just doesn't want to spend his own money, just like the cockroach. He wanted to spend your money. And like I've heard commenters say, I don't understand why anybody gives money to Big Cabin. They don't get it. Nobody, a lot of people don't get it. The guy is just an antagonist. And yes, he does talk about my girlfriend too. I don't forget that. Who knows? Maybe I'll wind up in Thailand somewhere. Maybe our paths will meet, Big Cabin. And maybe you could also tell me to my face all the shit and innuendos you made about my girlfriend or myself. It's the way I work things. Say it to my face instead of behind your computer, Kevin. Yeah, you're a big guy, but you're not in good health. You're not in good health. And I don't care if I'm 10 years older than you. Fuck, don't make a difference. You're not in good shape, Cabin. Your knees will go out. Your breathing would go out within 30 to 40 seconds of any kind of exertion. If you were in a fight with somebody, you just have to get a lucky punch in, it's all over. That's all good for you. But your mouth is bigger than your prowess, really. As most people are on here. Yeah, somebody brought to my attention about Abo Man. I love all these names we give to people. Well, that generated with me, actually. I am responsible for coining a lot of different names and phrases on here. Abo Man. Well, I don't know if you know that Abo Man had a child with a Filipino out here, and they want nothing to do with him. They want nothing to do with him. And he's not even trying to take responsibility either. I guess that was part of it. Well, he'll never get to see his child here in the Philippines. But the way things have been working with Abo Man, things are mounting up on him where it's going to get to the point where immigration is going to question getting him into the country when he tries to come in again. We'll see. Especially his fraudulent display of paperwork that was fraudulent. That didn't help. All this is, it's all filed away. You know that. I keep this shit, man, for a rainy day. I do all that shit. I'm well ahead of these guys. There's not much I don't record. If it's juicy enough, has to pertain to me, or some bullshit that they did, then they want to try to pull some bullshit out of me. I just, go to that special pocket of mine and take all the evidence out, and I'll present it if needed. You got to protect yourself. It's mandatory. You have to protect yourself. You must when you're dealing with these kind of people. You got to keep that ace in the pocket, you know what I mean? Know what I mean? And I do. I say bring it on. If that's what you want to do, bring it on. Make a fool of yourself in court or get convicted for perjury or whatever. Go right ahead. Go right ahead. Knock yourself out. See, before I do anything, I contemplate different things, the circumstances, the value of doing something, whether it's worthwhile or pursuing, things like that. Monetarily, otherwise, illegally, whether I'd be wasting my money to do this or wasting my money to do that. I think about all this stuff before I actually do it. No, that's not me peeing. I wish my pee stream was strong as that. You know the strange thing? A lot of men think they have prostate problems when they don't. Fuck, I was giving out prostate medicine. I kind of inherited a shitload of bottles of expensive stuff. And while I was out yesterday, they left me 3 more because the guy who was originally from Switzerland, he was getting his shit from Switzerland free. They would send him all the time. And I don't know what the deal was. He had a shitload of bottles, and I'll show you this stuff. And they, at a local store that the wife frequents, she told me that she had more stuff coming in if I wanted. She didn't know what to do with it. This is the stuff here. Cell Inno prostate control. And I'm giving this shit away. Look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and there's maybe 2 more. There's 9 bottles of this, a value of about probably $600 American. I'm just giving it away. I was downtown yesterday when I got the other 3 bottles. I saw some guy some foreigner looked about my age. Do you have prostate problems, sir? It wasn't exactly like that. I just said, would you have any need for this? Would you have any need for this, by the way? It's free. I said, I inherited somebody's vitamins and stuff, Oh, what's that? Oh, it's for prostate. Oh, you mean like when you have to go pee? Well, yeah, that's related to it too. That's related if you have to go pee or overnight. Ain't no sunshine in my life. Hello, baby girl.
Hi. Hello.
What you looking at?
Picture.
Pictures?
My pictures.
Your pictures. Of you? Well, you are photogenic, though. I will tell you that. I will tell you that. She is so photogenic. My gulai. I'm not. I admit it. I'm not photogenic at all. I tell you like it is. I'm just not. I'm just not. If I was in a movie, it'd have to be like, some Hollywood makeup artist to, kind of fix me up a little bit. Proper lighting. Do you remember on the Seinfeld show? Always Seinfeld, right? It always comes down to that, doesn't it? You remember he's with that gal, but she only looked beautiful in a certain light. So, like when he went into a restaurant and the lighting was just terrible and they were shot, she looked absolutely horrid. And Jerry was embarrassed. Jerry was embarrassed of being with her. You remember that? It's kind of like that with me. You just got to get the right lighting. But that one was funny. But when she was in the right lighting, he was like, wow. He was wowed by her. But the wrong kind of lighting and shadow made her look beastly. Beastly. Funny shit. I mean, I do quote a lot of Seinfeld stuff for a reason because that was the most realistic show I've ever watched as a comedy. And it really did depict, to a certain degree, I think, the life of some New Yorkers that actually lived in the city, and the kind of personalities they had. It's just really interesting characters in New York City area and Brooklyn and those areas that had a lot of character. And they did a damn good job on a Seinfeld show with this. That's why I relate to a lot of the different scenes and different shows on Seinfeld because you can't make this shit up. I mean, they could, but they didn't make this shit up. It's real life. I mean, it's real life. New Yorkers, really outspoken and all that. They don't care what people think, and I don't give a fuck what people think to a point, except for they go too far, like with the cockroach. You have to do something. But other than that, my skin isn't that thin. I've been insulted for fucking 10 years on here. It doesn't faze me that much. But I think when I start getting to people's family and girlfriends and stuff like that, that's when it becomes a little ugly, and you have to do something. If it's still persistent, and you don't have to do it very outward and publicly on here. You do things on the side, which I do a lot of things on the side people don't really know about. I might have gave hints about it in the past, but and they forget what I said, and I just let it be that way. Better off. Nothing wrong with my memory when it comes to people attacking my family. Oh hell, they attacked my brother who died. They attacked my father who died. I don't know who they didn't attack, really. They attacked everyone. As they did to Jay, and Jay wasn't very happy. And yes, Jay did have somebody mention in the comments section. If you go to, I think it was Big Kevin's show, I think, or my show, my last one, or upload or something. Someone did put a comment on there that is very familiar with Abbo. Heard of Abba? Well, he's Abbo. Yeah, there's very information about him. Tried to do a pizza business, lost $3,000 on that, got taken advantage of. Has a daughter out here that family want nothing to do with him. Yes, he does have seizures. They said it themselves when he was renting from Matt Wilkie. Oh yeah, and he was living around with Obama, and he was with Matt Wilkie. Oh yeah, he certainly did. He denies it. Some people say it was a drug overload with alcohol and some kind of medicine he takes that perhaps he took together. Some people says it was shabu, but I can't say that, and I won't legally say that because I don't know that. I don't know that. But people have their own version of what happened. But yeah, he's no sterling character, that's for sure. He's done a lot of shit, man. Abbo cannot afford to talk about me or in that fact, anybody. But some of the adventures he shared with the cockroach is very interesting, and I know some of that stuff. Oh, do I know? Oh, do I know? And someday, I might just decide to share it with you. little insider information. I'm just waiting for the right time. We'll see. Just waiting. That's why I keep things in my back pocket sometimes. And I don't mean a pocket comb. Sometimes I will keep things on the sly for a while until I actually need it. I'm still talking. What the hell you listen to on there? What the hell? Sound like a bunch of clucking hens. An argument between two Filipinos? What are they arguing about?
He said if the persons don't have work, they said is
If
a
they don't
lazy
have what?
work is a
Work. Okay.
yeah, lazy
Then
person.
they're a lazy person.
If they work also and then success, they said yeah, so many merit.
So if they do work and have success,
A lot of
then
marites.
then what happens? If they have
A
work?
lot of marites.
Oh, okay. There's always a problem. I don't know. Yeah, there's a lot of there's always a lot of you know social or domestic problems with a lot of married couples here in the Philippines, Filipinos. It's a lot of drama, but it's a fact though. They don't mean anything bad about it. I mean, but it's the grain of the society. They live for drama out here, but so do some of the YouTubers too. There's a lot of drama in relationships in the Philippines between Filipinos. And there's a lot of drama in the relationship between Filipinos and their American or otherwise foreign counterparts, all the time. Because we don't have a lot of those problems, but it's according to how solid your relationship is, really. It comes down to that. Sure, me and my girlfriend, we have some disagreements now and then, but we really, I'll say what's on my mind, and she'll counterpoint whatever something, and that's it. It's over. Next thing you know, she's giving me a kiss or something, whatever. I mean, it's over with. It's and what is that? What is she trying to do here on that? And what did she just do? Oh, he couldn't open up the pickle bar?
Nah, they cannot see because the nails. She cannot do work because of the nails.
Oh, she can't do any work around the house because she
Yeah,
has long nails. She don't
no.
want to break her
So
nails.
the husband make it long nails also, so they
So the husband went. The husband went and grew his nails long, and he's giving her the same excuse. Well, I can't do that for you either because I got long nails. So her
the
excuse was,
husband's
I can't perform
washing.
all these duties around the household because my nails are long and I'm going to break them.
So
I
now
can't open that pickle jar. He said, well, neither can I. That's funny shit.
crazy.
Who was it that was recently saying that they paint their nails? Oh, it was a local guy here in Santa Fe. I think he said that he likes to paint his nails. Well, okay, artistic expression. I mean, I don't paint my nails, but and a lot of people will make an association if you paint your nails, you must be gay or something.
Yeah.
Well, that's not necessarily true, actually. When I was a kid, there was a kid named Philip Aniston. And this kid, is like 5, 6 years old, was painting his nails. He did grow up to be gay. That was an indicator back in those days. But there are some guys that are artistically creative, and they don't go by the norm of, or whatever, the stereotype of painting their nails, and that has some association of them being somewhat effeminate. But a lot of cases it does. But I guess poetic license, really. If you want to paint your nails, you want to be creative, I guess you could do that. I mean, I wouldn't do that, but I have no reason to do that. Don't make any sense. But it is an artistic expression. So, we live in different times now. We live in definitely different times. Hello, Region. Oh, you're missing a lot of my show here. I'm not going to reiterate or anything what we're talking about, various things on here. But yeah, I guess the guy wanted to paint his nails. I guess he could do that. He wants to be creative. Same as like if you want to grow a mohawk or something, which is so outdated, so dated. I think anybody with mohawks these days are, I don't know, you can call it artistic creativity, but I think it's so played out. Mohawks are a thing of the past. The same as mullets. Although, I like the mullet hairstyle. I like the, not we have really long hair in the back. No, that looks ridiculous and awfully hillbilly. They had a show on TV, the Mullet Brothers or something, the Mullets they called it, and they just looked ridiculous. But I think the style, and who started that? Myris, what's the name? Cyrus, Miley Cyrus's dad, didn't he? Is he the one that kind of came into this or something? Made it very popular. That was a good hairstyle, but no, but you can't grow your hair terribly long in the back. It does look ridiculous. But I think the hairstyle itself, it really worked because I had it. It worked real well. Yeah, Regent says mullet, business up front, party in the back. Regent says, I know many of the guys in the Philippines that get manicures regularly and paint them with clear gel. Oh, I do. That I do. Oh, yeah, they put a clear gel on there. Yeah. No, we get manicures here. We have a gal that comes over here, and especially for Gilda, because she always has trouble with one toe, always eating into her skin. She has to have it fixed now and then, or else it could be painful. A lot of people have problems with ingrown toenails and stuff. It's just a persistent problem. But no, we have manicures, pedicures all the time here. Ever since I've lived here, we've always had the services of somebody. I have no, yeah, and they wind up doing that anyway. They put this clear coating on there. I don't ask for it, but they just do that. They don't paint the toenails a color. They just put this. I don't know. What is the purpose, Gilda, of the clear coating they put on your nails?
Hmm?
When you get a manicure, they like to put that clear coating on your nails. What's the purpose of that?
So look like clean.
So it just looks nice and manicured and clean and all that. It's just, yeah. When he spent time in the Philippines, we also have someone who comes by to do manicures, massages. The massages I would love. Oh yeah, get some tincture. Yeah. The problem is I need my massages at night to help me go to sleep. And there's only one time when I lived at the other house, we had somebody come at night, but it's hard to go to sleep. I mean, I don't want to fall asleep in front of somebody. I might start snoring or some shit. Maybe I'm more self-conscious of that. But massages, I mean, Gilda gives me a massage here and there, but she has small hands and doesn't have all the strength to really give like a really deep massage. There used to be a time I'd fall asleep when she gave me a massage, but it doesn't work anymore. But yeah, massages to relax you and your muscles. Because my muscles are tighter than shit. I mean, they really are. Oh, they are so tight. They're so tight that if I move my shoulder or arms a certain way or twist a certain way, I'll get a pain like I'll get like a pinched nerve sensation. It's according to what I'm doing. It doesn't happen that often, but it does happen. Or I'll get a cramp like you wouldn't believe. Get some tincture, okay. Oh yeah, massages are great. I have to show you my little TENS unit sometime. I haven't used it in a while. You want to try to relax some of your muscles or this or that for tension. I've actually got a TENS unit here, TENS. I got to put more batteries in it though. It's just in my cabinet. Haven't used it in a long time. And you can see how the muscles will pop up and down. You increase the electrical pulse on it, the frequency, and you'll see how the muscle is contracting and whatever. And you'll be able to physically see that. Maybe I'll demonstrate someday how that works. Does it really help relax your muscles? I don't know. I've never really, I don't know. I never really felt the relaxation of the muscles or anything, or from pain that it relieved. I don't know. I tried different intensities of it, but if you put it on full, it's like, it's like, holy shit. You get this tingling sensation. Yeah, but I still have this little tension. I have to take it out sometime and demonstrate. God, I remember going back to my father. My father got one of these things he used to use for, I think he had bursitis or something in his shoulder. I don't think he used it that regularly, though. But even back then, they had these TENS units. They had it for quite a while, actually. Maybe weren't as advanced as they are now, but I think the same principle applied. Yeah, I remember when he had one. I absolutely remember. In fact, I think I brought it to Seattle with me. I don't know what I did with it at the time, but I have one now. It's just in the cabinet, not doing anything. Just got to put some batteries in. I'm just too lazy to do it. But they come in handy. Oh, we got this big old massager thing, big vibrating thing. If you put it on your head to massage, it's going to go bump, 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 bump on your scalp. It hurts. We've got that. It's just in the drawer. It's just in the drawer. Spent a lot of money on that, too. Well, not that much. Oh, what was it? 600. What was it? 600, 700 pesos for that big massager thing we have. You plug in, Gilda.
I think so. I forget how much.
Yeah, I forgot too.
But not really.
But it's just a matter of getting your partner to actually do it. They get lazied out too. Sometimes I'll ask her to give me a little neck or whatever massage when I start laying in bed to go to sleep, and she'll do it for a little bit. It's kind of a task for her. She don't really want to do it, really, but she'll do it because I asked. But she doesn't last very long on there, so I don't get the full Monty on there. I don't get the full effect on there. Oh yeah, I absolutely love deep massage. I mean, you could punch my muscles, you're not going to hurt me. Seriously. In fact, I get a better sensation in all my nerves and muscles, if they use a lot of force on it. I'm not shitting you. It's more pleasurable. Not that I'm into pain, but you numb the sucker to death. So yeah, deep massages, deep tissue massages, yeah, that would be for me. But no, I don't paint my nails. I don't paint my nails. But I guess it's an accepted thing these days, artistic expression. And why not? Why not? I don't go that far. I don't wear eye makeup. I'm going to tell you something. I could swear to this. I've seen shows from Snikko. I swear on this. Where he was wearing eyeliner or eyelash liner. I'll swear to this. He is kind of effeminate. I mean, he has these qualities. But so does Abbo. The way Abbo holds his cigarette, a very effeminate thing that we joke about a lot. But he does. He does. It's really interesting to explore the character of these people. But I could swear, I mean it really. I've seen numerous shows from Snikko where I could swear to you he was wearing some kind of an eye makeup. I've always questioned his sexuality anyway. His lack of getting women or getting laid. Maybe he just doesn't want to get laid. Maybe he's not into women. I don't know. I don't know, but some things are adding up. Yeah, there was some kind of mascara, something on him. I could swear to it, guys. I could swear to it. There were numerous shows, not recently, but more going back a little bit. I've seen, and I was not as regular, eyelashes and eyebrow. No, I could see there was some kind of mascara or something on him. I mean, rock stars would do that. Even ones that were not gay, they would use that to accent their eyes and all that. I don't do that. But men could do that. I guess you wouldn't be necessarily considered gay or effeminate, but I guess men could do that too. But When you get a little more involved in that, then I say there's something going down. Very questionable. Nico, he had a harem last time in Cebu. Yeah, it wasn't his harem. It was somebody else's harem. Here, sit down and take some photographs with these three chicks. I remember that. No, they were not girlfriends of his. He wasn't screwing all these chicks. Not at all. Not even the least. And you know who it was. Don't have to mention any names. Whose friends they were. Part of somebody else's harem. He just sat him down because, see, the topic was at the time that Nico wasn't getting any women. And they were trying to disprove. And I don't know if Popeye put that on or who put that on. But they were trying to disprove the theory that Nico isn't meeting women and having girlfriends. They had plenty of women in the Philippines, plenty of women in Colombia. I don't think he did. Certainly not in the Philippines. I can't speak totally for Colombia. But the Philippines, I just don't think so. And when in the history of Snikko, have you really seen him with a woman other than Marie or Maria, who is more of a friend than anything else? We tried to make some innuendos of some sort that, yeah, it was hot on tagging her and all that. He never tagged her at all. He never tagged her. Nico could have danced with a female server, but he chose the male busboy. Oh, that one video, yeah. Oh, that one bit. Yeah, I remember that video, man. You see, I'm telling you, sometimes things really add up. But you got to be very observant. It's very good for you, that observation on there. Very good, Regent. You got to be observant, and then you add this stuff up over time, and then you're saying, something's up with this, man. Something is definitely up with this. And over time, you kind of put these pieces of the puzzle together. Yeah. Regent says, Maria is a friend. Nico took a photo of her bare breast when she wasn't looking and posted online for everyone to see. Sounds like a good friend. Well, I don't remember that. And would he be that low to do something like? Yes, I guess he would. That means he shows there's no respect. I guess he learned from the best, right? Why would he do that to her? That was total disrespect if that really happened. Her bare breast when she wasn't looking and posted online for everyone to see. And how did he get in that position to get a photo of her bare breast? I don't know, maybe he played tiddlywinks with her, but to get laid, that's a different story. But I also, look, Snikko was never respectful of women anyway. You've seen his attitude. He said they're all hoes. Remember he said that statement many times? Women are just a bunch of hoes. I guess he learned from the best, didn't he? Another guy that totally disrespects women. I guess he learned from the best. It's floating around Discord. She was brushing her hair topless. He snapped a photo through the mirror. So he caught her in a moment, and she probably was in a different room, and he wanted to show people that, see, I'm sexually active because she's standing there topless brushing her hair. So deduct that I probably was very intimate with her. That don't tell a story right there at all. Maybe he caught her in the other room doing that. Well, I haven't seen that. I haven't seen that. Who wants to send it to me in my email? Send it to me in my email. You all know my email. frankinhawaii54@yahoo.com. Send it in my email. I'll make my own judgment on that. He probably he probably waited there for the perfect time to snap a photo. This action alone says a lot of his character. Yes, it certainly does. Does she know about this photo being distributed on social media? Is she even in contact with him anymore? Is that what maybe happened on his last trip and that was it? Maybe she's not in contact with him anymore. He doesn't talk about her anymore. I know that. Not really. Oh, if I was the chick, I'd be pissed. I'd be pissed. Oh, you don't think she knows, huh? You doubt that she knows. Both of you said that. Wow. I wonder if there's a way of getting a hold of her. Anybody got any contact information for her at all? She needs to know about this. In fact, send me the photograph. If any of you guys, with your little connection, send me the photograph on my email. I'll make my own assessment of that. Yeah, that's the only way he's going to get a photograph of her half nude. And that was unfair to her. You see, this is what I mean about people. And it starts off even like in high school. They take some photographs of their girlfriend, they spread it around to their friends, it goes all over the internet, and she gets embarrassed as shit. And some of these girls commit suicide as a young woman, as a young girl. It's not a cool thing to do, and it's not a fair thing to do either. You could tell by the photo that she wasn't aware it was being taken. Oh, that's not fair at all. But he wanted everybody to think that, hey, of his sexual prowess and that he was, getting laid with her. God, I think she should know about that. I'm only sorry that Gilda doesn't have her email or messaging address because we would tell her. But it'd be better off if we had the photo. So if anybody has a photo out there, feel free to email it to me anytime. I will not reveal your identity. A promise on that. I will not reveal your identity. Who sent me that? I don't care who you are. Send it under a different email name or sock account, whatever you want to do, or even under your own name. I will not reveal my source. In fact, yeah, that'd be a great idea. Why don't you do that? Yeah, no, that's not kosher, man. I'm sorry, I draw the line on that. Trying to prove something. No, I have always questioned the very effeminate ways of Snikko. I've always have. I mean, I seriously always have. There's just something about him and how long he really hasn't. Because the truth is, if he had a real girlfriend, goddamn well he'd be displaying that all over. But when he hangs around some other people that have a lot of female connections, he'll throw himself inside that crowd to make it look like it's party time. It's party time. I got all these women around me, but he doesn't. Oh, no, I mean, he physically has women around him, but they have nothing to do with him. Oh, he's a good talker. They might enjoy talking to him. He could be actually very humorous. They might actually enjoy his company, but that's probably as far as it ever went. All the years that he's been on YouTube and I've been on YouTube, I've never seen him with a bona fide girlfriend. Boner fide girlfriend. I've never seen him. Never. 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 That tells a whole story in itself. Look at Big Cabin. Jesus Christ. He's out there. He gets money from people. He gets his Social Security and just all this crap he has got coming in, pension, whatever, from the coal mining and everything. He's making good money per month. That's how people try to scam everybody. They're trying to scam everybody. They're making good money. And they're on their shows, they're e-begging like there's no tomorrow. E-begging and e-begging. Because they don't want to go into their money. And all the suckers, they people like Big Cabin money all the time. When he really doesn't need it. Although he does some really blundering stuff, like he's buying girls drinks. That's the only way he's going to be around a woman. We know that. You know that. I'm having a great time. A great life out here. He's not having a great life. And he didn't have it in Vietnam. He didn't have it in Thailand and back and forth. He's in all day. He will not walk in that heat. And his leg gives him problems. His weight, too, is still there. Okay. He'll go out toward night, have a dinner. He doesn't have to leave his room because there's a restaurant downstairs off the same complex he's living in. He doesn't go anywhere. One or two times I see him walking the street, there was a festival. That was it. It was probably nearby. It's the same as his living conditions when he was at his aunt's place. He never left the basement, except to try to walk to the pond that was just outside of the property's yard. But those days he had a lot of weight on him too. He couldn't even make it to the pond without breathing heavy. But it was a good thing that he lost a lot of weight, so we will give him credit for that when it's due. I will give people on my channel, I will give them credit for doing something positive. Definitely. But when they do something stupid or negative, I will bring that out too. Yeah, I'm sure she wasn't aware of being photographed. And that was really unfair. If you really did that, Snikko, you are a piece of shit. You really are. You're a piece of shit. I wasn't aware of that at all. But thanks for sharing that with me. There's always something about these characters that got a big mouth on here, and they're real quick to put judgment on some other YouTuber. But what they actually have going on in their life is a kind of a tragic comedy. A comedy of error. Pretty sad. Of course, Snikko's going to say different to that. He says, that's all bullshit. Where's the photo? I would never do that. Sure he would. He's probably still jacking off to that photograph. Probably jacks off to pictures of my girlfriend too. I'm sure others are doing that too. Because she is good looking. And for somebody her age, and she's not old, she's 50, that's not old for a woman. It might be old to a sexpat because they come here to be with children. She's a grown-ass adult, which is what I chose. Because I have nothing in common with anybody who's just so absolutely younger than that. 30, 40, even 50 years. I mean, give me a break, man. Seriously. But yeah, photographing somebody without permission like that, that's as low as you can get. Well, there is lower you can do, but that is low on the scale. Oh yeah, to this day he's probably jacking off to that picture, I'm sure. He's the king of jacks. I don't know, jack-offs. Oh yeah, he liked to display Maria around all the time. He's taking her out on a motorcycle. I mean, shit, a free ride somewhere, get to go places, he's going to pay for it. Well, the high roaders will pay for his trip. Because Snikko don't have as much disposable money as you think. Well, if he does, he certainly spends it. A lot of it. And if he really wanted to live in the Philippines, he would. But he's never going to wind up out here. He knows he has a better, more stable life in Florida. But the problem is, in Florida, he just can't get these women in Florida, nevertheless the Philippines. He can't get these women. He would have had them. And knowing him, and we all know him, he would not, hesitate for a second, a New York second, in fact, to display the fact of him being very cozy with a woman, a girlfriend. He would blast it all over his channel. You know that, I know that. To show that he's actually getting laid by somebody. That would be a big moment in his life. Of course, he has some extenuating factors that prevent him, especially when his whole attitude about women, and you all heard this. I don't make this shit up. You hear it. He regards women as fucking hoes. That's all they are to him, is hoes. But they're not really hoes to him. It's his defense system saying that because he can't get these women, so he labels them as hoes. And you know I'm not lying about that. You've heard him say that many times. Many, many, many times. They're all hoes to him. The same as Abbo. Good Lord. You've also heard him on his shows. That women are nothing but a vagina to him, only good for one thing. It's the same scenario where they can't get a real woman to be actually interested in them in a real relationship. That's all it's all about. It's so obvious. It doesn't take a lot of thinking to figure that out. Not at all. So if you can't get women that are really interested in you, other than you're going to pay for the date or something, they have no use for you. And he's not exactly a charming looking man. He looks more Neanderthal or Abo. Combination, maybe. Shit, if I was a woman, not even for money would I date that guy. He has a really bad attitude toward women, more so than the other guy. He has a really, really bad attitude toward women. You've seen it on his shows through the years. I could say that. We've seen him display this and how we talk about women while they were just maybe 20 feet away, telling people how he fucked them or some shit like that, he claims, and, you know, that he's in control. He tells the women what to do. How dare if they try to disagree with something with him. And he's drunk off his ass most of the time. And that's when his character really comes out. And that's when you'll hear him yelling on his show. Man, we've seen him drunk how many times on his show? Lord have mercy. Anyway, that's my show, guys. Very informative. Oh, yeah, I got information on Jay you wouldn't believe. Oh, I certainly do. Keep up the good work, Jay, because everything you say is being recorded, whether it's on your show or all the comments and statements on Big Kevin or anybody else's show. I will guarantee you that. And this applies to a few other people, too. I do keep a very good dossier, shall I call it, on some people on here for future use. Oh, I certainly do. I did it with Barry and it worked. And when he was in the courtroom and he saw the evidence on that screen in the courtroom, you should have seen the expression on his face. Even afterwards, he says, "How the hell did he get that evidence on me?" He goes, "I don't know how he got that." Because you remember, Bummer was saying all the time, "You ain't got no evidence on me." And that was the most ridiculous statement he could ever make. Because he came on publicly, on camera many times, and he did these shows calling me a child molester and so forth. How could he think in his mind of all minds that I would not have that evidence? Was he trying to convince himself that I don't or didn't? In living color, five, was presented on camera in front of the people in the courtroom, and the judge and the court reporter and the fiscal and my lawyers. Yeah, I do. I do save stuff. And I'll just figure they're going to take off their show. So I try to record it while they're doing it, even from another phone. It doesn't matter how lack of technique I have, but how technical abilities. I don't have any, really. But I'll do it in the most simplistic way to make sure I see them on camera somehow. That is their voice or things they wrote, has their name on it, channel name, all that shit. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I collect that stuff. Jesus Christ, the memory cards I have around here can't even contain some of the stuff I have to buy another card. I don't have an external hard drive at all. Maybe I should invest in one. I mean, a really good one with terabytes. That's probably what I need. But yeah, I hold on to stuff. I'm not stupid. Every rotten thing that somebody's ever said about me on here, you could probably imagine I have it. So they want to try to get ugly with me. I could get ugly back real easy. Real easy. I just wait for it to happen. Then you'll see me perform my magic like I did on Barry. It's that simple. One must be prepared. I've never been a Boy Scout either. Well, yeah, that was wrong for Snikko to. And where did he first put out that photograph? Where did it show up? On Discord, or where did it show up initially and how it got passed around? Well, you know my email address. You know, if you have such photos or video, send an attachment or something to my email, frankinhawaii54@yahoo.com. That's my, I call it my social media address. That's not my regular email address. I deal with a Gmail address, but nobody has that. But I'd be certainly happy to take a look at it, make my own assessment. As I said, I'll make a promise that I will not reveal who you are. Go under a different name, whatever you want to do, that's fine. Just send me that. I'd love to have it. And I'll have to ask Gilda if she has any contact information with Maria. I wrote a letter to Maria. I ain't writing letters, man. You do not take nude photographs of a woman you're not even in a relationship with without their permission. That was low. That was really, really, really low. Okay, folks, you know how to reach me. You know how to reach me. Just do it.
Already texted her, so she said, thank you and good night and God bless. Oh, yeah. Now, listen, one thing that you had mentioned, there's only two things that Stank knows very well, is things that he has lost and possibly a few things that belong to others and not himself. Just a few things that he can see. This is the thing. The only thing he has is YouTube. This is all he ever will have. He lost his brother. He lost his mother. He lost his daughter, right? He lost his ex-wife. The only thing he has is something that belongs to someone else, and she's married. So the only thing he has is freaking YouTube. And either trying to body shame. Listen, it's fucking hard. It's hard work to look this fucking beautiful. You know, I draw the line on when people talk about my sexy fucking look, man. Did you like the opening song? I do. I actually, when I was backstage, I was listening to it again. I'd like to play it again right now because I was actually listening to it. And he hates my fucking grass. Bro, that's the closest you're ever going to see a bush. You know it and I know it. So let me grow this, brother. Let me grow this. Oh, man. Oh, man. You would think, and listen, the closest maybe if he actually got pussy, like really, a man that's getting pussy wouldn't be talking about every other man's genitalia. Any man getting pussy. He really is always talking about other men's genitalia. No, I seems to know a lot about the daughter's boyfriend's pedophilia, about the ex-husband's, what is it, the ex-husband's porno or whatever, that, all these little, he seems to know a lot about things that he doesn't want to be socialized with. You're a fucking homo, dude. You're a twiddler, and you know it, and I know it, and everybody here knows it. And you can do better, dude. I know you can do better. You can do better at trying to hurt my feelings. Try. I think you got this thing. A man that has nothing but time on his hands, you got this, bro. And leave my garden and my grass alone. Just picture what it would be like if you actually had a bush that good. See, I know why you hate me, because everything that you have lost or belong to others, I have. Popeye has. Everybody else has it. And just admit it, you're so busy talking about Ricky and what he did when he was roofied. You like more men than you do women because you only speak about men. Think about it, bro. It's okay. Listen, we're not here to judge you. You know, Popeye said it. You're welcome to come on. You can always come on and speak your, spiel. We'll let you talk. Wait, dude, it's okay. At the end of the day, we understand that it's hard to come out that closet. You fucking homo. You suck more dick than you've ever touched pussy, and you know it. Dude, he makes me fucking laugh. The things that he really tries, and he really thinks that it's actually working. You know what I mean? And once he hits that jail, dude, oh my God. He should be more concerned about really trying to find a way to hide when he gets to jail, because he's not going to make it. He's not even going to make it past reception. They're going to put the handcuffs on and they're going to break his shoulders. He's so fucking fragile. He's so short that they actually have to put him in a booster seat to put him in a fucking police car.
I've never seen a guy that was more obsessed about being taller than somebody else. I mean, you're born with what you're born with, all right? I mean, I look at guys like Biggie. He's like 6'5"?
No, he's like 6. Yeah, 6'5", 6'6". Yeah, he's like 6'7".
That's fucking goddamn basketball players, for Christ's sake, right? So what? You know? I mean, dude,
he's always cheating on people that are doing things. You know what I mean? Oh, Big E and his harem. Why? Because you settled? Because now you're stuck? You know what? Guys, Popeye told me something the other day that spoke volume, and I'm going to shorten this for you. You know why Stank is living so miserable? Because after so many years, you start thinking that you knew why you went to the Philippines, and then the dust settles. And Popeye goes, then they realized that, what the fuck did I just do? Now I'm stuck here. Listen, for a guy that's really happy, think about it. You know what I mean? Think about it. Wouldn't you want to spend time with your lovely caretaker? Yeah, no, he spends it all out here with you guys. Think about it. That's happiness? No.
Dude, I mean, here, check this out. You're up at 4 a.m., 5 a.m., and the first thing you do after you take a leak is
spark up a show. Yeah.
Dude, you should be, when the sun's coming up, you should be grabbing your girl. You should be walking down on the beach, holding hand in hand, watching the sun come up. That's what retirement's about, right? But no, you gotta come on YouTube. Well, I have the perfect relationship because we're only a 20.
Well, Popeye doesn't have a woman's hand to walk on the beach at sunrise. In fact, he hasn't had a woman for 25 years. And as far as Snikko, well, he's his own woman. It was the last time he had a bona fide girlfriend. Sort of nonsense. This is Nico's way of trying to divert people's attention in regards to his very effeminate character and disposition. And I don't see Snikko with any woman. And the fact that he disrespected a woman friend of his by sneaking in her other room and taking, without her permission, a semi-nude photograph of her that she's not even aware of. Well, maybe she should become aware of that. This is what a low-life Snikko is. And he is an ugly motherfucker. But you'd think, instead of spending the money on fertilizer, that he would take care of his teeth. No wonder he hasn't got any women. Nobody wants him. And you can understand why. It's not just his external looks, but it's the way Nico looks at women and sees them as hoes. But it's not that they're hoes. It's just that that becomes your attitude when you can't get women. You go against them when you can't get a woman on your own. And you have to pay for their dates. That's our boy Snikko. That's our boy. That is our boy Snikko.
20-year difference.
Oh, Jesus.
How can it be perfect? She's married. She has 8 children. Right? How is that perfect? I don't see it.
Well,
How is it perfect? You get up in the morning, and the first thing you do is spark a show up. How is it perfect that before you spark a show up, it's 4 a.m., you're posting somebody else's content?
Well, wait a minute now, Popeye. What is it you do with your simulcast? The minute I put on a show, you're there recording it. What does that say about you and about your time?
How is that perfect? And meanwhile, if you open the door to your house, you'll see life going by you. Okay?
Well, I can say something to that, Robert. You spent all your time inside because you have mobility issues. And I understand that to a certain degree. Going to the bingo parlor now and then, going to the casino. It's a wonderful thing when you can get out and do that. But it kind of seems to me that your life is just going by real quick. Your wife divorced you. How many years ago was that? So you haven't been laid for like 25 years? I can understand how bitter and frustrated you really are. But then when you think about it, you could hear the frustration in Snikko's voice, where he felt he had to defend himself. Defend himself against what? Reality? Nico is effeminate. He is absolutely really showing all the earmarks of being that way. And he could be with a woman and not have sex with her because it's quite possible he likes it, the other way around. He doesn't really like women, and that's why he calls them hoes. And that's usually a very good indication that you're not successful with women. When you call them hoes, they're not all hoes, because he can't get any women. That's the whole denominator with this. Isn't that right? Isn't that right? So, lo and behold, these two idiots on the show trying to find fault with me, but yet, look at their lives. Look at their lives. Yeah. No cigar for the boys. Takes a lot for me to give out a cigar. No cigar for the losers. Together on here. I must be so significant to these people's lives that they spend that kind of time talking about me. But what's more interesting, really, what's a lot more interesting is that not just that I seem to be so significant to these people's lives, but I haven't heard one iota of truth coming out of anybody's mouth. Not one of them. Oh, the bankruptcy, 2 of them, yes, were real. And I didn't owe $18,000 on a card. It was a few thousand through the years, with interest and whatever. It came down to that. It was paid. And that's about it. It's really funny listening and how Popeye and Don C and all these people and Jay, how they ad lib to this stuff. There is no valid statement that these guys have made about me at all. And how these stories develop, it's like I used that example, a little kid's game where they whisper, I don't know, say there's 10 kids there, right? You whisper something in the first person's ear, they whisper what they heard into the second person's ear until they make it to the 10th person's ear. And the story comes out significantly different. That's exactly what's going on. They're trying to find so much fault with me and create fault. No, no, no. They can't collect Barry's money that's owed to me with the court. That's an impossibility. Of course, before that subject even came up, that was already discussed with my attorney. No. He said, absolutely not. The jurisdiction, everything. There's no way in the world that could ever happen. No, that won't happen. And that's another little bugaboo that they're discussing on that. They're all armchair warriors. They're all armchair lawyers. Armchair lawyers. But what's really incredulous to me is that, I mean, it sounds like they're talking about a completely different person. I don't know who they're talking about. They say it's about me, but there's not one iota that is practically not even, that's even factual about what they're talking about. None. They're making up stories as they go along. How I treat my daughter, something about my brother or something, that he died a week later. No, there was a recording that they got of my brother that he left for the neighbor. That's what it was. It had nothing to do with me, in a sense. I didn't say I was abandoning my brother. I never said that. These are their words. A bit like I just said. They make up the stories as they go along. To think that they got the time on their hands for this is amazing. How significant I am in their life that they'll even devote shows about me. I think that's something noteworthy. I'm so significant that every time they get together and do the show, and they can't think of what they want to have as a subject matter, all they got to do is bring me up and it just goes with the flow. You got Jay, who likes little girls. He likes little girls. And we're going to prove that. Oh, we will, Jay. We will. We will. Who can't afford to talk? This is a guy who really can't afford to talk, because this is a guy that knocked some woman up in the Philippines, doesn't want to bear any responsibility for the child. None. So the mother basically ousted him out of her life. He does have seizures. He does. And he's done some pretty incredulous things with Barry. That's for damn sure. And I know a lot about that. Tried to go into a pizza business with somebody. Blew $3,000. He lost on it. They closed. He had a bad dealing with the partner on this deal. He got screwed over on that. And he's living with his mommy. Then you got Popeye. Well, you know his story. He's still living in the old times with Subic Bay with a round table. And he hasn't gotten laid in decades. In decades and decades. You got Big Kevin, the ringmaster, of course, who sits there to collect money that he don't really need and never has even seen his own kids. So if there's stories to tell, I got plenty about the same people that are running their mouths on here. Plenty of stories. Yeah, Clint, they are. They're all obsessed with me. I know. I was listening for a while. And the funny thing, Clint, is that there's not a goddamn thing they said about me that was true, but I love the way they make up new stories as they go along. Don claims to be this professor of research on me, and he's so out of the picture of the reality of who I am and my past. They're still saying I don't got a degree. They're never going to let down on that until I actually show them it. I ordered one, so yeah, I did talk to the branch of the registrar there. Don't know, that'll be put on when I get it. You know, I already had to show the communication from the School of Visual Arts on that. Yeah, I didn't make that up, obviously. There's a signature, there's obviously a phone number on there, so there you go. I mean, I got them on that one, on the Crow department, that's for sure. Yeah. They all gather together on one show and they trade stories. Stories that never existed. That never existed. Yeah, I had two bankruptcies, actually. And I have no regrets about it. And I did buy a house in Seattle within a year of the bankruptcy. Now he's claiming he's an FHA expert, Don, and Don C. My God, Don C. of all people. Oh my God, stick to your AI, whatever the hell it is you do, Don, but you suck in everything else. You really do. Region, hello. Very true, Clint. Region says, all very cringy. Rinse and repeat. It's the same stories every time. Yes, it is, because they don't know what to talk about to carry the show. Yes, I've done the community a big favor by giving them topic matter to talk about. I mean, Big Kevin has absolutely profited from me, and anybody else that might be on a monetary platform has profited. And if not just for conversation, to think of something to talk about on their show. Good old Frank. Yes, I have contributed to this community, and I think I've done a fantastic job. Region says, one guy lives in a rented bedroom, abandoned multiple kids, and begs for money. The other guy is pushing 50, living at home with his mom. My point exactly. In other words, they can't afford to talk. This is fun. This is actually fun. It's fun. Because I sat there, listened to drips and drabs of the show while I was doing some stuff, and I'm listening, well, who the hell are they talking about? They ain't talking about me. I've never done 99.99% of the things that they talked about on here. I'm supposed to be this hateful person. Yeah, I'm so hateful that I took an interest in some neighbor's dog that's, attacks with his eyes or something. His head is tilted sideways as somebody might have hit him on the head. And I went as far as calling my vet and asking him questions about the dog on how it could help. But we decided a little prednisone might help the dog. We'll see what happens after 2 days. I know I'm such a hateful type of person that I'll try to, look into a situation of a neighbor's dog that don't even belong to me. Those guys wouldn't bother to do that. They would never bother to do anything like that at all. Jay also had abandoned one, possibly two children. I was talking about that earlier. About one, possibly two children in the Philippines. Roberto the Black Expat gives me a thumbs up. I'm telling you, dudes, I was listening to that, and actually, it's not just that. It's all the shows that they do. There's not one person on there that don't have some sketchy background. Not one of them. Not one of them. I mean, look at Big Kev, of all people, who runs the show. He's very reactive to my comments. That's why he does the show, but he does it to make some money, of course. He sucks off Big E's tits. He sucks off everybody's tits. But how about his own kids? They're talking about my daughter? He has two children, or three children. He has nothing to do with it. He don't send them money. He claims he did, but he's full of shit. He's too busy buying toys for his show. Never went to visit him. Just in Australia. I believe they live in Australia. That would have not have been a big trip. He never could go visit his own children. So he moves over to Southeast Asia, couldn't handle it in Thailand. So then he moves over to Vietnam to be closer to Big E and that crew. Couldn't handle it in fucking Vietnam, so moves back to Thailand. Unfucking believable, man. Yeah, look at Jay's background. Let me tell you guys, he's done some shit here in the Philippines he should be concerned about. I mean, he really should be concerned about. Oh, what's the new achievement in Brevis's life? They mentioned something. Something came up with him that they mentioned something about. Congrats on something or a new addition. Please don't tell me he's got another baby. Oh, please don't tell me that. Congratulations on the new addition. What are they talking about with that? I hope he didn't have to bring another kid into the world. God forbid. I hope he didn't do that. Whoa. I hope not. Would it surprise me? No. Probably some other woman, of course. But then it did. She had an abortion or something. Or whatever happened. She didn't want his kid. I guess she aborted his kid, that other woman. Yeah. He didn't even pay for it. But I was listening to this shit. And I'm over there just snickering to myself. And listening, sentence line by line, statement by statement, of all the incredible things they're talking about me that have no bearing of truth at all. They're expert on my life and my relationship with my family, with my brother, everything. And they become all law professors now. They're all becoming law professors. Hello, Pennywise. They're all law professors now. No, there's no way on a civil case in another country, in another state, that they're going to go into Philippines jurisdiction and try to steal 250,000 pesos, which Barry absolutely owes me from the court. And that could never happen. It's all bullshit. Because, yes, I actually do have a lot of communication with my lawyer. Actually, his associate in the firm. That's where I have most of my communication, because he makes the time to talk to me. Because his boss is not really his boss, they're actually partners. Gets the brunt of the work around there. But in between, he's actually cooperative enough to actually answer some of my questions. It's simply a text away. I don't have to call him on the phone. It's just a text away. Yeah, he is a deadbeat, Pennywise. Kevin is such a deadbeat. It's a shame. But yeah, I do have good communication with the firm. And he told me himself, there's no way in the world they could pull that off. There is no legal, if they want to set some kind of precedent, it would have to be a precedent set up. But there's no way in the world that's ever going to happen. And by the way, they fell for my story. Don says, from what I understand is that that Barry's going to be released soon, that the high roaders came up with the money to get him released. Well, where did they get that information? Think about it. I just want to see a reaction. Maybe they will come up with the money now to not embarrass themselves. But no, I made the whole thing up. I made the whole damn thing up. No, the high roaders didn't come up with all the money at the time I said they did. He's not going to be out next week. Unless, of course, they do come up with the money. But see, Don's ideology about this is that maybe the high roaders will pay his way now, because if they think that I'm not going to be able to get that 250,000, that they'd be more than willing. But you see, they don't know that. I mean, I already know that it's impossible to do. The jurisdiction, all that stuff. But, they can think what they want. But no, Barry will pay. It's the only way he's getting out of there is a court order stuff, and he can't surpass that. There's no way he can fight that. There isn't any. Yeah. Pennywise, the goblin is not going anywhere until he pays. I know, and I understand that. Then they're saying, okay, what's this about? Region Feds. The current lie is so far out, there people might forget about the last tall tale, the 5-page resolution. Tis never been a resolution. That's the problem. Either way, we want the resolution. Either way, we want the resolution. There is no resolution. And those people, you're going to believe them, right? They lied through their teeth when they all said, including Biggie and Mick and everybody else, that they all had a copy of the resolution. when the resolution does not exist. Because who do you think is going to have it? Me, and certainly my lawyer, but certainly my lawyer before me. You caught that too, huh? And Frank, yeah, you baited them and they took it. Shows their communication among them is lacking. All bullshit. Yeah, I baited them about that. Thank you. I'm the one that came on and said that, remember on my show? That he'll be out next week. That the high roaders are coming up with the money. And they all bought it hook, line, and sinker. Had people writing to me about it. And now Don C. pretty much admits that that's what he heard too. Well, where did you hear it, Don? Where did you hear it, Don? It came from me. No, Barry's not going anywhere anytime soon. No. Unless he's paid off. And yes, the money will get back. The damages will go into my hands. Nobody will touch that. These people who donated to him will be out of their money. They'll never see it again. And a cool 250 grand pesos will go into my pocket, rightfully, which should be a lot more than that. He got away. It'll go into my pocket. Regent says Popeye is slowly emerging as the biggest loser in the group. You think so? You can almost feel sorry for the guy. Oh, yeah. Once you get into America, I'm going to search your ass. He's going to take care of business with me. Popeye, if you can get off that mobility scooter, you still wouldn't have a chance. I'd tear you apart, Popeye, like there was no tomorrow. He's going to hunt me down, he says. What a cocky motherfucker that is. You couldn't fucking hunt a household cockroach down and expect to even kill it before you start squealing and jumping on the table when it approaches you. Yeah. Regent says, when you did that show, I was like, what the fuck? Until I thought about it for a second and realized you were messing with them. Exactly. They bought it hook, line, and sinker. Regent says, their hate clouds their judgment. That's why it's so easy to trigger them. I know, isn't it? It doesn't take much. And I sit there just giggling like a little girl. Giggling. They bought it. They bought the tree. They bought everything to Starbucks. They bought everything. They bought the Shine 'em Up show with Gilda. They bought everything hook, line, and sinker. I could play their game too very well, and I have played their game. And I've done it very well. And how many plates of crow I've served these people in the past decade was amazing. They are pulling at straws every week. Absolutely hilarious. Yes, Region. They are pulling at straws like their life depended on it. They want to see me go down so bad that it's affecting their personal life. Doing shows about me. I have arrived, my friends. I have arrived. And I am so blessed to be so significant in their lives. Hey, I've helped the community. That's a plus. I give them something to look forward to, something to talk about, something to have a show about. And look at that loser, Kevin. My God. He should have stayed in his aunt's basement, man. He has a horrible life. And he's begging all the time. And they claim, oh, and Jay or whoever, I never say nothing about Frank's girlfriend, but he does all the time. Jay, I really meant it. I'll meet up with you in Cebu anytime. You think I'm joking about that? See, he didn't want to mention that on that show, did he? He avoided that topic. My challenge with him. He did not bring it up once in that show, did he? Did he? I didn't hear him if he did. That's still open anytime he wants. It's a hop, skip, and jump to get to Cebu. I'll find a reason to go there, shopping, whatever. Let me know when you're in town. If you're that sure of yourself against this old, frail man that you call, try me out for size. That's all. Simple as that. Regent says, when I found the community a few years ago, they were all claiming you would not be allowed back in the Philippines, and Hawaii house wasn't your. No, it's not my house. I was paying mortgage for how many years? I guess I did something really stupid. I must have been paying off somebody else's house, making those mortgage payments every month, and the tax and insurance I've been paying. Wow, that's a blunder. That's a big blunder right there. And I was actually able to sell somebody else's house and collect money on it. Oh, it's rich. It's rich what they talk about. But seriously, I'm listening to that shit, right? And I'm actually laughing to myself. If not an audible laugh, it's certainly a smirk. I said, really? I did that? And I did that to who? And when? And what? And how? I said, who the hell are they talking about? It ain't talking about me. So you talking about me? You talking about me? I don't know who they're talking about, but every time they come on, do a show, everything, and the word I have to use, important word in this, it evolves into something else. Have you noticed that? One thing evolves. It's like I said, that game with the kids, you whisper something in their ear, by the time it gets to the 10th or 20th kid or person, the whole story changes. That's exactly what I was listening to. Regent says, the equity you collected when you sold was all a figment of your imagination. Well, I'll tell you what, it's spent very well. Got imaginary equity in that house. I have to thank the person who owned the house to give me that money in house and sell it. Just like I don't have a bachelor's degree. And all the stories about this Grey Garden shit, I never went to the set. I never went to Toronto. I wasn't asking somebody to meet Drew Barrymore. That's all Don's making up. I never said that. None of that. It was very simplistic. Very simplistic. I got a credit on research assistant. That's it. And yes, some of my photos were used to create an outfit for Drew. It didn't go any further than that. And actually, even the portrait of her mom, even there's an old portrait of mom. My photographs really helped them, and with the art director put together something because they couldn't get a hold of that original painting. I didn't do any more than that. There was nothing more than that I said. Drew was never my friend, and I never met Drew. I don't know where that came up. Or maybe I was pulling somebody's leg. I don't know what that came up from. Never went to Toronto. That's Canada. Never been to Toronto in my life. Because that's where they were filming it. How would I be trying to get onto set? I'm living over in Hawaii, whatever, at the time. See, they just make all this shit up as they go. Regis says, Don C. is obsessed with you. Oh, God, he is, man. Him trolling you has become his shtick. It's part of his life. Well, I'm glad to be part of his life. If I'm fulfilling his life in some way, or anybody else, I think I'm doing a pretty good job of it. Oh, yeah, the equity I collected, yeah. Just a figment of my, it was a Fig Newton, actually, of my imagination, a Fig Newton. But it's quite lovely. It's brilliant stuff coming out of their mouths. There wasn't a goddamn thing that had one iota of truth on that channel. They just make these, especially Popeye is a good story maker. He is actually a greater story maker than the others. Because he comes up with shit I never ever said, never ever did, never ever implied, but Popeye makes it up as he goes along. And also Don, the great researcher. Shit, my credit rating? Yeah, the bankruptcy deal was true. It was 8 months, really, I think, when I filed the bankruptcy, that I bought a home in North Seattle. Not an easy thing to do. He said, he's an expert. 2 FHA loans, No, they're pretty stringent. I got my feet on the ground, boots to the ground, and I got my credit score up, is what I did. Okay. And, especially like when I sold the house in Seattle later on, 7 years later. Oh, my credit score was great. I mean, it wasn't like in the high 800s, not like that. It was more like 760 or something, but that's okay. 760 is more than fair. But they know everything about me. They know when I shit. They know the color of my shit. How many sheets of toilet paper I use. They're all experts on me. And that's what's so funny about this whole thing. No, it's not true. Well, that's what Don's saying. I don't want to say who it is. It's always like that. I don't want to say who it is. No, 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 no. The tenant's lawyer cannot touch any award from the court in this country. She doesn't have any jurisdiction for that. My lawyer already told me about this. Because I do talk. I actually do. He goes out of his way to answer my questions. He really does. Well, what's for lunch? Oh. No, he does go out of his way to answer my questions. I gotta give him that credit. He really does. Let's see. Regis says bankruptcy and bankruptcy proposals are common in the U.S. and could be a smart move dependent on the situation. Yes, it's called regrouping. We all make mistakes here and there, right? It's called regrouping. And that's what I did. I regrouped. I bought a house in Seattle after bankruptcies, and I regrouped in there for almost 7 years, sold it afterwards, made some cash, and I still have some of that today. Okay, had a better credit rating as a sale of the house. Then it went on from there. And I had moved to Hawaii, bought a couple of acres. Well, excuse me, I'm getting ahead of myself. When I was in Seattle, this is all while I was in Seattle. But then eventually I moved to Hawaii, where, I had 2 acres of land waiting for me. Oh, yeah. And had a house built. Hawaii, of all places. Oh, yeah, I'm a fuck up. I don't know. You're not a fuck up if you could afford a house in Seattle. And despite the high taxes and insurance, managed to even keep it for 7 years. Wasn't easy. So when my daughter moved out, I didn't see any purpose of keeping it because no sooner than 3 months later, I received a notice that my insurance on the house went up. They wanted me to have hurricane insurance, which I got away with. They wanted to add that on there. Hurricane insurance. In Seattle, we don't see a lot of hurricanes there. Not really. Not that I can remember. That went up. My taxes went up. I said, fuck this. If you want to... It's just me living in a house with 3 bedrooms. I don't need it. So I sold it. And I profited very well, I must say, on that. Then, of course, came Hawaii, and I built a house. And to my surprise, when I sold it, it was a really good market. It was a seller's market. And I made a pretty good profit on that house. So where did I fuck up? I still want to know. Who are they talking about? Who are they talking about, George? I don't know, Jerry. I have no idea. I don't either. But it is fun to listen to, though. It really is. What's that? I hinted at it yesterday. Oh, yeah. Bankruptcy and bankruptcy proposals are common in the U.S. Well, yeah. I mean, Popeye tells a broad story of mistruth. I mean, I don't hate America, but Popeye says I do, so it must be true. I don't hate the armed forces. I'm just not an advocate of war, that's all. That's all. There's nothing more to it, but he likes to build up on it. No, I don't hate America. I just think it's not been run very well. And I think they made a wrong choice with Trump back in office, absolutely. But no, I don't hate America. I just think the American dream is gone. Hey, I grew up in America. So did my parents. I don't hate America. But Popeye likes to put words in my mouth. They're so desperate to find fault with me that it's actually going to the point of being hilarious. Not irritating anymore. It's actually become to the point of being hilarious because they said things about me that I'm like, who are they talking about? That ain't me. That ain't me. That ain't me. That ain't me. Da-da-da. Certainly isn't. And they know things about me that I don't even know. And I'm me. I mean, who knows better about me and my life and how I lived it or anything else than me? Me, 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 me. They're telling me about myself. They're to do an autobiography about me, and it's more like a sci-fi novel than an autobiography. Anyway, it is funny all the way around. But I contribute somehow to their lives, and but the one that really tickles my fancy is how they're all legal experts. They're all legal experts, every one of them. They know this about the law. Well, I'll tell you what, when you get your legal degree, I'm willing to talk to you. I'm willing to listen to what you have to say. But until you get a legal degree, shut up. These are like piranhas. I mean, the last show alone, it's just very atypical. I think you all agree with me on this. It's like a certain species of piranhas will actually go after, dead meat or something, or live meat. I don't know. There's different species of piranha. They don't crew, actually. There's only certain species that are really voracious, but only because of that. Voracious. It was like throwing me in the water. The minute my name was mentioned, there was not one person. They all wanted to feel like they were important, that they were impressing everybody else. They were talking on there, that they were part of the big boys club, and they all had something negative to say about me. And these majority of people never met me. They don't know me personally. Okay? The majority of them, well, actually, there's not one person I think that was on that panel, other than Brevis putting a couple of words, that has ever met me. Let's see, who was on there that ever met me? Oh, Mick Fisher did. That was it. Mick Fisher and Brevis, and they're all experts on me. All experts on me. Funny as shit. Anyway, I gotta go. I gotta see what I'm gonna make for lunch, or she's making me for lunch. I'm not sure which one is working on the other. But that was an enjoyable show for what I did listen of it, which was a pretty good portion of it. And I'm just like laughing, not laughing my ass off, nothing like that, but I was just snickering. I said, really? I did that? Oh, really? That's what my relationship was with my daughter or my brother or everything else? Really? And why don't they tell me how much I have in the bank? I'm still waiting for that one. They haven't been able to answer that. Why is that? The know-it-alls know everything about me. Okay, tell you what, I have a birthmark. Where's my birthmark? I have a nickel-sized birthmark. What part of my body is that nickel-sized birthmark? There you go. There's something that if they know everything about me, they would know this. Where's that nickel-sized birthmark? Where is it? New information. New information. I've got a birthmark. It's flat. It's brown. It's the size of a nickel. Where is it? Gotcha. Oh, was that? Oh, okay. I read that already. Okay, I gotta go. It's been fun, but yeah, it was actually enjoyable. Okay, I was doing a comparison actually. Comparative analytics here. I compared them to a bunch of fucking hungry piranhas. Something was thrown into the lake. And they were all just very frantic and flopping their fins and going crazy, biting at that animal in the lake. That's exactly what was going on in that show. They all wanted to get their dibs in on talking about me. They were like a bunch of piranhas. And I'm thinking, are some of these people actually established people in business and so forth, and they're acting like that? I have truly arrived. I have truly arrived, and I am so significant in their lives that it's so embarrassing that I'm that significant, that I play such a part in their lives. It's rich. It's just absolutely rich. Perhaps not the last cup of tea for me, but maybe for you. No, I came up with a pretty good one-liner. Making all the bullshit palatable. Hmm. Says quite a lot. making all the bullshit palatable, which has been a massive undertaking and a massive effort for many to basically try to do. But if we look back in time here, and pardon me while I change my location here. Still always going to be that cup of tea in the morning. Nothing changes with that. But making all the bullshit palatable, I couldn't say it better, really. Came up with that all by myself, actually, Making the bullshit palatable. Well, unfortunately for the masses, as I say, they've never made anything palatable at all, because the more intelligent of people that you might find on this platform, they don't buy it. It's not palatable. In other words, you can dish out all the bullshit you want, but it doesn't mean it's real, it doesn't mean it's factual, but makes for great entertainment. I could sit here on this lovely morning and I could say to myself that my little tenure here on YouTube has been, well, definitely it's been a learning experience. There's no doubt about that. None. And I've learned a lot about people. So I'm going to take away this to be kind of a positive experience. You might say, wow, how is it positive? Well, it is in many ways. I always use the expression, I've always been a student of human nature, and that's not bullshit, and that is very palatable. With no intent to really study people, never had any intent really, but I've been on here quite a bit on this platform, and I can definitely tell you that I have learned a lot about people. Supposedly people who might be in possibly very respectable positions in life, job, money, different parameters. But it all comes down to one thing. You need to back up statements that are made on here with factual proof and other details that can make it palatable, my new word, palatable, to the people who listen to the garbage on here. If you're going to make a statement about somebody, back it up with facts. Now, I do realize YouTube is in part a lot of entertainment. If there wasn't any entertainment, I wouldn't be on at all. There has to be something entertaining about YouTube. And for the most part, there actually has been. But I did a big thing yesterday where I was talking about, in fact, I'm using that title on there, actually, in my last show. I think I'm using that. As far as all the bullshit being palatable. To the weak-minded, it's very easy to believe just about anything anybody puts out there on social media. After all, you've always heard that term that if it's on the internet, it must be true. Well, that's for the cattle of society. You know how I feel about the cattle of society. I made that very clear and very apparent through the years. I always use that expression too, the cattle of society. One cattle follows the other, and if one goes off a cliff, the other will probably follow. I think that's exactly what's been going on YouTube, at least here in the Philippines, genre, not genre, you well-educated people, genre, G-E-N-R-E, not J-A-N-D-R-E. I could name a couple of people here that make a lot of critiques about me, but they can't even pronounce the word genre. It's G-E-N-R-E, genre, not genre. Okay, let's get beyond that. How judgmental people are on here is absolutely incredible. As I went through the other day and I said that you have to examine the lives of the people, are the very people who like to put out this unpalatable bullshit. The one thing I could say is that in retrospect, I managed to succeed, and this kind of put this in my life here in the Philippines perspective, and as a perspective here on actually YouTube. I've actually managed to achieve pretty much all my goals that I set forth to do. Boy, that I did in spades. I'm not going to go through all my life things, except to say that I was one of the few that managed to really ground himself from when he, first kind of permanently stepped. It wasn't just a tourist vacation, and I decided to make this my home. And I really grounded myself out here. I wasn't really sure about how that was going to work. I'll be honest with you, I really wasn't sure. I've had a lot of doubts and insecurities about, could I make Philippines my home? Could I see myself being out here for the rest of my natural life? There was a lot of things going through my head. Even in the first couple of years, I still had this going through my head. But I think it was after that time, after the first couple of years, I began to really see myself getting grounded, and I also use that word a lot, getting grounded. And I no longer was really chasing my tail, which I kind of see a lot here on YouTube, people chasing their tails and really getting nowhere, and they just go right back to the beginning again. They try one place out, it doesn't work, they go back to the other place to find out it still ain't working, even though it was the first place they went, and then they go back to the other place and it still ain't working out for them, so they go back to the other place. Well, it goes like with that saying, it's kind of like the chasing their tail situation. And what is the definition of really psychological problems is when you do things over and over and over again, trying to, get some result, and it's just not working. But yet you repeat this pattern over and over again, knowing that it hasn't worked for you before, but you continue doing it. That's about the best description I can come up with, which has to do to a measurement of somebody's psychopathy. I always love that word, psychopathy. There you go. Say that 5 times. So it's been really a learning experience for me. And YouTube has actually been, in some ways, a very positive experience for me. I know you might find that hard to swallow, a hard pill to swallow, but it actually has. Because I've actually learned a lot about myself, my tolerance, my level of energy, how I could put control on my life and not allow somebody to control my life with words, thoughts, actions, fruitless attempts to try to destroy my life, when the only one who could really destroy my life is actually myself, if I want to lean in that direction. It can only be done by myself. It's true, you got to have thick skin to be a regular vlogger here on YouTube, because it's pretty obvious that you're going to face all kinds of adversity on here. Obviously so. And I certainly have. But the strange thing about this has actually made me stronger. I set out to accomplish some things, and I actually did. I guess I have a certain tolerance level with people. And I'll go to distance. Absolutely, I'll go to distance. But sometimes it gets to a point where you gotta say enough is enough. And that's why we have a fella that's been incarcerated for over 2 years. It was by no accident that this was done. It was by very careful planning. It was coming up to a point where you had to decide one way or the other. Where do you want to take this anyway? Well, I made a decision on that, where I wanted to take it. And I did it, and I accomplished it. Let's see. Through my time on YouTube, I've been called so many names and labeled as so many things. Again, the bullshit has to be palatable, and none of it has been palatable at all. No one's going to buy it. Nobody's going to digest it. But it's sure fun to say these things to another human on something called social media. And is it a positive thing for them to do? Well, it's according to what your perspective is on it. I think it could be positive for people who have that much time in their life to sit there and do videos and copycat channels and come up with the most inconclusive evidence of somebody's character, and to actually spend that time devoted to a singular person on YouTube. And we're talking about everything from editing. Well, here's the thing. You can't change a person's age, and editing in real life is not going to really make somebody as old as they try to depict them on their editing. It's fun to do, but the reality of it, well, there's no reality. You also cannot dictate to what somebody's life is really like, unless you actually live in that life. And I'm the one who could answer to that. Obviously so. Now, how do you determine whether somebody's having a happy life or not? You have to live their life. It's not hearsay, what the other person says, and somebody making some kind of an analysis of whether a person is happy or sad, or regrets living in the Philippines, what their wealth is or lack of wealth. It's not determined by trolls, not even remotely. Happiness is measured and gained by the very person who's living that life, and not by, and there's no set of rules on what is the best guideline in your life of living in a foreign country. There really isn't. I mean, some people try to set rules and say, well, you got to do this and got to do that, remember about this, and it's dangerous to do that, and it's really individualistic. It really is. It's how you handle your life in a foreign country. Sure, it's different out here. I knew that from the first day that I ever set foot in the Philippines. And I had a pretty good idea for the first day. In actuality, the first day I ever set foot in this developing country, oh, it was different. It still is. I mean, there's not one day that goes by that I can't see. I mean, there's a lot of bugaboos. I've seen a video. And I could do a whole show, say all the bad things about the Philippines, but there's a lot of good things too. But I will admit something like, I'll give you a very recent example of something I've seen on a feed. And I don't know, there's a motorcycle laid out in the middle of the street. I don't know, I suppose somebody had an accident or whatever. But there was a dog underneath it. But the dog managed to pull itself out. But I noticed that, where is everybody to help this dog? I mean, I don't know what happened to the driver. Well, I know there was a motorcycle in the middle of the road. And then they show a video of a dog trying to get itself out. Successfully, he did on his own. But there was nobody to help this dog. Nobody. Nobody to help this dog. And people are more concerned about getting some video footage of anything that goes on in this country. The scene of an accident or something, whether it's bloody, gory, or people fighting with each other, and nobody comes in. And this, by the way, it goes beyond the Philippines. It certainly does, but it's very prevalent out here, actually. It really is. People are more concerned with getting video coverage of something rather than going to help a person that got into an accident. And this happens all the time. It's a lot of other circumstances too, even beyond the Philippines. Some people go as far, let me tell you what I did. This is where I'm different than most people on here, and I'm sure about it. And where I'm actually different from the Filipino people, this is not all, because that would be too general a statement. But I can only go by my experience or what I've seen on videos and so forth and so on. There's a dog that sort of kind of lives in back of my neighbor next door, way back. And these people, well, they're hardly ever home, and they have two dogs they sort of kind of look after. They feed every now and then when they get a chance or want to. One's a very older dog, and the other one is much younger. Now, something recently happened with this dog. I call him the tan dog, the younger dog. And my neighbor was telling me about this dog that he believes that somebody struck him in the head with something. And by evidence, which could be a number of different factors that I tried to investigate, but since the word came out of his mouth and that I think the owners of the dog were aware of who did this, I still yet to find out. But the dog was tilting its head to the left. His eyes looked like it was kind of ataxic, not really focused. His balance was off. Yeah, it looks like symptoms that the dog could have indeed been struck on the head. It could have been neurological damage. On the other hand, it could be something more of a vestibular thing. Maybe with the dog's ears, it could have been an infection there. But we kind of ruled that out because, well, I didn't get a chance to examine the dog's ears, afraid that he might bite me or something, but he's not really vicious, but I didn't want to take a chance. But just from knowing it, for the information that, you know, people are quoting that the dog was struck with something with somebody, I don't know. The dog is able to walk around, a little off balance. His head's kind of predominantly kind of tilted toward the left. And upon examination of his eyes, yeah, it doesn't look like the eyes are actually symmetrically focused and a little bit off. So I really couldn't get my vet to come here, but I did talk to him on, and it's just an example, there's a reason why I'm saying this. I happen to have some prednisone, and it's some old prednisone I took over here with my brother's dog. It was 20 milligram prednisone from 2021, the 8th month of 2021. And if you know anything about the prednisone, it's a kind of a corticosteroid medicine that would help with inflammation if there's such, and various endeavors of inflammation. So I said, well, this is what's going on with this dog. I see him all the time. I'd like to find out, you know, until you come over here to actually examine. And we kind of went through the information that the dog was more likely struck by somebody with a cruel heart. I said, well, okay, what, I happen to have some leftover, and it's dating back to 2021, but the efficacy of pills, they actually can last quite a long time. Although a lot of supplement or drug companies will tell you no, dispose of it by a certain time. You know, they just want you to buy more of it. But you have to be really astute. You have to be really on top of it to understand how this all works with big pharma and all that. Okay, that's a whole different topic. But we're not going to go there. But I said, well, what if I gave him some prednisone? He says, well, I'll tell you what, why don't you give that dog 20 milligram prednisone, for 2 days. So I managed to see the dog yesterday, gave him some food, mixed it in, he ate it. I haven't seen him since, but I'll probably see him today. And then one more day, give him another prednisone and see if there's anything different. Now, would the average Filipino or expat in this country even bother to give a rat's ass about whether it's a stray dog or a neighbor's dog or whatever it might be that you know hasn't been taken care of? It's likely not. It's likely not that would ever actually happen. But I'm the kind of person that would attend to another animal. I'm not a person who goes, Chet, or wants to threaten it with hot water or throw stones at it. And we know somebody that likes to do stuff like that. That's just not me. But I guess I'm making a point here. A lot of shit that's been told about me is not me. And how do I know that? Because, well, I am me. But it's quite entertaining to hear all the allegations, all the harsh words that have been put against me on here in good old YouTube. It's made for a lot of entertainment for a lot of people, and it's also made for an incredible amount of entertainment for me. It's not like I didn't get what was going down in Funky Town. I knew exactly the purpose and the rhyme for doing all that, to get my goat, to pull my chain, obviously. But throughout 10 years of 10 years of going through this, here I am. No, I never did run away. I faced challenges head on. And I gotta admit, my biggest challenge was Barry Lee Jordan. And that was quite a challenge. And I had to make a decision along the way as to how much of this shit was palatable. Here we go, palatable. Well, I found that it wasn't palatable to me. And I decided to do something about it, and boy, did I do. I changed his life for several years. Life that he could never get back. But is that a bad thing or a good thing? It's according to how you look at it. I got the guy off the streets of Philippines where he could not take money off anybody anymore. He could not do harm to any Filipinas, verbally, physically, or any other way. He couldn't use any more Filipinas as an ATM machine. I did the Philippines a monumental favor. And I think everybody knows that. They won't admit it, but they know to be true. I was never elected, officially or unofficially, the sheriff of this town. A job that I didn't want and I didn't take. Only things that were applicable to me is what I attended to. I can't save the world, you know? And I can't really come to the rescue of other YouTubers that are going through the same bullshit, except I would advise them to stay in there strong and hard. You know, keep up that tenacity and forge on, move forward. When you know that the denominator with everything is that somebody's trying to get a rise from you. Now, what does that do actually? It just may enable their channel to get more viewers, more subscribers. If you're monetized, it might help you perhaps make a little bit more money when you could find a topic matter that normally you don't have the capability of doing to gain an audience or regain an audience attention. Because a lot of channels, fall to the roadside, on keeping the activity level up for viewership and so forth and subscribership. It's a very difficult path to follow when you're a YouTuber. And a lot of YouTubers have to go on almost every single day, and they basically talk about the same thing over and over again, except they kind of flowered up a little bit, and that's something we've talked about before on here. I find YouTube these days to be entirely boring. There are a few exceptions, actually. There are people that don't get involved with all the nonsense on here. I always use one example. Rod in Amazing Philippines, who gives really good information out about a specific topic, not just, grounded to one topic of real estate and rentals and prices in the Philippines. He does a service. And he talks all about other. He takes walks down the street. He talks about other things, but Rod is just one example. There are more, but Rod is actually one of my examples. And I try to watch his show as often as I can, even though maybe I'm not interested anymore in real estate or anything like that. But there's a learning curve in it. You could actually learn something from Amazing Philippines, because he does give out very pertinent information about the market out here. So if you are a foreigner that wants to live out here and you're deciding you want to try to get property with your Filipina, or you want to buy a condo, whatever it might be, and he kind of gives pretty good information as to where the market is comparatively to other places. I mean, Cebu is definitely his district, and mostly he can talk about the Cebu area, which he's very familiar with. He's actually lived in several condos since he's been out here. He knows the ups and downs of the rental business and what you get for your money, which, we pretty much figured out that you just can't get much for your bucks out here. You're not going to get the kind of square footage that you'd like to get, but the money you pay for it is it's outlandish, really. If you want to pay $3 to $5 million for a tiny closet, it's just not a good investment. And with all the condos and everything on the market, it's just over flooded here, certainly in Cebu. And so many empty units, but you would think that they would drive the prices down, but that's not the way it works. Profit is profit, greed is greed. And you don't see that. If you sell a product in the store for, I don't know, let's say it's 400 pesos. And people are buying that product in the store, even though it's overpriced. And maybe it is. And people really want it to go to buy it. So as long as people are buying it, they're going to continue to sell it for that price. But if they start buying more of it, it creates a demand. And they're going to raise the price on that product that is already ridiculously too high. That's kind of the way it works out here. I think what the sad thing is that people are coming out here from different countries and they want to start a new life out here. But, they've been watching videos for years, most likely on YouTube, watching other people's activity, seemingly having this wonderful time out here. And I hate this word, but I'll use it just to play a little bit. They figure trying to get the babe-a-roonies. I think you know who likes to use that word. I don't like the word, but, it's a cheap shot on women, babe-a-roonies. But the babe-a-roonies, as this guy likes to call it, they're available. And there's plentiful babe-a-roonies out here. But you got to ask yourself, what is your goal when you come to the Philippines? Is it because you just want to have recreational sex? Do you have any intent to stay out here? And what are your reasons why you would choose this over any other country? It's a lot of varied reasons why people do what they do, but the ones that do settle in the Philippines, they've heard a lot about it on the internet. Hey, I got to investigate this. So you start watching all these YouTube channels, and you know how it is. People try to make their life a little bit more exciting than it actually is. Because, they want to keep the algorithms or whatever their channel going. They want to get the subscribers and viewers. And they want to make people believe they're having such an exciting life, which in most cases they really not. They kind of overplay. It's all overkill as to what a retiree actually does with his life. And I'm going to tell you the truth, because I've talked to other expats. Yes, I actually talked to other expats that are retired, and pretty much the same thing I hear. They usually say, well, spend a lot of time at home. They may travel when they can, but they're very perfectly happy at home, being with their loved ones. Some of them are married, some of them just got girlfriends, and they're pretty happy with it. as I am. There's no expectations of being an expat out here. Although people put expectations on you. You need to leave the house more often. Well, I actually do leave the house. And more than you know. I'm not a person that likes to stay put for any length of time. That's definitely me. I'm too antsy. I've got to move around. All right, with that being said, there are other reasons that expats don't travel a lot, and I've heard the same thing. They're getting a little older, they don't have the energy they used to have. It's a real hassle to travel around the Philippines. I've spoken about this, so I think you know what I mean. It's really a hassle to travel around a lot. The forms of transportation you got to take just to get to one place that usually winds up not too different than where you started off from. I've found that for the places I have been. Although, not a big traveler in the Philippines. I have been numerous places, and the places I actually been to didn't seem that much different than where I started off from. Now, of course, there were places that had much better produce to die for, or really to live for, compared to what I can get locally here. Now, if I was a big fish eater, I'd be in fish heaven, because this is kind of a fishing town, a fishing village, if you want to call it. I'd be in heaven. But not being a big fish person, it doesn't excite me very much. What excites me is to be able to get fresh produce and fruit. If you can get it fresh. But it's unfortunate, greed plays a part in this too. Local produce stands will go to Cologne Market or have some stuff even delivered all the way from Baguio of products that are less than perfect to sell for your stand. We'll get it at a greatly reduced price. And they won't sell it for a greatly reduced price. They're going to sell it for whatever the market price might be. Yeah, that's greed. That's the Philippines. Let's face the reality. Greed. There's a lot of greed. People are trying to survive. If you're willing to buy their weathered-looking product for the price they want, they're going to continue to sell that weathered-looking piece of broccoli. Or that carrot that you could bend like a piece of rubber. If you're going to buy it, they're going to sell it. And they're going to make money. That's what they're going to do. Welcome to the Philippines. Reality is reality. Reality is reality, okay. And unreality is unreality. Again, bullshit is not palatable. And we'll go back to that. Keep in mind that if you're being attacked by YouTubers on here, it's you who makes your own life. It's not them who structures your life, who tells you what to do, how to do it, when to do it. Nobody can dictate to you what you do with your life or how much money you have in the bank. They can't tell you you're broke when you're not. They can't even tell you you're rich when you're not. It works both ways. They can't tell you whether you're happy if they're not living your life. But it's sure a lot of fun to put some crap out and say, he's not living a good life, she doesn't love him. Okay. See, I know this is tea. This is reality. It's a cup, contains tea. It's in front of me, and I'm actually drinking the tea, which makes a very special point that it's really tea. It's real, and I'm drinking it. That's real. I could have a cup in here with nothing in it and say that I have a cup of tea in here when there's absolutely nothing in that thing. And I could fool every one of you. say I'm sitting down having a cup of tea when there's absolutely nothing in that cup of tea. It's how you want to look at things on here. If you want to believe the bullshit that goes on YouTube and you're that gullible and naive, then God bless you. You're God. And the other thing is being a godless person. Oh, that's some of the best stuff I've heard. Like I always said on here, I'll respect anybody's beliefs if that's their belief. It may not have to be mine. The other thing is, I don't have to be a flag-waving American to love America. It's just something I don't choose to do. Born and raised, absolutely. I love America. But nobody's going to get on there and tell me that I'm anti-American. It's not true. I just lay it out and I say, look, America's changed. It's not the place I grew up in. So it would not be my first choice to ever live back in... Hello, good morning. Look at the girls in here too. Look at the girls. The girls are in the bedroom. Hello?
No, that's it.
Hello? Okay, here we go. That's what I like to hear. Okay. The bottom line is nobody can tell you how to live your life out here. They think they can, but they try to kind of impress upon the people that they're living like the perfect life as a person who decided to retire and move to, whatever part of Southeast Asia. But since we're talking about the Philippines, I guess we just stick to that. It's a choice that you have to make. And it's not a choice that somebody could or even should make for you. You know your reasons why you came out here. It's unfortunate to say that a lot of people have come out here for the wrong reasons. And they're always running away from something in the country that they hailed from. And that's sad if that's what's happened to you. Running away from something doesn't solve your problems. If you've been doing that all your life, running away from something, running away, you're going to build up some pretty good leg muscles by doing that, but you're not going to resolve your problems. If you're a schmuck when you were in America, you're going to be a schmuck here in the Philippines. There are certain aspects of people's life that they can't change. But you know how brave people are, what they can do behind a screen, whether it's your cell phone or whether it's a laptop. You could pretty much get away anything you want to say. To a point. But it's been proven that not everybody gets away with what they say. I could use a lot of prime examples for that, especially one. Sometimes things just don't work out for you. But to take your frustrations out on other YouTubers, you're exhibiting a whole lot about yourself that maybe you're not aware of. I use the expression, hey, your slip is showing. And many people were caught in some really interesting situations and circumstances that it's really not forgotten by a lot of us, some of the crazy things they've done on camera. And I've done a few crazy things too. But I've also seen a lot of crazy things too on here. And that's a fact. And I continually do. Or certainly hear things on here. Again, with the palatable, you have to decide whether what you hear on here is palatable to you. Never mind anybody else. You could pretty much come to a conclusion on your own. The trolls, the good doers on here, the high rollers, the holy rollers, whether they're actually living the life that they actually try to project to you as a viewer here on YouTube. I've kept it pretty real to my audience. As real as you can get. Sometimes a little bit too real. And I got into personal things in my life, which I regret to this day. That's why I'm always telling people, if you want to become a YouTuber, just be as private as you can. Get your message out. Decide what the topic matter of your show is, what direction you want to take with it. It's probably the best advice I can give to you. But I think to get too personal, yeah, TMI, too much information, not a good thing. But you learn from your mistakes, and I certainly have, through a decade of being on this boob tube. I've learned the hard way. It's just that it's my personality. I'm very open about things. I'm not a person that needs to hide anything. That's a key statement right there. Let's hang on that for a second. I'm not a person that needs to hide anything on here. If I had something to really hide, and I was that horrible of a person, I would have been off YouTube a long time ago. But I hung in there. I didn't give a shit about the adversity until, with some individuals, it came to a head, and I felt I had to do something about it. Reluctantly, absolutely reluctantly, but like they say, sometimes you got to do what you got to do, but that's entirely up to you where you want to take something, Is it worth the effort to go that far? That's a key question. Still is. It's a real key question. Sometimes it's not worth it, but sometimes it is. We all have a tolerance point. Every one of us. You, me. We know what bullshit we're able to digest, and there's other things that you might find kind of hard to digest. Where people are getting into your personal life on a whole different level. And going well beyond that, actually. Because this it's a word called vengeance, revenge, and so forth. They feel that by trying to destroy somebody's life, it's going to give them a little feather in their cap. But it's only been proven to show that these very people are the very people that are not living the lives that they portray that they're living. It's quite the opposite. And they don't feel very good about themselves. So they want somebody else to suffer what they've been suffering all their life. How dare you have a great relationship? How dare you be happy in your life? How dare you have enough money to survive out here? We can't let that happen. We're not going to let that happen. I want to be you. Well, that's a key statement there. I want to be you. And what do I mean by that? I'll explain. A lot of people are living their lives vicariously. Another key word I've always used in the past, and I still do. They're living their lives vicariously through other YouTubers. They follow every single thing from day one, which a lot of people have done with me since the first time I ever came on YouTube. I have some psychopaths that have been following me for years. Even met a couple of them. And scary thought as you think of it in, contemporary times, that these people have been following you, literally, maybe even physically, for years. I don't know, is this a Play Misty for Me movie? In a sense, it is. But I find it really sad that people have to live their lives vicariously for other people when they could be doing the same thing. They could be out there doing stuff. They could actually live in the Philippines instead of pretending that they are and hanging out in the Philippines genre. They don't even live out here. And we have one key character for that one that hasn't been in the Philippines for 40 years, who's an expert on everything having to do with Philippines, culture, language, people, relationships, and so forth. How is that possible? Well, it might have happened 40 some odd years ago when they've lived out here for 8 years. Things have changed since 40 years ago. Some things haven't changed, yes. But you can't be an expert on the Philippines if you haven't lived in, and I don't ever pretend to be an expert on the Philippines, because I'm really not. I know that. There's always stuff that I'm learning or even relearning. I find things happening all the time that I may not approve of at all. But you, as a foreigner, you're not going to change a culture. And you have no right to even try to do that. You can't make the world revolve around you. You're part of this revolving world, and you can't change a country's culture. And once you realize that, you have to accept what is. And there are a lot of things in this culture that many expats don't like. Great example is nothing happens fast out here. That could be perplexing to somebody from a Western society, where things move a lot faster. Things move at a snail's pace here in the Philippines. Absolutely. And you have no choice but to subject yourself to this kind of slow movement. Especially if you're someone that's more wired up, you're more energetic, you're always used to having things done on the spot, like not today, but yesterday. I guess I'm one of those people. I don't want something to happen today, and I don't want it to happen tomorrow. I want it to happen yesterday. That's just me. So yes, it would be a challenge living out here for somebody with this mindset. And it certainly has been a challenge for me with this mindset. But you have to adapt to these cultural, some of them call them phenoms, practices, bugaboos, that even myself, with as much respect as I do have for Filipinos out here, and I do, doesn't mean I have to agree with everything they do as part of their daily activities, their culture, their practices, and so forth. Yeah, we still got that right to adhere to our own beliefs, but you're certainly not going to get involved with the politics of the Philippines. That's a big no-no. You have no right whatsoever to get involved with the politics of the Philippines. It is not your country, and I don't care if you got an SRV, you got a 13A, I don't really care. Even if you've been made an honorary citizen of this country by ways of your fantastic YouTube channel, happened to somebody, becoming Filipino to be exact. He was awarded a status of an actual Filipino out here, with all the rights that go with it. That doesn't happen very often. How that happened, I really don't know. But it did happen. No, it's not perfect living out here, man. It's not perfect. If I was a world traveler, I might actually have found a better place to live. But I have never been a world traveler. I regret that, but circumstances throughout time may have prevented me from doing so. Responsibilities, could have been money, could have been whatever. That's one thing I do regret. There's places I'd still like to see. Doesn't mean I can't. But I do regret not being able to see some of the things. But at my age, I think that some of it would be impossible. I'd love to travel to some of the old Maya civilizations, pyramids, even to see the famous Giza pyramids and all that. Of Egypt, I just never did that. I'd like to see the country I came from through my family line, which would be the country of Italy. Haven't done that yet either. I mean, it's not too late to do it, but I'm saying, as you get older, I can't really say you get lazier, but I think you become very complacent, I think. It's probably the best word. You become very complacent with your life. That happens as you get older. And some people like myself are happy with the status quo. I think it's one of the best things that ever happened to me in my life is actually meet a woman that I feel so comfortable with. It's like a good fitting glove. And believe me, I don't take it for granted at all. I've never taken it for granted. I'm a lucky man. And I'll say that over and over again, I am a lucky man, because I really didn't know where I was doing with my life. When I lived in Hawaii, there was nothing really happening much out there socially for me. It was a beautiful place and all that, and I feel part of the, pardon the word, blessed. Popeye would like that, blessed, okay? to have had the experience to live in such beautiful islands. Not many people get to do that, and I did for 14, 15 years. And no matter what happened in Hawaii, I don't regret at all living in Hawaii. What an opportunity. I even left a perfectly good job. Didn't even get vested. That's how focused I am. I could be a very focused person, and obviously I have, if you know what I'm talking about, right? I think you know. Hell, I resigned from a perfectly good, I guess you could call it a civil service job. Perfectly good job. For its time, it paid hourly well for its time. Wasn't going to get rich on the job, but it was a good job. And if I would have stayed, I'd be making a lot more money. The bennies, everything else, just stay in America, live my life there. But if you're unhappy where you are, then you have to get yourself out of that situation. The expression of finding greener grass. We don't always find greener grass because it really has to do with who you are, because no matter where you go, there you are. And you have to bring yourself to that new geographical location. But if you continue being who you are and certain negative qualities that you have, you're going to continue with your negative qualities. Well, negative and qualities don't go in the same sentence, we're the same word. It's not a quality to be negative, actually. Let's maybe refer to inadequacies and so forth. Ability to do something positive in your life. So if you were a fuck up in America or wherever you came from, you're going to be a fuck up here in the Philippines. That's bottom lining it. Remember, you carry yourself no matter where you go. No matter where you go, there you are. And there you are. You implanted yourself in this country. And there's a lot of people that are not happy being here. They sold the farm, figuratively speaking, and sometimes literally. They sold the farm, and they're entirely unhappy out here. They got nothing to go back to. I was one of the smart ones that decided before I really ground myself that deeply, like buying a home out here, I was one of the guys that did it right. I waited 6 years before I decided that this could work out for me and mine. Fully knowing, of course, that it's not a condo, it's a home. You can't really legally own your home. Your name could be on the title or the tax declaration. And it does mean something. It actually does have some value. But we're not going to get into that on this show. It does mean something. But technically, of course it's going to be hurt. But you made that decision. You made that decision. Not anybody else, not even her. Except in many cases, people were kind of coerced or fooled into buying a home. The woman would get them to do it for her own gain. Well, that never happens. It's unfortunate that we're hearing all these stories out here on how people were actually subject to that, and they fell for it, and they paid for it later when the relationship broke up. That it wasn't really love. They were trying to drain you for every peso they possibly could. Again, don't make that mistake. Know your partner. Know them well enough that before you make that step to buy, and you hear this all the time, and you hear from people that went through this and they failed. Don't jump into buying property after not knowing your very special Filipina for a set amount of time. Wait. Look, you're not that old. And one of the things that I see on here, quite prevalent actually, is a lot of these guys, they're retired, they feel that they're getting older, they got to grab onto anyone because, in their own country, they found it very hard. Maybe they didn't make that kind of money that would attract a woman in the United States. So they figured I had to grab the first woman that would be interested in them and kind of go with the flow. And that was one of the biggest mistakes that too many foreigners have made, just too many of them. They figure if I don't grab some Filipina, she seems nice enough. So I'll kind of go with it. That's a mistake they make. She seemed nice enough, but you have not spent enough time with her to know if she really is that nice after all. And a lot of times it turns out she isn't that nice. Her MO was not of what you expected. That happens all too often on here, and it's sad to hear these stories, and I've heard them for 10 years. Sometimes I'm kind of baffled by the whole thing, that how could a man not see whether or not the Filipinos taking advantage of him or not? How could you not see that? Especially if you spend some time with them. But sometimes you let your heart believe what your heart wants to believe. They're righteous. I can trust them. It's not always turning out that way with a lot of people. You find out later on, it was all a one big illusion, a grand illusion. What you thought was a fantastic Filipina, caring and loving, didn't turn out that way. The minute they'd have a spat, that the Filipino was going to go after your big fat wallet. Oh, that never happens, does it, folks? We know it does happen on here. They have a spat, and the next thing you know, the Filipina is after your money, saying, you're going to have to remedy this. Oh, we know it's happened, we know who it's happened to, but let's stay on target here. Let's stay on the pathway. Let's talk generalized, that it does happen out here. When they got you by the balls, literally and figuratively, got you by the nuts, by the nutsack, when you decided to put some of your properties under her name, she already got you by the balls right there. In your mind, you're thinking this relationship's going to last forever. And a lot of them do, but a lot of them don't. And what if it don't? It's a big consideration. It's their property. You put it under their name, you fool. It's their name. But you see, I'm smarter than most people. As much as I trust my Filipina, I still got a 25-year lease after the purchase of this house. I know I'm not going to probably live 25 more years, but I got a 25-year lease, which means that if she turned out to be something that I didn't expect, I could legally kick her out of this house. And for those that didn't know that, there's some facts to consider. Not everybody is that wise as I am. So if the unexpected and unlikeliness that my Filipina decide to not be with me anymore, or vice versa, I mean, well, I've always got that little ace in the hole. I got a 25-year lease. Smart, right? It actually is. And not many people think about doing that. But I did. I try to get my bases covered no matter what I do. I don't care what it is. My show's on here on YouTube, what I say, what I do behind the scenes, which is quite a lot that many people don't know about. Probably won't until something actually happens, but I do a lot of stuff behind the scenes. It's for me to know and for somebody else to find out. Let's just word it that way. But moving beyond that, you make choices when you move out here, and sometimes you think to make the best choice to move out here. I can think of a couple of Southeast Asian countries, or one in particular really, that I could live very well in if I decided to do a move or if something happened. I know exactly where I'd go and why. Well researched. And good chances are, if there wasn't a lot of family bonds out here with my girlfriend, pardon me, we might actually decide to actually live there. And by selling the house, we could afford to do it in spades and with our savings and everything else, and live the rest of our lives very comfortably. And it's probably not a place you would think I would go, Probably thinking about some of the obvious countries, but no, it's not. Now, because of her family ties out here, that's kind of an impossibility. Especially with an aging mother, 89 years old. She's got to be here for her. She has children here, 2 young ones that live with us. We have 2 dogs, so we're kind of grounded. But, you know, we don't have any intent to really move to any other country. If I was forced to do so, I'd be forced to do so. Make no bones about it, I'd have to. And I would make the best of it. That's how it works. You make the best of a bad situation. Again, phrases like making, you know, lemonade out of lemons. You either got the ability to do that or you don't. And if you don't, you're going to fail. And you're going to make your life a lot harder. You got to go with the flow with anything that happens in your life. I believe in that. It's my creed. I go with the flow. If I'm not happy where I'm at, I don't live there. I left New York, went to Washington State, and so on. You know the whole thing. Hawaii, the Philippines. I kept a certain pattern going where when I felt I had enough of where I was and I needed a change, I would make that change. And I went forward. There was a lot of people that didn't believe me. In every state, 3 states I lived in, you're not going nowhere. You're not going to leave a good job with good benefits. But I did over in Washington State. It was a decent job. It really was. Had a certain amount of freedom on this job. The benefits were really good. Good bennies. Not the benzo kind, but Benny Bennies. And benzos were good too. But I decided, and a lot of people said, what is he doing? I don't believe Frank just did that. Oh, I was the talk of the town. Did you hear that Frank laid a handwritten piece of paper on the supervisor's desk and said, I'm out? I did. I had the balls to do that. Because I'm a very determined person. When I needed change, I wanted to have change. And I actually did all the above. People were like, what the fuck? Are you kidding me? He's about to be vested. How long has he been associated with this department? Why would he leave? They couldn't figure it out. Nah, that's got to be bullshit. Frank didn't do that, but they found out I actually did. I actually did. I owned 2 acres of land in the beautiful state of Hawaii on the Big Island. That was an incentive for me. I needed a change. You know when you need a change. You feel it in your bones. You know. You feel it in your heart. You feel it in your head. When you need a change. And I needed a change. And I went forward with this change and I actually had a house built. So I turned that 2 acres into livable property, which I maintained a residence for 14, 15 years. Nevertheless, residing in Washington State for about 26 years. In other words, when I put my mind to something, I do it. That's just me, however. I can only speak about myself. As to what you would do might be a lot different. You would have stayed with that job, make the best of it until you were retired on that job, even though you weren't happy staying there. Just to get how many years in to get a pension from that job. I didn't feel that was necessary for me. I wanted to move on. I paid into the system. I had a little cachet of money from retirement savings on the job. And I utilized that to, once I did wind up in Hawaii, I utilized that to survive for a while. Buy furniture, buy all kinds of stuff, maintain my life, until I had a disability status that came in. It was true. Did you really hurt your back? Yeah, it was true. At any given point, I could take out findings and x-rays, and if I really had to go try to prove myself, I don't have to feel I have to prove myself with everything. Although I have in other endeavors. To their dismay. But yeah, my back is pretty fucked up. On top of that, some scoliosis doesn't help. It was legitimate. Although people say it was illegitimate. No, my name is not Barry Lee Jordan. Understand that. Not even close. There's no fraud in the system that went on. And a lot of times I take chances on some of the things I do. That's why I've really been reluctant to buy a bench set of weights. I still could, and I could work with. I just don't have the room in that one exercise room I have. I'm pretty happy with what I got. I could use a few more hand weights or something like that, but I'm happy with the status quo. I know that I can't put too much pressure on my lower back. I know I can't do that. But someone like Barry Lee Jordan, if he could fuck somebody on his lap and if he could ride a motorcycle 100 miles, well, there's nothing wrong with his back. I couldn't do that. I can't even sit upright on a ferry or a long bus ride or say a grab cab ride without trying to stretch out, which I do all the time in a grab cab. I'll lay back and make the trip a little more comfortable for me, and I'll put my head on her lap. I'll just lay back, put my sunglasses on. I've got my sunglasses in. All right. And just chill. Makes the ride go a lot easier, and it takes pressure off my back. So yes, is there a legitimate reason that at the time I had a disability status with Social Security? Yes, there was. Absolutely was. And I regret having that kind of a disability, but shit happens. You don't plan. That's why it's called accidents and so forth. There are things I can still do, and there are things that I really can't do. My heavy labor days are over. That's for damn sure. So yes, I collected a disability check. And yes, I was 48 years old. That's absolutely correct. I didn't plan this, and nobody would subject themselves to an accident of some sort purposely just to try to get disability. That would be foolish, because you have to live with that the rest of your life, obviously. That would be so foolish and ridiculous just to collect money. Because you didn't want to work. Well, that's not what it was. I was always a worker. I worked jobs that most of you would never take to survive, to pay my rent and have food in my mouth. Jobs that a lot of you would never even consider. No, I've never been white collar, blue collar all the way. And I'm proud of that. I'm proud of my blue collar background. Blue collar built the world that you live in today. I could never sit at a desk on a job. I already know that. Too anxious to do that. Too much anxiety to sit in a claustrophobic room, looking at a computer screen, pushing pencils and papers. Some people dig it. They offered me a job like that where I worked when I had hurt my back. I refused it. I said, there's no way I can do this. There's no way in the world. That's why I got to the point where I resigned. It was my own personal comfort level. I was not going to work in their office. That was not going to happen. And I didn't make it happen. And I told them, I can't do this. But then you might say, well, Frank, you spend a lot of time on your phone. You're sitting down doing shows. I understand what you mean about that, but I have mobility. I don't have to sit at a table or in a chair the whole time I'm doing this, and I never do, as you know. I'm always moving around. I'm always doing something, and there's a reason for that. Because I would go out of my mind, and my back wouldn't feel very comfortable if I had to sit there to do an hour or so show. It takes its toll on me. That it does. But there are people that have these claims out there saying, oh, they hurt their back, this and that, but yet they do things that, counterpoint what they're actually doing. I mean, seriously, if you got a bad back and you could ride a motorcycle 100 miles, because, you're not exactly using a straight back when you ride a motorcycle. You kind of leaned over a bit. And if you got a bad back, You're not going to be able to do that for any length of time. You know that, I know that. If you ever had back problems, it's just not going to happen. And if you could have a chick and you're busting your nut with a chick on your lap, and you could allow certain movements, which does require even lower back, then you don't have a disability. And we know somebody did exactly that. Exactly that. They're liars. And those are the person that are cheating the system. I'm not cheating the system, I never did. But I'm not on a disability now, I'm on a straight Social Security. So let's bottom line it. I'm no longer on it. Doesn't mean I don't. I have other disabilities. My hearing sucks. And to the flag waving, immobility man in Florida. I got a few things to say about that. Oh, it's cooler in here, that's for sure. All right. I don't have to wave the flag to love America. I don't have to believe in your religion because it happens to be one of your beliefs. I'm my own person, I'm my own individual. And you can't label somebody that they have to be a horrible person if they don't believe in your religious beliefs. That's complete nonsense. That's absolute complete nonsense. And that's what caused all these holy wars through the centuries. If you don't believe in my religion, you know, they've labeled you all kinds of words. They'd even burn you at the stake. Our religion is the only religion. And you need to practice my religion, or you have to believe in some kind of religion. No, you don't. Nobody set the rules on that. I am not a religious person. And yes, you're right, Popeye. I did make the communion, confirmation, and all that stuff. But I was pretty much forced to. But I made my own decisions as I got older. I didn't believe in Catholicism. I do not believe in organized religion, and that's my right to do so, Mr. Clausen. It absolutely is my right. I see all the hypocrisy that goes on with a lot, not all, but a lot of religious people. The biggest hypocrites in the world seem to be a lot of people who are religious and they don't practice what they preach. Popeye certainly doesn't, that's obvious. So in other words, I'm an evil person, I'm not a good person because I don't believe in some kind of deity of some sort. Really. Well, I don't know, Popeye is rah-rah flag-waving person, believes in freedoms of America, all that stuff. Well, where's my freedom? He wants to try to disallow what I believe in about America, how it's changed, because he grew up there. So did I. I grew up in America too. Guess what? You know? So did my parents. Their parents didn't, but my parents did. I've always loved America. I absolutely did. And I don't hate America. I just think it's changed so much. Not for the good. And that's why a lot of you all have actually moved out of the country. There had to be a reason that you moved out of the country. There was something that you were dissatisfied with in the United States or Britain or wherever you came from, really. There's always some factor, whether it was expenses or whatever, that drove you to the point of saying, hey, I'm out of here, Jack. I'm out the back door. Never come back. Can't blame you. You see, because that was my experience. I had the American experience. Okay? I had the American experience. For the better part of my life, of course. Born and raised in New York. 26 years in Washington State and, 14, 15 years in Hawaii. A couple of stints in Alaska. Didn't last long, but I moved around. Oh, here I am now. Why? Because I made a decision. And you can't label somebody as being anti-American because they moved out of the country. You might just say that they're smart. They made a decision for themselves to move out of the United States or whatever country you come from, not just the United States. I just talk about the United States because that's where I'm from. I'm an American by birth. And by heart, too, actually. I just don't like to get involved with the politics of America. It's just too overwhelming. I don't agree with all the political so-called structure or lack of structure in America. I don't believe in the leaderships and having a bunch of cattle follow the other cattle into catastrophe, which we're seeing right now with President Trump. It's a catastrophe is what it is. He's a billionaire. He doesn't care if you go broke. He doesn't give a rat's ass. He has his own personal interest in what he does on his agenda as a president and a leader of a so-called free country where freedoms are rapidly being taken away from you as we speak. People made that choice to move out of America. It doesn't mean that they don't love America. I love America, born and raised. I never was a flag-waving person. No, I never was. Even my own daughter, she wasn't a flag-waving person, not really. When they were forcing her in elementary school to put her hand on her heart and do the Pledge of Allegiance, and God had to do with it in the statement of the Pledge of Allegiance. My daughter, even at a young age, still had the rights to make her decisions on whether she'd be spiritual, religious, or whatever. And she wasn't religious, and that was her own choice, not just because Dad wasn't religious. I'm sure that rubbed off on her a little bit, but she would make her own choices on that. And they sent her to the office because she refused to say the Pledge of Allegiance. That was a right that was being taken away from her. Thank goodness my daughter has that in her. She makes her own decisions, and some of them are bad, some of them are good. But it's her own decisions, like all of us as individuals who make decisions in life that you may deem to be good, and others may deem to be very bad. It's very individualistic, of course it is. But some people have to do what they feel they have to do. It's maybe an inert need to accomplish something that you've been wanting to accomplish. You may decide to change your whole environment and atmosphere and move into a whole nother different state, or two, or three. You may decide to leave the country. And that's a big radical decision. Leaving the country you were born in, the language you know, the practices. But yes, the United States has changed a lot. And you can't blame the people for moving out, especially these past couple of decades. A lot of people have moved out, a lot of people moving in. They want that dream, like the song, I want to be in America. Well, you all know that one. They want to be in America and live the dream. And some people are correct, they were taking jobs from Americans because a lot of them having illegal jobs, they were illegal aliens, and they were working for less money than a company would normally pay an American. Yeah, that was a problem. Still is. I agree on that. I agree that you shouldn't be taking jobs away from Americans. We maybe agree on one thing, if any, really. However, it doesn't mean that they're dishonest people either. They're simply people who want to be able to afford to take care of their family, and they're willing to do certain things to do it. It's unfortunate for some of them that they do it illegally, but they were that determined to cross the border. This life is not for me, pertaining maybe perhaps to Mexico. With all the cartel and everything going on, they were looking out for the safety of their family. They wanted a better life for themselves and their children. They had a right to try to do that, but yes, preferably to do it legally, but sometimes they found a lot of hurdles ahead. So they had to do things illegally, cross the border. But their intent was still good, to take care of their families. They're people like you and I that want the best for yourself or your family. You can't blame them for trying. Preferably they would do it legally and have a wonderful life in America, but it seems kind of ironic, I don't know if that's the right word, that they moved to America for a better life, but as inflation goes, buying a hamburger for $12, if that gives you an example, they figure they're going to make more money in America than they could in Mexico or whatever country they came. It don't matter. From Asia or anywhere, you know. But they're finding that they can't do it on their own. They got to have family out there to live with, pay them a little bit of money. Because if they had to pay the rents in America, they couldn't afford to come to America. They have to live with some family that's already out here and established. That's the only way they could do it. And by the way, there's a lot of successful Filipinos, and believe it or not, statistics say they are the highest wage earners, believe it or not, for, average people, okay, They comprise some of the highest earning wages. They make up for, financially, $1 quintillion on the overall spectrum of living in America. A lot of them are very successful people that live in America. There are hundreds and hundreds of thousands of Filipinos living in America and other countries because they want best for their family, and you can't blame them. I don't blame them for trying because you care about your family. And sometimes you got to do what you got to do, and I did what I needed to do in my life. And I've been successful. Yeah, I had bankruptcies. So what? They like to talk about that and hold it over my head. Nobody else has ever had a bankruptcy? Nobody in America? It was a right that you had. If you got yourself in a situation, you fucked up. And there's only one way to resolve this. That you had to reboot your life. You needed a second chance or another chance. You fucked up again. The question is, did you learn from this experience? In my situation, I certainly did. I had boots to the ground. Got my credit score up, bought a house, sold the house, made money, the whole story. And it continued to be pretty much an upward trend for me. Fixing the problems that maybe you self-created. Well, that never happens. We're all perfect, right? No, we're not. We make a lot of mistakes in life, and I made a lot of mistakes in my life. Tremendous amount. The main thing is, did I learn from my experience? Yes, I did. So here I am, I'm sitting in a foreign country at my nice little dining room table, a pretty nice house, I'd say, living a stable life. I'm grounded. Grounded in a wonderful relationship. You should be as lucky as I am. Maybe some of you are, but maybe most of you are not. And that's why you come out with all this bitterness on here. You don't want to see somebody be happy with their life, and you want you to do the best you can, whether it's a complaint to the immigration or something. You want to do the best you can to throw a wrench into somebody's machinery because you're not happy with your life. Well, that's your problem. Don't make it somebody else's problem. Because shit can come back in your face very easily, and it certainly did for somebody, didn't it? And it can certainly happen to others. That's within the realm of possibility. I guess I could read a comment here. Miko, a lot of these people, money is their God. They constantly compare others, gloating how much money and wealth that they have. Hilton hotels, etc. Who cares? Exactly, who cares? They live their life and you live yours. And if it works for you, that's all that matters. As I said, money don't mean everything, because if you had a health condition that was terminal, your money's no good. It's like trying to go to a 7-Eleven store. Here, I got some stones I found. How much is the bill? $7, sir. Well, I got these really nice looking stones I found in a field. That's not going to work for us. We need money. We live in a cash society. Money. And yes, you do need money to eat, to live, unless you grow your own, you have your own farm. You grow your own produce and everything, cattle, whatever. People that are self-sufficient that don't need to rely on supermarkets. Many of them do live that lifestyle. And bully for them, that's fantastic. If you could be self-sufficient of it, but most people really aren't. You've got to rely on a supermarket, and it takes money. Money, seemingly, many people think gives them a sense of power. Hey, I can get the best lawyers because I got more money than you do. Well, as I always said, their dollar spends the same as my dollar. You could decide to get a fancy car to get you from point A to point B. But you could buy some lesser expensive car that's still going to get you from point A to point B. You could buy a watch and spend thousands of dollars on a fancy watch. But guess what? Your little dime store watch is going to tell the same time that that $100,000 watch does. Got my point? But people like to show off their riches. Look what I have and look what you don't. Comparing apples to oranges, perhaps. One watch is the same as the other. One might be a little more accurate than the other. All in all, it pretty much tells the same time. And I don't care how fancy your car is. It's nice to impress people with it. But you can get a junker that's going to get you from point A to point B to the same destination. Miko, a lot of these people, when old Father Time catches up with them, they soon change their tune. Best to be humble in this world. I would agree with you on that completely. Be humble. Be yourself. Don't try to be somebody that you're not. And I've never pretended to be anything but what I am. I never said that I had all this major riches. Though we're not broke, that's for sure. But I never said we were wealthy. I don't use that as a tool to get around in society. Kind of this look at me kind of a persona. That's never been me. I pride myself in any accomplishments I made in my life. As little as they might be. It may not mean something to somebody else, but it means something to me, no matter how small they were. If they were an accomplishment, I really appreciate it. Little things. Little things I got published, perhaps. Could be anything, you know. And yes, I do got a degree in college. That was still an accomplishment to me. Even though I didn't go into that endeavor as a profession, I still proved to myself that I can do it. To me, that's worth a lot more than any money. To set out with a goal and to accomplish that goal, it doesn't always mean, a lot of people have that sheepskin on their wall, but did they go into that endeavor after all? Did they go into that field of study? A lot of people have not. They changed horses in midstream and they went in an entirely different direction. People were studying to be doctors, maybe decided, I can't do this, and they wind up as a laborer. Or even lawyers. That's not for me. After all the practice I did, this is really not for me, and it's too stressful. And they decide to take a lesser job. Lesser not meaning a demeaning job in any way, but a job, something that they felt comfortable. Perhaps they were good in carpentry. They enjoyed being a carpenter, building things. They loved it. They said, being a lawyer is not for me. Being an attorney is not for me. Being a doctor, although it's helping people, it just really wasn't for me. And they changed just a drastic direction in their life. Why? Because they were more comfortable, because maybe their daddy said, because their daddy was a doctor, a lawyer, was a rich man, said that you have to follow in my footsteps. You got to be successful. But how do you define success? And what's that here? There was a certain fellow, you well know him, putting up shorts about staying in Hilton hotels and eating at eateries. My assessment is the PA person in living in shacks in Tondo is far happier. You got a point there. Or more content than that other person. It's all show to cover up their inadequacies. I'll finish the sentence on that. It's all show, and I'll add a few, to maybe hide their inadequacies. And we certainly know people like that on here. I'm living the 5-star lifestyle. What is the 5-star lifestyle? What is it really? Is it going to expensive hotels and restaurants? That's not the 5-star lifestyle. They see it as being such. It's still this thing about, look at me, I'm a success story. What makes success? Happiness makes success. So with all the money you may have accrued or have or still earning, does that really spell out that you're successful? Maybe you're successful at making money. But the point I'm making on this show, are you really happy with your own personal life and your family? And I know certain people out there that I could say, without doubt, are not. But they push the fact of their success. I've owned businesses, blah, blah, blah. I owned all these properties. I got a house here in this country, got a house in another perhaps, or another in the States. But are they happy? There are people that are chasing their tails. And I use that expression all the time, and I'll continue to do so. They're chasing their tails. They're going to a different country, but they're still not happy. Because no matter where you go, you're carrying yourself with you no matter where you go. And if you're a schmuck in one country, you're going to be a schmuck in another country. Don't impress us with your fat wallet. I'm not impressed. I'm not impressed at all, because I have a certain degree of happiness in my life, and perhaps they don't. And that is the reason why people get so bitter with other YouTubers. As in my case, and I will say this, they know I'm very happy in my relationship. They know I'm happy with my life out here. And I'm not a wealthy person, not at all. Not even really by American standard, by Filipino standards. I'm not a wealthy person. But am I happy where I'm at? Yeah, I am. I wouldn't be. Or else me and my girlfriend would say, we just moved to another country. Am I happy with her? I am. That's why I'm still with her. I'm not sucking off her tits for all that colostrum that these losers are trying to do with their mates. Some expats are actually getting in relationships with women that have a job and they're not making enough on their Social Security or pensions, and they got to suck off each tit of that woman too. A woman only has enough colostrum initially to feed the baby. Then it turns to milk, and they're sucking off each tit for they want that milk too. They want their, they want their cake and they want to eat it too. A woman can only give so much milk to her baby. You're a grown-ass man. Stand on your own feet. And stop sucking on these women's tits for your own survival. Then you should have moved out here in the first place. Nico says, after a while, the rooms in the Hilton Hotel come monotonous. It doesn't bring deep happiness. I'll give you a great example of that. A lot of people who have a lot of money, and this is a great one, and it's so true. When you could get everything you want, and you're not questioning the value of it, whether you could afford it or not, it just becomes very commonplace, and you don't get the excitement of owning this car or home or jewelry or whatever it might be. Because you know you can buy it any time. You're not worried about money. But after a while, the luster just disappears. Now compared to a whole different scenario. You're a working stiff, or you're on a fixed income of some sort, Social Security, whatever it might be. You get a lot of satisfaction out of being able to purchase something that you wanted. So much satisfaction to finally get something that you've been planning to buy, maybe you've been saving up for. And you're going to get so much satisfaction from getting this item. I don't care if it's an appliance or what it might be, or some piece of jewelry for your girlfriend that you couldn't afford before, but you get a lot of joy and you actually appreciate what you just purchased because it took you a while to get that money to buy it. But when you're really wealthy and you can just get anything you want to eat at the best restaurants, it's a treat sometimes to the average Joe to go to a really nice restaurant that happens to be expensive. You treat yourself to something for a night, you and yours, and you had a wonderful time, but you know you can't afford to do that on a regular basis. But you put your money together and you did it. You had a great time, you had a great meal. And for people that, it's very passé to them, that they could go to these restaurants on a regular basis and even bring all the members of their family along, which is very expensive to do. After a while, they take it for granted that I could do this anytime I want, but they don't get the satisfaction and appreciation of it that a person on a lesser income or salary or pension would have, because you appreciate things more when you have less money. So who's the happier of the two parties? The rich party or the person that's not as rich? It's the person that's not as rich. And you will also find in our society, just to keep this up, the most generous people are the people that don't have that much money. And that is a fact. They're the most generous people on the planet, the people that don't have. And the people with a lot more money, or a hell of a lot more money, they're the least generous people. They're afraid to lose a buck, like it's really going to affect their bank account to help somebody out, legitimately help somebody out, for a good cause and a good purpose. Not to try to screw up somebody's life, and I have more money than you, and I can get the best lawyers, and I'll tell you what, I'll give you a little money on the side if you make this report. Oh, that never happens, does it? A little side money, a little bit of incentive, but that never happens. That would never happen, would it? I don't think so. We won't go any further than that on that part. But I think you guys are intelligent enough to figure that out. Yeah, it's the people with the more money that are not as generous. All my life I've seen that. I'm not that wealthy, but I'll tell you what, when I could help somebody out, even a freaking dog that I don't even know, a dog that is not my responsibility, I'll try to help that dog out with food. If I could, get some medicine for the dog, I just did that. I will help an animal out. And that's how I judge people. How they treat animals is going to be how they treat other people. If they're really good with animals and they got a big heart for a starving animal, they say in the street, instead of walking by it, maybe feeding it something, it may not live forever, but it's going to live that day because you fed that animal. That's who I am. That's exactly who I am. Miko says, that's very true. I see people here that are low income or even unemployed throw more and more into the collection box. They are richer than they are. They are actually greedy, these other people, trying to say. Money is their God. Absolutely. Money is not my God. Because let me tell you something. If I had a situation, or Gilda did, a terminal illness that there's no cure for, my money ain't going to mean shit. The only thing it would do for me or her, or one of her children, is to certainly, yes, get the best health care that you can. Absolutely. Money works for that. But money is not a cure-all for anybody. And when you try and, hey, look at me, I got a harem together. But there's people only around you because you got a couple of bucks that are trying to, suck on your tits. And some of them literally have tits. They're trying to suck off your tips. And you know they are. And you know they are. But it gives you a sense of empowerment, doesn't it? It really does. They're not empowered. They think they are. So this is a pretty special show this morning for a good reason. I want to let it all out. I just wanted to get it all out and say what I need to say on here. I'm living the life that I want to live, and nobody dictates to me the kind of life that I want to live. I'm the only one that can make that thought or decision that, am I happy out here or not? Am I happy who I'm with? There's nobody can make that decision for me, or, try to make some point saying that it's the actual opposite. It's me. It's not anybody else. You could call me a child predator when I'm not. You could say I look like I'm 95 when I actually look very good for my age at 70, soon to be 71. The fact is, I got to be 70. Lucky? Is it luck? Is it genetics? Is it my diet? I don't know. But I'm still here. But the real question is, for those that are younger than me, that spread the hate on YouTube here, how long will they live? Will they live to be my age? Will they still be happy at my age and healthy? That's the real question. A lot of them are not happy. You know all the characters. You know all the players on here. Do you honestly think they're really happy in their life? I don't. You can't be that bitter and be happy at the same time. They don't go together. I don't buy it. Nico says also you find that these millionaires that ever give something, they want their name in lights for it instead of being discreet about it. Well, I've actually talked about some people I've helped out, but I never really got into all of it. It's a lot more vast than you think. I've been a lot more giving than most people know. They figure I tell all on here. No, I actually don't tell all. I've even had my own girlfriend, who's a Filipina, say to me, no, don't do that. Why are you doing that? I said because I could, and because I want to. Because my heart tells me that although I'm not rich, there's somebody that's poorer than me. And maybe they could use my help. Maybe it isn't much. But if I can make their day, and I've gone wrong, I've made a lot of people's days by paying for their groceries. I've done a lot of stuff like that. I didn't need to do it. I'm not trying to impress anybody. Not all of it was on camera, nothing like that. I might have spoken about it a few times. I wasn't looking for a medal, accolades or whatever, accolades. I wasn't looking for that. I did it because I wanted to. And that's what Gilda really appreciates about me, that I have a heart. I'm a very giving person to people that I don't even know. Maybe never even seen me before. But I've done these really good deeds, not because I'm trying to be closer to God, because I'm not religious. I'm not trying to score points with the big guy in the sky, because I don't believe there's a big guy in the sky. My beliefs might be different. It might be a guy in the sky, but it's not a God. It's entirely something else. But you believe in what you want to believe in, and I'll believe what I want to believe in. You're not going to change that part of me. That's not going to happen. I just put it out front. That's not going to happen. It's never going to be happen. And remember, I fall on my feet all the time, no matter what. All right, let me help you with that. Hold on.
Just finish it.
Okay. No, I could finish the job. Just take that paper and wrap it up.
I'm to not do it.
Right.
It's okay na.
Excuse me. Ever. Right on. Well, like something that just happened right now. The heavy water bottle, she wanted to put it on the dispenser herself. I said, no, I can do that. And I understand how nurturing Filipinas can be. I don't want too much nurturing. Well, because I'm 70. They want to prove that they can do it themselves or whatever. I appreciate the help, but there's certain things I could do and there's certain things I can't do. But picking up a water bottle and putting on a dispenser is not a big deal for me. And they are so nurturing that I could be walking the streets of Cebu. And it's nice what they do. They look out for you. That's why you were a Filipina. Oh, be careful of that, they'll say. Oh, be careful of that. They want to point out that there's a crack in the road, or there might be a hole or something. And it's very nice, very nurturing to care, but I'm not that old yet. I'll admit when I'm that old that I can't do certain things. Like, it's very a practice out here with the kids. If you're older, they'll want to carry your grocery bags or something. They do it by, it's their nature to do that. They're very accommodating. They're very kind people. And they certainly can be. It can be completely the opposite too. But by all measures, they're actually kind people. But I like to do things for myself. I can cross the street on my own. You'd be surprised how many times she was looking out for me. I said, look, I could see the traffic coming. Don't worry about me. I'm not that old. I'm not going to subject myself to being old because of the chronological, the age numbers. I know my capabilities and I know what I can't do. And I adhere to that. I may have certain limitations to a point, but there's nothing I really can't do on my own. And they're very nurturing out here, and I love that about them. You should be so lucky to have a nurturing woman in your life, because you are getting old. There's going to come a time, I don't know, illness could happen, you don't know. And it's going to be real nice to have a genuine, loving person at your side that's not there because you have this big fortune to leave them. No, that's not what my relationship is. It's never been that. Okay? She's not sucking off my tits because I don't have any real mammary glands. Not at all. I should be sucking off hers. Because she got more money than me, but I don't need to do that, and I don't do that. Never had to. We got a good balance in our relationship, a really good balance. And I really like it. So can I pick up a 60-pound water bottle? Of course I can. But sometimes Filipinos go overboard. They don't want to see you get hurt. They don't want to, you're much older than them. I understand the nurturing factor in this. But you know what your capabilities are, and you got to do what your capabilities are. It's like, thank you for wanting to help me with this. Nice of you. But I could do it myself. Thank you very much. I don't really like anybody carrying my groceries and stuff. I could do that very well on my own. But thanks for helping. Thanks for being very considerate. I love that about Filipinos. I'll see if I could read this without my glasses. That's why they make good. Okay, I'm in bad lighting here, and I don't have my glasses on. I'll get to it. Your comment. I like being self-sufficient, and I will continue to be, no matter how old I get. There comes a point I can't wipe my own ass, I'm done. I'm done. It comes to that point, it's over. I want to rely on myself, and I do. But like I said, I really appreciate how nurturing Filipinos can be, and Filipinos. If you happen to have a Filipina, or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 in your harem, it's nice when they extend themselves to you and they be so considerate and courteous and accommodating. It's fantastic. You're not going to find that with U.S. women. You're just not. You're not. It's not going to happen. Oh, I'm not saying that they don't exist in the United States. I'm sure they do, but very little. Things have come through a lot of changes through the decades as far as the United States of America. A lot of changes have taken place in America, and it's not very positive. So I do understand. I absolutely do understand why people move out. I absolutely do. America has changed, and some people got these old-fashioned values about America, but they're living in the past, like Popeye is living in the past. He never went to live for any extended. Well, he did for 8 years, but he was in the service. But he never voluntarily moved to the Philippines or any other country. He went by his laurels, if you want to call them that. Rah, rah, United States, it's the best. Well, it's not the best for everyone. You have something called choice, Robert. And some people choose to leave the United States to have their own reasons for doing it. Some people have their own choice of religion. It may not be yours, but it doesn't mean somebody's bad, Robert, because they don't practice your beliefs. It's only righteous that somebody has their own beliefs and they practice what they believe in, not what you believe in, Robert. If it works for you, that's fantastic. Keep up the good job. But the problem with people like Robert is that he's a hypocrite. He doesn't practice what he preaches. He's one of the most hateful people on here. And he's one of the biggest cowards. I just want to get this out. He's one of the biggest fucking cowards on here. No question. To the safety of the miles that he lives away from what feeds through his computer screen. He can voice out whatever he wants. Call me a pedophile, which he has. Because he kind of figures it's his mind, and that's where they go wrong. Sometimes they go real wrong with this. And somebody calls their bluff. So his basic theory is, I live a considerable distance away, and you're not going to do anything to me. No, you're not. I could call you every name in the book and label you this and label you that. And I could be a thorn in your foot, Frank. Oh, I could do that long distance. But just think, if I got sent back to America, maybe I'll decide to live in Florida. You never know. I have a cousin living there, still alive. I may decide to live in Florida, Robert. You ever think about that? Maybe I'll be your neighbor one day. You never know. You'd have to deal with it. Then you could say those things to my face. I may decide to make a trip to Florida. And I know exactly where you live. I can come to your door and see what you're going to do. You're not going to do shit except fucking hide. You're not going to answer the door. Just like all these people that were after you, and you got off YouTube for how long? I'll make it a point. I'm going to have to change the contrast on here to make this brighter to screen, because this is not, for my eyes, bright. Let's see. My display on here. I got more yellow on here for my eyes. Trying to get all the blue out, but okay, let me go back to this. Nico says, I admire ex-Marine veterans like Irish-American Ken O'Keefe that has spoke truth about dystopian American military and the political system. Men like him are real men. Nico says, Gilda is made woman. She doesn't need help with finances. If I can read this, with finance, that's why your relationship is genuine, not revolving around money. It doesn't revolve around money. It never did. And from the first day I actually met her, she never asked me what I did for a living. She never questioned it. She never asked me if I had money or stocks or owned all this property and all this shit. It never even came to her mind. And it wasn't like you meet the person, you're in bed the same night. It didn't happen like that with us. That's how I know how genuine she is. Most foreigners, they meet somebody, and sometimes a Filipina gives in. She didn't give in to me. I even asked permission for the first kiss. I actually did. I didn't just bring it upon myself that I'm this stud, and I'm just going to go off and kiss you whether you like it or not. I don't know if she would have liked it at that point when I met her. It wasn't until the second or third time I was with her that I even kissed her. And I asked permission. With a big smile on my face, can I give you a kiss?
and she allowed me to do so. We never went to bed the first night we met, nothing like that. That's why she is a genuine Filipina. She didn't have any expectations from me. Was I a good dude or was I not a good dude? And she had to make that decision. And the more time she spent with me, she came up with her own evaluation of me. That seems like a pretty good man. I've been labeled everything you could possibly be labeled on here, but none of it is the truth. Like I said, bullshit is not palatable. It's just not. And with that being said, there's been so much bullshit on here. And it's, as I said, I'm not a greedy person. It's not just me. There's been a lot of people that fell to the hands of these animals out here. The people who call themselves successful people, supposedly living a happy life. But the question, of course, are they really living that happy life that they try to project on their YouTube channels? Chances are they're not. And we know many of them that are not living that life. And I don't have to name names. Some people are in love with their grass because that's all they could ever get. Some people use their billfold as a way to get women and keep them around them. Is that truly living a happy life? Is it genuine? I say it's not. And that's, of course, my opinion. You have your own. And thank goodness we do have our own opinions. It's our opinion. That's all it is. But it's also by observation, too. You can tell when somebody's bullshitting. When you've already proven them wrong and they continue in the same direction. You can't change somebody's life by calling them a name and saying that's what you are. But people have proven how hateful they can be. This has been a learning lesson for me for approximately a decade. It has been a real learning lesson for me about people in general. No, it is not a habit of mine to want to be around expats out here. I just don't want to. That is a choice that I make, not anybody else. I like the status quo. I like to keep it that way. And I will fight tooth and nail. Please quote me on that. Tooth and nail to make sure I keep the status quo. And you could take that any way you want to take it. Put it in your crack pipe and smoke it. That's going to be my show. If I'm happy, that's all that matters. You can call me every name in a book. It doesn't mean it's true. But again, the bullshit is not palatable to most people on here. They know better. And if you've been following somebody for so many years, you have definitely picked up certain aspects of the person's personality, the good things they've done, even the bad things. But if you've been listening that long, you know the truth. Okay? You can't spread mud on a piece of bread and say it's peanut butter. You're certainly going to know it's not peanut butter when you take that first bite. You can make all the evaluations you want on here. The question is, true or false? Who's zooming who on here and why? Why are they so bitter? Well, as the whole purpose of this show in the context of it, they're not living the life they're trying to make you believe they are. They're not happy going to the bingo parlor, not being laid in 25 years. Oh, that can make you bitter. That can make you real bitter. It certainly can. And that explains a hell of a lot. An encyclopedia of information about the person. Are they living the life of Riley? Whoever this Riley character is. I like to meet Riley. The life of Riley. Was he a true character in form in history? Who is Riley? The life of Riley. I don't know where they got that expression. They want to make you believe that they're living the life of Riley when they're really not. That there's so many bugaboos in their life and their relationship. And some of it comes out accidentally. And some of it you see on a Facebook page when the person is talking about how their own partner or wife was trying to take them as an ATM machine. And they were upset about it. They were truly upset about it. to actually put a public on their Facebook page for her to read. And this person decided to move out of the Philippines to go to Vietnam somewhere. And he went on his Facebook to divulge some very interesting information, as embarrassing as it turned out to be, that his own wife was trying to take advantage of him financially in some form or way, which we haven't figured out exactly what it was, but that's why he left the Philippines and he went to Vietnam or wherever it was at the time. There was a reason for that. She was holding something over his head. That's what she was doing. Financially. She was holding something over his head, and it didn't sit very well with him, and he voiced it out publicly. Goes to show you, are these people really true and hard as they plan, as they try to project themselves to be? But they amazingly settled their differences amicably. Perfect word, amicably. And she's all happy and smiles. See what I'm talking about? Thanks for listening. That's what it's all about, guys. I think I made my point in spades. Good morning. Boy, I must be a prophet. Some of my predictions, I don't know, I'm amazed. And we will get into that. I'll just wait for a few people to show up. I don't want to repeat myself. Good morning. I was listening to Steve Montelli did a show about a day or so back. I always wondered what was happening with Steve. I really haven't tuned into his show to see if he's been doing any, really. But he did. So I went to listen to it.
and I guarantee would put me to sleep. I was up, then went to sleep again. I was up about 2 in the morning because they had to all take off on a mission anyway. Everyone really to go to the lovely Cebu Cebu. I wasn't going on this trip because I got to stay home and take care of the doggies. But I got back to sleep. But how I did it was I was listening to Steve Montelli, and he's not really a very fast-paced talking person. And that used to happen with me and actually Fazio. This is the truth, really. If I, this is even during the day. This is even during the day. If I were to listen to a long show of Michael Fazio, you don't really have any sleeping problems when I don't know, it has to do with the tone of their voice, the pace of their voice or something. But I think in Steve Montelli's case, yeah, it's not something I could listen to for any length of time, and it's not always really like the topic matter that would kind of make me sleepy, but I guess the tone of voice, the pace of his voice, and so forth. So here I was up at 2 o'clock in the morning thinking, am I going to be able to get back to sleep again? Which is usually, I don't know, usually when I'm up, I'm up. Unless I make some real effort to, but no, I haven't been up since 2 in the morning. Just that they had to depart here and get their ride to the port after 2 o'clock. Wait for their ride and all that good stuff. So, all right, so what's the point? The point is that Steve, and I predicted this a long time ago. I used to make comments on his show. I have nothing against Steve, but I used to give him some good pointers. Steve is in a position where he's not exactly broke. He's doing good with money because he doesn't have anything to spend it on really, except all his trips. And it got to a point, and I'll get to my point eventually on this, but okay, it's gotten to a point that I used to joke around and tell him, I said, it's nothing new that I've said on here before, where people got to ground themselves somehow. Well, it just fits right into that. And this is like a prime example of what I've been talking about. And this is a prime example of chasing your tail. You get to the point, you're getting older, you don't know what to do with yourself. You don't have a mate, a long-term mate. And we're going to emphasize that and how important that is on this show, too. But in Steve's situation, Steve's traveled around here and there. He doesn't really want to go to the other side of the world, as he calls it, but he's at the point, and man, it's kind of sounds familiar. We have somebody in Florida that's kind of living that experience right now. We're not going to go into banging anybody's names and stuff like that, and whatever. We'll leave it be. I'm going to be beyond that. But let me tell you what's happening with Steve Montelli. Steve, and I don't know, I'm not sure why. I'm not going to pretend to know totally. But Steve has made such amazing efforts to, kind of find a woman. But, he's so stuck on 20-year-olds that he's denying himself companionship because, how I talk about how people get spoiled when they come to the Philippines. And they don't want anybody their age anymore. and that happened to me. I know how that feels. Once you go to the Philippines, you're back in America. You don't find an interest in anybody even close to your age anymore. You can't even, you know, fathom the thought of having somebody even close to your age. Well, that's what kind of happened with Steve, but it goes beyond this. This is not a rank out Steve show at all, actually. I'm just talking about his situation, and because I don't have anything against Steve. And he did a show about a day or so ago, and he really sounded depressed. He doesn't know what to do with his life anymore. And I couldn't believe that he actually resorted. And I said, I kind of said this was going to happen, a lot of times in the past. He resorted to doing what the guy in Florida does. The guy in Florida goes to bingo halls, but Steve is back in Yuma, Arizona, and he doesn't know what to do with himself. He's got plenty of money, and he's traveled a lot, but always into Southeast Asia mostly, and Dominican Republic didn't work out with him at all. He got into trouble there too. So now, I couldn't believe what I was hearing, or yes, maybe I was able to believe what I was hearing, but now he's resorting to going to a senior citizen center. They have a free lunch program. It's not that Steve can't afford lunch, but Steve has resorted himself to go there just to have another human to talk to. And I'm like, wow, man. Yeah, getting old is a bitch if you don't have a mate. Man, I can't emphasize that more, especially after listening to Steve's show. And Steve seems like a good guy, and I think he's very intelligent. But when it comes to the social part of his life, he just hasn't had any success with that at all. And I don't know him personally, and I don't know his personality or how he is about women and anything like that. But we've certainly heard of his adventures. He's gotten beaten up by one of his women once before, his clothes torn, and I don't know how I don't remember all the details about how it happened, but it did. Then he got into trouble in DR with some woman. I don't know. He paid a year's lease for a condo for somebody. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. I don't remember all the details, but he doesn't mention DR, so he definitely doesn't want to go back to DR. So here's Steve, and he's an intelligent man. He's definitely got money. He's not broke. That's for damn sure. And he's probably got so many free air miles that you can't count them. So he probably doesn't have to pay much on airlines. Well, depending on what airlines he would take and where he'd have to go to, of course. But here's him sitting on a show, and I've never heard him that depressed before. I'm not an avid Steve Montelli listener, but I have tuned into his shows, but I got curious. Because I wanted to see if Steve was doing any shows. Lo and behold, he did a show over a day ago. I said, oh, timing. I'll see what Steve has to say. What's going on with his life? Well, despite his money, and this is what I mean about money, because money is not everything. Money is obviously not everything, and I've said that before. Despite having money, he has no social life at all. I saw this coming from years ago. He would go to the Philippines and, things wouldn't work out for him. And he'd go to Thailand or something and things wouldn't work out for him there either. And despite, him having no real success in these places, he'd get so bored and I'm going to try again. So he goes back to the Philippines again and then back to Yuma, then back to Thailand and back to Philippines. So I'm saying, this is literally what you call, chasing your tail. So getting older is not easy. It's not easy. This is kind of a lesson learned type of show. I don't know, I'm not a prophet, but it seems that way because I've seen that happening with Steve, and I see future things that happen with other people too. And I was right about a lot of them so far. Now, I hardly doubt I'm a prophet, but I don't know.
Sometimes I wonder. But Steve is at the lowest point of his life. No, I don't need permission from Steve to do a show about him. No, I don't. But I think it really drives a point. It really does that you may have money, but money apparently is not everything. Because money is not going to give you a real relationship. You could buy the relationships all you want, day and night, but it's shallow. You could hold that fat wallet in front of some chick and see if she takes a bite on it and gets on the hook. Sure, but it's shallow. When they just hang around with you for the money, that's not a relationship, man. It's a business deal of some sort. Steve's case, God, I'm sure we can't count how many times he's been back and forth to Philippines and Thailand and so forth. And um, he doesn't know where to go anymore. And I'm just quoting him, of course. He doesn't know where to go. Someone recommended to go to the Czech countries. Go. I don't know. He's so out of it. Of all places to live, and I don't know why he still wants to live in Yuma. Has he got the house still? I thought him and his ex-wife, sold the house. I don't know. I didn't keep up on that apparently. Um, well, everybody needs a base of operations, I guess, but he's familiar with Yuma. But the problem is that there is nothing in Yuma, and he said it himself. And I'm just quoting Steve. I'm not putting words in his mouth, and we're not attacking him at all. Not at all. I'm just saying that this is a prime example of what happens as you get older if you don't get yourself grounded a little bit. Something I talk about a lot, and get into a solid relationship, because the next step is suicide, really. And I hear how depressed he is. It's a little concerning. But he's totally at the end of his rope, really. That's the way he feels. And it's sad that it has to come down to that with Steve. He's not a bad guy. Um, but as you age, you just got to stop playing the games. Sure, you get all that, pardon me, you get all that young stuff. Okay, sure. Sure. But it's business is all it is. You're giving her money to hang around with you and all that stuff, and we know people that do that, and it's so absolutely shallow. I couldn't do that. Out of any desperation, I just couldn't see myself doing that. You might as well just die. And it's amazing thing is, it's not that they're broke. It's not that they're broke. They got the money to travel around, to eat good places, to drink, whatever. Um, but it can really take a toll, not only on your mind, but your body follows through with that too. Um, Now he's sitting there trying to think about, and he's just burning his brain. Where can I go next? I don't feel like traveling the other side of the world, but I've been here, I've been there, and I've been here. I couldn't believe actually that time he went to the DR, Dominican Republic. I don't think I'd ever do that. I don't know, maybe Panama's good for him. I don't think he's been to Panama. I hear some good things about it, but I don't know. But yeah, I think that was one of one of a few of Steve's really very sad shows when your life comes down to that point, despite the money you have, man, to get yourself in that position. I could absolutely tell you with no uncertainty that if something happened to my girlfriend, my life is over. I don't want to move on with any other relationships. I really don't. You'll know what being alone is when you're aging, you're starting to get into your 60s and you hit your 70. You'll feel it, and that's part of the problem too, because I think that's where, as I've also spoken of, how people are making big mistakes and just kind of grabbing onto anybody just to have a companion. And despite how much money you have, sometimes maybe you're just not really good on hooking up with the right women, or women are just not interested in you, and you'll make choices and grab somebody that maybe not as attractive as you'd like, or I don't know if you're just looking for servants or indentured servants or something. I don't know. Seems that way with some people, but money ain't everything. If money can't even get you the right person or get you into a good relationship, then I don't know what to say. If you have to resort on your wallet. But I don't know what I never dated Steve, so I don't know what he's like in character in a relationship. I have no idea. I know he had a lot of problems in his relationships all the time. And I'm thinking, is it him or I don't know. Is it his personality? Is it, I have no idea. But how could you not score great with the right woman after all these years you've been retired? Failed relationships left and right, but then it goes right back to the same country, rinse and repeat. Goes to Thailand, rinse and repeat. Goes back to Philippines, rinse and repeat. Nothing happening. Go back to Yuma, Arizona, rinse and repeat. Then the sad part is to see him giving in to his age. Well, I mean, it is his age, but he decided to go out of loneliness to a free lunch program to have at a senior center. Don't forget, Steve was an administrator of senior centers. That's part of the profession that he was in, ironically. And he wasn't interested in the free lunch, but as a way of him talking to another human, albeit they're all around his age. Now, there's really nothing wrong with that in America. There's a lot of lonely senior citizens that like to go to these centers to be around people of their own age. They got something in common. I know what my philosophy, and you've heard mine, is that like you're just giving in to hang around a bunch of other seniors. But in one hand, like the bingo parlors in Florida, on one hand, it's a little bit understandable that you're not in the Philippines anymore. You're not going to get this young stuff. So you're going to have to resort to doing what other people do, hanging around people your own age, which you actually do have a lot of in common with. There's no question about it. You know, expats have nothing in common with a 20-year-old Filipina. Nothing at all. It's for sex. To rescue their youth, at least in their own mind anyway. It doesn't work out, is what I'm trying to say. How many times can you chase your tail and go in circles and you realize it ain't working for you, but you still go and do it again? That's like the definition of insanity. But the real word is not really insanity. Steve's not insane. He's an intelligent man, but he's lonely. As you can see, we're not attacking Steve here. We're talking about his situation. And you could, roll it up into anything you think I'm doing. You're going to do that anyway, but I'm not attacking Steve at all. I just happened to listen to his show, and it really prompted me to actually talk about this in spades because I know damn well, because I know myself, I could be independent, but to a certain degree, I think. But as you get older, yeah, you really do need a mate. You really do. Or you need a good, solid friend that you could do things with, male or female. I think so. But you got to have somebody to turn to. And a lot of us dudes that come to live here in the Philippines, we don't have a rescue system out here. Sure, you may know a lot of Filipinos out here, but they're not necessarily all your friends. Some of them might be, but they got their own families. Same thing in America. You notice that maybe you got retired from your job or whatever. Know the friends you have that, they're all married. They got grandchildren that are grown up already and working and, they're spending time with their family. And, just incorporating a friend into their life, it could work out, but it's just on occasional visits. But people go on with their lives, is what I'm trying to say. They don't have room. I've listened to some vloggers say, "No, I don't want to move into my kid's house in the States or whatever. I don't want to interfere with their life. I don't want to become a burden to them." Yeah, that's pretty common. You hear that quite a bit. And a lot of people don't want to become a burden. But then you find yourself, despite having a successful working life, and you've invested in stuff and you got a couple of bucks, maybe more than a couple of bucks. Still didn't help you, did it? See what I mean about money? Oh, it's nice to have some money. I mean, some real money, real money. Big money. It can certainly help you in a foreign country with medical stuff, getting the best health care you can, and sure, it can help you buy some of your dates. But again, it's shallow. And I know how it's shallow because when I first started going to the Philippines, before I met the wonderful lady that I'm with right now, I've had a situation where I did not have anybody lined up to meet from a dating site or anything like that. Well, I've had women I've met in the past that I sort of kind of didn't want to hang around anymore. But I remember making a trip out there, here, I say there, um, where I found myself for a few days at the hotel thinking, okay, what do I do now? And it was a lonely experience. Only it's just a few days, but it was a lonely experience. Horribly lonely. What am I going to do? Just walk around the streets or hang around the mall looking lonely? You know, put a newspaper in front of me as if I'm reading it, but actually you got your phone there and you're looking on a dating site, or maybe you're waiting for some Filipino to walk by to give you a little wink or something to see if you drew the attention of somebody. Yeah, that's what they do a lot. They go out on the what he calls at the mall. Well, not mezzanine. Whatever. They just go out there outside the restaurants and they just they want to be seen. That maybe some interesting Filipino comes by and either they'll proposition him or maybe it's not a working girl. You know what I mean? That's what they do. I've seen it all the time. God, I couldn't do that, man. So I had to wind up hanging around for a little bit to one or two women that I know of that I was with before, and just to get out and do something and have somebody to visit me. There was a girl from Constellation, a girl from Tiza, and a girl from Cebu that I knew from a couple of visits, and I wound up calling them. And they spent some time with me, not all at once, but I did have some companionship. But then I got lucky, and I got lucky in who I met, and here I am, 9 to 9.5 years later. But it can be a very lonely experience going to the Philippines, and you're just not really in a position to have somebody at your side and enjoy things together while you're there and have that companionship. So I think it's probably better that you line up somebody to visit rather than to come out here and just take your chance. Unless you're just a sexpat who wants to come out here and get laid, you don't need anybody. Just come out here and you pay for it, and go move to the next one if that's what you want to do. You have all the companionship that you want, as long as you got the money and you're willing to put out that money. Yeah, you can simplify it. I don't know. Again, that's just not me. I'm old fashioned in a lot of ways, I must admit it. I think I was born before my time or something or whatever. I don't know. I'm old fashioned in a lot of ways when it comes to respect and stuff like that. I can't be that shallow. But when it comes to a foreign country, especially, it's you got to know what the hell you're doing, man. Now, in Steve's case, I mean, hear it in his voice. He's completely baffled. He's completely lost it, really, as far as direction in his life. He has no direction. He doesn't know where to go. I mean, he literally has no direction, not figuratively, but both, actually. I think Steve's a good guy at heart. I think he's a very intelligent guy, but he's feeling his age. He's feeling his age. And no, I don't think Steve's the kind of person to go out to work out 6 days a week and do 20,000 steps a day like some people claim they do. Like that's some kind of a big honor. It's a good thing for your health. I don't think Steve does that, so I don't think he's a guy that's into exercise. There's a few of us old timers that actually do some exercise, and I'm one of them. Maybe not as intensely as I would like, but I still do it. To keep your blood flowing type of theory of mine, which is not really a theory, it's just plain medical fact. You have to do that. And sometimes, unfortunately, you have to force yourself to do it. But I went to listen to Steve, and that got me because I said I was up at 2 o'clock in the morning because they had to leave. And they all said goodbye to me and going to Cebu. It's election time and all that stuff. And she has to unfortunately go to Cebu because that's where she's based as far as voting, at the district. Then they all had to leave too because, one of them also had to vote too, her daughter. And of course, the other kids had to come with them that were visiting here. And of course, she has to see her mom. And there's always a reason we go to Cebu. And one of the reasons we're not the biggest travelers, there's a lot of reasons, but her mom has just turned 89 years old. She's been bedridden for 3.5 years. Yeah. I couldn't make the trip because I got my dogs I got to take care of. I'm not a person to leave the dogs alone. I can't do that. There's no way I could do that anyway. But I feel for Steve, and I don't feel for hardly anybody on here at all for good reason, but I could feel for Steve because he's going through the motions of, in the reality that he's not, that he's old. He's getting old. He is old or whatever. We're all getting old. The difference is, the biggest difference is in the world for your longevity. It's not the supplements. It's not whether you're doing 20,000 steps a day or whatever. It's companionship, my friends. It's companionship. We are, by nature, social animals. And whether you think society is fantastic or you don't, don't matter. We are social animals. We need the companionship of another social animal. And when you don't have that, it could tear your world apart, and certainly mentally and physically. I think that's what's happening with Steve-O. Wish him well, of course. I have no reason not to. Um, but I think it's definitely not just Steve. And there's a lot of popular people out here that are living a similar life that don't really have anybody. They're just going through all the motions. Oh, sure, they come on the Philippines genre. They talk about women, but you never see them with any women at all because they can't, for some reason, get them. And whatever the reason may be, looks, personality, how they look down on women, that could be one thing. Women could sense that. They all got their reasons, all these pioneers of women, all these, you know, ladies' men, all these guys that profess to having that kind of black magic when it comes to women. Well, they don't, apparently, because a lot of them are alone, and you got some of them that are in relationships. And the only thing that glues the relationship together is a big, fat, sumptuous wallet. And the benefits that go with that big, fat, sumptuous wallet. That alone is sad. Not talking about anybody in particular, but if it fits the billing for you, then it must be you. I'm just saying, I got an opinion too. I'm not a rich man, but I'm not a broke man. Certainly in Philippine terms. Certainly not. But I'm not wealthy at all. Not at all. I'm just happy that several things. They have enough money to let us live, have food, pay the bills, and whatever else comes our way. Very happy about that. I don't need a big fortune. What you might consider a big fortune to me might be two different things, but the one thing I have more than any money I could ever have is a full-time companion. And I am so grateful for that. There are no words. Because I'll tell you, not that I ever didn't talk about this before, but even when I was living in Hawaii, I was at a point where it's like, oh shit. Okay, this is fun. I got a couple of acres. There's plenty to do of maintaining that property. And it really, I'll tell you, me and my brother, actually, it kept me busy. It really did. There was always something to do because I had more land and stuff. I got this house here in the Philippines. And of course, we'd take trips to the coast and all that stuff. We got really bored. But it was not everything. I had the longest relationship. I had a relationship, amazing but true, but almost 3 years with a Filipina out in Hawaii. And that was the longest relationship I had out there. And there was just a few other women during those years. There was not a lot of women. Don't forget, I lived there for 14 years. So you might as well say that this was no Washington State. Not even remotely. It was no Washington State. I didn't have a shitload of women in Hawaii. I did not. I absolutely did not. Most of the time, I was alone in Hawaii. Most of the time. And sometimes it worked for me, and sometimes it didn't work for me. You feel it sometimes. And I felt it. But anyway, it was time to get the hell out of there anyway. And I wound up good old Philippines. And I don't regret it. I really don't regret it.
Oh, never mind the shenanigans that go on YouTube and all that. That's a sidebar thing or sidebar issues, but being out here, not just physically, but having somebody at your side that you know in your heart and soul is going to be with you till the day you die. And has nothing to do with money, which is a rarity. Absolutely nothing to do with money. I've had so many talks with her about different things like that, you wouldn't believe. I basically could be kind of paranoid at times because sometimes I need to pinch my own skin, pinch myself, well, figuratively, to see if this is all real. The very fact I'm even living in the Philippines, no matter how many years I've been out here, it's like, fuck. I'm living in this developing country, like what the fuck? Amazing. How the hell did I wind up here? But I did. And as such, you got to make the effort to make it work out for you one way or the other. You know, we talk about all the time. There's a lot of adversities here. There's certainly, hello, Princess. There's a lot of adversities here. There absolutely is. I'd be lying through my teeth, and I do have teeth, if I said there wasn't any adversities. There certainly is. I don't agree with everything out here, but I do agree with a lot, or do accept a lot, a better word. There could be worse places to live, and there is. Hey, go live in the Ukraine or somewhere, or Russia, North Korea, but can't do that. Go live in the worst places in Africa. There are bad places to live. This ain't bad. Despite the, much told about bad infrastructure out here in the Philippines, it's still a good place to be. And only those people that are really just downing the hell out of the Philippines are the ones that are just not successful out here. It isn't a bad place. You probably made a good choice to come out here. Again, I'm not a world traveler, and I'm not going to pretend I am. But I've been here and I am here. And I'm making judgment of where I live right now. And from what I make of that, I don't feel like I'm being forced to be here because I have a girlfriend. I could live somewhere else, even without her, and still survive. There's something called communication. This is 2025. Okay. If I myself, or by force, had to leave this country, and you know what I'm talking about, for a set period of time, I'd be a survivor. Because I've done it before. I'd be a survivor. As long as it was communication, no problem. And I get to learn a different culture, not a problem. A learning experience, absolutely. See, I see things in a more positive way in respect to that. I think, what's the worst that could happen to me, If I had to be separated from her, well, the relationship ain't going to be over. It forges on. You can always meet up in another Asian country. And you know what I'm talking about. You know what the issue is, if that were ever to happen. I'm not that terribly concerned about something like that because you have to think of the positives too, besides the negatives. Sure, there'll be a physical separation for a while until you meet up somewhere else, but spend time together. Then, there are people who work OFWs. They hardly see their wives or companions for sometimes up to a half a year before they come back, or a year. They're still in touch until they see them again. And they renew their contracts and they go right back out and they work again. So most of these, well, not most, but a lot of these relationships, very common out here, a long-distance relationships, in a sense, because the guy has to work. He's got an opportunity, an engineer job in another country. So he's away from home. Yeah, it is Mother's Day today. I'm a mommy. I'm a mommy. I'm a mommy and a daddy, but I'm a daddy also to my 2 dogs. Hell, I got more respect for my dogs than I've done for my family, but we don't get back into that again. It's a matter of opinion, it's a matter of experience, it's a matter of fact, you know. But alas, I do have a very functional family out here, very functional, that I'm very happy to say. I am actually, watch the word now, I am blessed. I am blessed in many ways. See, I know myself, and at maybe a much younger age, I could be a lot more independent. I still could be independent, but not as much as I could when I was younger. I was always on my own anyway. It's not like I saw my friends every single day when I was in, for example, Washington State, unless I was in a relationship. But what used to fill the gap was that, you know, I was always in some kind of relationship with somebody. So the men relationships or friendships, like, you know, they were still there. I didn't have a shitload of friends. Most of my friends were women. It just turned out that way. And I didn't mind that at all. Because some of the friends I had that were so-called friends would rip me off with my leather jacket of a girlfriend's Pentax camera. I have some great stories to tell. I think I've told them. I don't know if you want to call friends of convenience or something. That's why you should really have a good friend in life. You should really have a good companion who's your friend too. I got the best friend in the world, and it happens to be the woman I'm in a relationship with. Yes, we do define ourselves in so many categories. We are both caretakers. We absolutely are to each other. We're lovers. We're caretakers. We're friends. We're confidants. We're companions. All of the above. All of the above. And I'm really grateful for that. You have no idea how grateful I am, because no offense to Steve, but and I said it was not a show to be offensive to Steve at all. I just happened to hear, I was up at 2 a.m. with everybody leaving at 2 a.m. here. Of course, they got me woken up. They said goodbye to me and all that stuff. You know, they had to go back to Cebu. And so I was up. I said, oh, shit, man, I'm not going to be able to go to sleep again. It's going to be really hard. So I listened to Steve Montelli. I haven't do a show a day ago, as I said. And he'll put you to sleep. And he put me to sleep, thank goodness, after half an hour. So I got to go to sleep again, got up about 5:30 or so. But when I was listening to him, I was saying, man, I just knew this was going to happen. I knew it. I knew it. He reached a burnout point. The pilot lights are out. And had to resort himself, admittedly, to go to a senior center, which is okay. Which is okay if that's what you have to do, to give in to that. But when you're really lonely, that's what you do. You go to a bingo hall. You go to a bingo parlor. You know a gentleman that goes to a bingo parlor. He has to do something with his life when you haven't had a woman for half a century or whatever. You have to do something to keep sane. Although, well, sanity with this particular guy in Florida, he lost that a long time ago. But moving beyond him, just in general, Steve had to resort to going to a lunch program they had at the local senior center. And this guy used to be an administrator of these things. He had to go there to find another human to talk to because there's nothing in Yuma, Arizona, as he admits. It's all by, this is all Steve's words. It's not mine. Just don't start attacking me. You will anyway, but these are all Steve's words. And I'm sharing you what Steve had to talk about. It comes down to that sometimes with people, and you got to thank your lucky stars. Maybe luck doesn't have to do with it. Maybe you have something to offer, and it does not necessarily, again, mean money. It doesn't always mean money, because you could have all the money in the world. You could have the fattest wallet on YouTube or outside of YouTube. You could have all that stuff. All that shit. And it ain't going to matter. I'm not going to hold a carrot in front of some chick's head. And I've never done that. I can honestly tell you that I've never, ever done that. Ever. And I never will. I couldn't do that. I've never dated a whore. Never paid for a woman in that respect. Take her out on a date from the street. I've never done that. Not in America, and certainly not in the Philippines. Never done that. Have I made maybe some couple of bad choices in the Philippines? Yeah, I did. But I never got to that level where I felt I had to pay for a date directly like that. So Steve's at a turning point in his life. He doesn't know what to do. Yes, the show is about Steve. Right up front, I don't make no bones about it. It's about Steve. It's about listening to his show, but I'm using him as an example. And we're not, as you see, we're not attacking Steve on this show at all. I'm not attacking him at all. He went public what he had to talk about. And I'm simply like anybody else does. You can talk about somebody's show. You do all the time. You talk about mine. You do shows devoted to my show. Okay, so put that to the side. Enough of that. And what I heard was a very depressed man. And you got to feel sorry for Steve. Now, has he done this to himself? I don't know. As I said, I don't know what his true personality's like. I don't hang with the guy. I'm not a woman that dated him. I don't know what happened with him. Why does he have such shit-ass luck when it comes to women? I don't know. But I predicted this to happen. And call me the prophet, call me an asshole, call me whatever you want to call me. It's not that you haven't done that before. It's just be another day. But he's doing something wrong. I don't know what. Now he's trying to look on the map and see where else he wants to go. I'll never go back to the Philippines again. He said that so many times, but he still went back to the Philippines when he wasn't successful on 50 different times. Wasn't successful in Thailand for 50 different times. What is he doing wrong? This is a learning experience. That's why I'm talking about it. Even doing a show, it's a learning experience with Steve. What is he doing wrong? He don't seem like that bad of a fella to have a woman beat him up at one time, than to get in trouble in the Dominican Republic with some woman, or to have to give in to keep her at his side. What was it? He leased out a condo or something for this woman for a year. He had to wind up paying that money out in furniture and everything. This is called desperation. Don't let yourself get to that point. Don't just grab onto anybody for the sake of having a companion. Man, I understand the concept. I truly do. You don't want to be alone. And you make bad choices
when you are under a circumstance like that, you truly are going to make very, very, very bad choices. And Steve has made, apparently, some very, very bad choices. Or is there something about him? I don't know. And I'm really not going to pretend to know. But I think, we don't want to use Steve as a proverbial test tube on all this, of what not to do. But whatever he did wasn't working. Still isn't. And he can't figure out why, or maybe he does know why. I don't know his whole story. I truly don't. My goodness. Don't ever let that happen to you in your life. It's becoming pretty final as you get older, and you certainly do not want to die alone. And I know people who have died alone. I absolutely do. And it can't be that pleasant. But the one thing I can speak of myself is that I know I'm not going to die alone. And that's a fact. That's not going to happen with this guy. No, it won't. Not in my case, at least. So apparently money ain't everything, is it? I think we've established that, didn't we? Money apparently is not everything. How about that? Proof of the pudding that money is not everything. Sure, you could get into a relationship with money, use it as a power tool to get what you want, keep them around. You sure as hell could. You have no problem doing that. We know that for a fact. Yeah, money can get you that companionship. But how true and faithful will the relationship be? Why even in a relationship if you can't be faithful, for example, to your mate? Why bother? It's cheaper just to date women and not have to support one 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. It's better to just not be in a relationship at all and just date around if you think that you're that much of a stud. If that's what you think, anyway. Doesn't it make more sense just to do that than to keep people around? Just to look like you're a wealthy stud that's got all these women around him? How shallow. That's why I laugh. I really do laugh when I hear a lot of derogatory comments about me, when I'm actually living the life that I actually want. What's the irony in this, or, what's the lesson on this? Money is not everything, apparently. Apparently not. I think we've all figured that out. And I'll be damned if I'm going to be in a relationship strictly being somebody's ATM machine. That I am not. I could turn that statement around the other way. I could look at it from both sides. You could say the same thing. The one thing I'm happy about is that it's been working for me. My wallet's not that fat. And in fact, my body is not that fat. Not to mention, I think I'm doing okay. And for my age, I got a new birthday coming up this month. I think I'm doing rather well. Don't mind if I say it. I think I'm doing rather well. Knock on wood. I'm actually knocking on wood. I really am. But the one thing I don't want is to die alone. Yeah, that is a fear of mine. Dying alone. I don't want to die alone. I think that's one of the worst things that could happen to you. I don't want to go there. So, make good choices. Especially, like I say, don't give up. But if you're finding a hard time to find a woman, you're doing something wrong. There are so many women here in the Philippines and all over Southeast Asia. And if you can't get together successfully with one woman and make a good relationship out of it, then maybe you're doing something wrong. Maybe it's not necessarily making bad choices of women. Maybe it's something that you're doing. You got to think of both sides of the coin on this. Some people luck out and some people don't. But you don't give up. Don't defeat yourself. Keep on keeping on, man. You're never too old to find a companion. And even if it means staying in the United States, for example, and although you got used to all this young stuff and you just really screwed up your mind when you went to Asia, how easy it is to have the companionship of somebody 50 years your junior. You get spoiled. And you go back to America, or whatever country you come from, you don't even want to look at a woman your age. I could never date anybody that age. But think about it. What age are you? The reality has to set in somewhere. It has to. Maybe Steve, who we happen to be talking about here, based on his own show, publicly, maybe he needs to accept the fact that maybe he needs to find somebody around his own age. There's plenty of them out there. Widowed women, divorced. Maybe you got to stop spoiling yourself. Because it's really not much of a reality anyway. And nobody in their 70s or whatever should be with a 20-year-old girl. I don't care. That's my thoughts. You have your own. It's just not believable, workable. Yeah, you're getting that young pussy and all that stuff, and it's all wonderful, reliving your youth. Yeah, of course. It's great. But what's the reality of that situation? What is the reality? There's none. Absolutely none. You got nothing in common. Nothing at all. Except to put a notch on your belt that I screwed an 18-year-old girl, 20-year-old girl, 25-year-old girl. Well, buoy for you. But how well did that work out? Did you find a long-term companionship from that? Because you're not. Some do. But what's the motivation? What's the motive on her part? Why should anybody be with a grandpa? They have all their youth and vitality. There's only one reason. Money. To help them out, to help their family out. When you got that kind of an age gap, you got to consider that has to be what it is. I'm not saying there ain't some rare circumstances where, maybe there really is true love. I mean, it happens. But the reality, for most part, nah. And the guy thinks in his mind, I still got it. I still got it. Well, mind you, I'm with a younger woman, but 20 years, not 30, not 40, not 50. Years age difference. That works real well. It's a good denominator. It's a good feel. We're both mature people, not some teeny bopper there, playing with their little TikTok and dancing on camera and chewing bubble gum. No. Is that what you want? Well, maybe she just looks really good in a bathing suit. And you got to show all the other expats, say, look what I got, man. Look what I got. You can't have it. Well, maybe a lot of us don't want it. So don't flaunt it. Then you ask, how long is that going to last? When the money's out, is she going to still be there? Key question. Well, they have to usually find out on their own. And they will, and then you decide to take them to America. Oh, God. It gets better, you know? Get them all natural, you know, get them all in there, the green card, everything, work, and all the paperwork's in, everything's just wonderful. But then after a while, bye-bye. It's bye-bye. Bye. Thanks for getting me out here. I'm going to find a younger man because I still got my youth and vitality, and I don't want to be with an older man anymore because now she's got her choices. And she sure does. But out of your desperation, you're going to believe everything. That you're 70 years old and you've got a 20, even a 30-year-old chick, and you think that she's with you for love. Well, rare cases, that does happen. I want to be fair about this. In rare cases. But I said rare cases. But the majority of it is it's black and white. But they don't understand that concept. They're thinking that I'm this stud. Like, wow, for me, I managed to get this really young chick. I must still have it, man. I got it in me still. No, you don't. She's not in love with you. She's in love with your wallet. And the sooner you find out about that, the better off you are going to be and get out of that relationship. Well, I hope this has been a learning lesson. I don't see any comments from here, but I hope this has been a learning experience for you this morning. You've seen the path of one particular vlogger and where this path really turned out to be a path of destruction. Like I said, I don't have anything against Steve. I don't really have anything against him at all. Just making conversation here. He did a show publicly, and we're talking about a public show that he put on. No more than that. I never called him a bad guy or anything like that at all. I think he's a very confused man. Obviously, I think he lost direction in his life from a lot of different failures having to do with trying to find a woman, but he got so stubborn, and this is the denominator really. What happens is you get so stubborn, you get so used to having young women that you just can't ever see yourself being with a woman even remotely close to your age, and that's the problem. The Philippines, a great place, but and it's nice having a younger woman. It absolutely is. I know. Because I've got one, but she's not, you know, she's not 50 years younger than me, you know. She's 20 years younger than me. Very comfortable. And some people have to learn the hard way. The school of hard knocks. It spoils the hell out of you, man, when you're able to find a woman of that age. Then you go back to your country and you're saying, oh man, I'm lonely as hell. There's no woman out here that's gonna date me. I'm an old man now. What the hell do they want with me? This is America. This is not the Philippines. Although I've been very successful, they'll say. Well, he wasn't, though. But, I mean, he's met women, but it just didn't work out for whatever reason, and I don't know why. And I'm not saying that Steve is a bad character at all. I just don't know exactly all the details, and I don't know his personality that well. I don't know why it hasn't worked for him. There's so many Filipinos. I don't understand it, and even in Thailand. Steve found himself buying them stuff and found himself, even setting people up with a lease on a condo or something. That was in Dominican Republic. Ah, man, come on. Seriously. That's why I say, man, loneliness is a bitch. God dang. Don't put yourself in that position. And we know people that are in that position. And all they can do is go to a freaking bingo hall. Shoot me already. Just shoot me. Get it over with. Hang me by a rope. Whatever. It's over. I couldn't do that. I'm not a suicidal person by nature. But who the hell knows? If I had to live the rest of my life in complete loneliness, I don't think I could handle it. I don't think I could. I don't think there's any pill that's going to help me deal with it. You need flesh and blood next to you. And even if it's a pet, nothing wrong with that. Having some cats or dogs as companions, they're wonderful. They're absolutely wonderful. My dogs are like my children. I treat them better than most people treat their own children. And that's the truth. No exaggeration. I say goodnight to them, I have a routine. Yeah, I absolutely do. I treat them like they're my kids. In the sense, I'm taking care of them, and they are my kids. They give me more respect than my own daughter. They're my kids. And my girlfriend's children are my kids too. So yes, family unit in more than one way. Absolutely. So my suggestion is, if your endeavor is to come to another country to try to get settled with a younger Filipino or something, well, we'll use this country. It's not a bad idea. But you got to understand, what is your goal? You just want to get laid, or you really want a relationship? Well, if you want a real relationship, you're going to have to find somebody a little bit older. And as I said, the market out here is way open for women in their 30s and above. 35 mostly and above. You're missing out on a market of women out here that is so widely available because foreigners don't want a woman at that age. They think they're ancient. But go back to your country and you're 70 years old or 60 years old and see if you can get a 35-year-old. You're not going to get a 35-year-old in the United States. I don't care what country you come from. It's not going to happen. It's just not. So count your blessings. Find a woman that's a mature woman. Maybe she's been through relationships before and she's learned a lot. Maybe she's educated or not. That is the unspoken market. The market that's not being tagged. Never mind these little 16-year-olds, 18-year-olds, 20-year-olds. You're fooling yourself. This is what you're doing. And your wallet. Don't go there. And a lot of you do. It makes you feel extra special, doesn't it? Look at me, I'm an old man. But look, I got a woman that's so many years younger than me. That could never happen in the US of A. Or anywhere else. It's just not going to happen. The sooner you realize that, the sooner you will wake up and not waste your time, because life is so goddamn precious. Some people have adjusted to their loneliness. They watch their soap operas or create them on YouTube. They get drama in their life, because that's what fuels people, is drama. They need that drama, because without the drama, they wouldn't have anything. They may even have the money. but they're lacking something in their life, a real relationship based on trust, based on being faithful to your wife or partner. And there are people out there that are not doing that. There are people out there that are not practicing that. And that's a fact. They may see it as a success. I, however, on the other hand, I see it as total failure. Total failure. No question. Like I said, call me what you want, whatever you want to label me as, but you're not living my life. And maybe you just don't have the happiness that I actually happen to have. For real. Maybe it bothers you so much. Well, change that around. If you get your life together, you won't need me as a punching bag on here. You ever think about that? You wouldn't be so bitter. And not just me, to all the other people that they punch around too when they get the opportunity. Everybody has something to say about another person's channel, about this and that. They don't like what they're talking about. They don't like their looks. They don't like their voice. They don't like their personality. All right, that's your personal choice. You could just tune out. And that's what I say to people. I've had people that write me and stuff too. Sometimes it's not the nicest things. I say one line. I've even said it on comment sections. But yet you watch my channel. Yet you come back to my channel. You don't have to. You don't have to. Nobody is forcing you to listen to my shows. As I said, I'm not holding a gun to anybody's head. But you still come back, don't you? And every person that's listening to me even right now, you still come back. They want to see what Frank has to say. Well, there must be some validity in my channel. There must be some validity in the things I talk about, or else you would not come to my channel. That's just a fact. There has to be something that drives you to come to my show. Because if I didn't have anything really good to say, if I was not putting on a show that caught your attention, you would not come here. That's the bottom line. So let's bottom line it. You're here because I'm there. Whatever, the other way around. You're here because you want to hear what I have to say, because a lot of things I talk about hit a nerve with some people. And yes, I do try to hit a nerve every now and then. Sometimes, in a helpful way to wake up people. I almost feel like I'm doing a service, I'm actually doing a service. Some of the things I talk about. And you can take my advice, so you don't have to take my advice. There's nobody forcing you, as I said. But you still come here. And you always have something to say about me. Which is a compliment in a way, even though you might be attacking me. But the fact that you come back and you listen to me all the time, the fact that there are shows devoted to me to make it even better, tells me that I'm very relevant. Tells me that I have something to say and people are listening. Now that's a fact. It's funny how this shit works. They can say all the cruel things in the world, but they still come to my show and they still listen. They'll name shows after me. It gets to that point. It's just crazy. It's fucking insane. Maybe these are the lonely people that we talk about. Perhaps, and probably more likely so. You're here, aren't you? Why? You all got your own reasons, I guess. But you're here and you come to listen to my show all these years. Yet at the same time, you could throw stones at me, but you still come back. You could write me emails, calling me names, intimidating me, but you always come back to listen to my channel. Isn't that interesting in itself? Not many people commenting today. Sometimes I hit a nerve with some people because maybe what I'm talking about is their exact situation. That's why they're so bitter. But don't be bitter at me. There's no reason to be bitter at me. There is none. Look, I can't help it if If I just happen to be living the life that I want to live, it's not a bad thing that I'm happy in my own skin, that I found a woman that works for me very well. We're like, a good fitting glove. It's be happy that an expat has found some direction in their life. Don't attack him because you're so bitter that you just don't have a real relationship and it just has to do with having a fat wallet. Think of the real reality of your situation. If you're alone, it's not a crime. It's not a crime to be lonely. It's a human element, and a lot of seniors go through that, unfortunately, worldwide, not just Philippines or United States. Loneliness, when your friends have all died, your spouse, you're widowed, you're too old to find another woman, or maybe you just don't have enough money to support another relationship, whatever your particular case might be. It's different for different people. But that's like a punishment sentence to be alone when you're of that age. Some people, they figure they might as well die. Or they do something stupid to themselves, which I hope they don't do. It's not worth doing that. There's so many things you could really do back in the US of A, of all places. And so if you have to go to a senior home, you have to go to a bingo parlor, I guess that's what you do. Because, as I said, some friends had died, a lot of them died at your age, and, your children are all grown up, living in a different state or whatever, or maybe you don't have a great relationship with your children. There's a lot of stories to tell in the naked city, but everybody has their own reason and rhyme why their life is the way it is. And some of it is not caused by themselves. It could be caused by their peers and other people. You find yourself in a predicament. It happens. That's life, man. But to act like you're such a hero because you have a fat wallet. And you got to think to yourself, and they know better. They know very well. They're not going to tell you, but somebody did once. It's pretty obvious in some relationships that they're with the person for the money and the benefits of being with that person. Staying at nice hotels, traveling around different places, Southeast Asia. Having the kind of money to afford 5-star restaurants and so forth and accommodations. Wonderful, huh, for a Filipina? To have a person of that nature? But it's shallow. It's shallow. It's all for looks. It's all for, hey, I'm a stud. I got women around me all the time. Why? Do you think you're really that good looking? And you have the most wonderful personality in the world that people are drawn to you? Think twice. Because that might not be the case. Don't fool yourself. And don't try to fool other people because it doesn't work. Now, if this pertains to anybody by accident out there, then it pertains to you. You'll know who you are. Money is not everything. Just find a real woman, a real relationship where there's no particular incentives involved. Throw the incentives out the window. If that's what you want to date, the person you're dating, and the only reason is incentives. Like I said, some people call me a simp, and I'm saying, how the hell am I a simp? I didn't just meet a woman and buy a house. Great example. 6 years into the relationship, I bought a house. Not 6 days, not 6 weeks, not 6 months, but 6 years, which is proof of the pudding. That's how you know you got a good relationship. You don't ask for anything, but you can voluntarily give. You have that prerogative to do so. If you feel you have a solid relationship and you could trust a person, you know that there's real love involved, yes, you can do that. You could even do that and a little earlier than 6 years. I mean, if you're really that solid with somebody and you see yourself getting older, you can't get buried with your money. I imagine in history some people might have, Maybe their favorite motorcycle was buried with them. Yeah, I've heard of stories like that. But your money's no good in hell, if that's where you're going to wind up being, or heaven. You can't take it with you, they say. Some people do. As ridiculous as it sounds, well, the Egyptians did that in other cultures. They prized possessions, figurines, all kinds of different stuff. Anything that was important to them in their living life, they wanted to take it to their beyond life. Yeah. But we know we're not Egyptians. We're not living in those times, so you're really burying yourself with your favorite goodies. Probably don't make a whole lot of sense to a lot of us anyway. I don't think so. But yeah, just be aware of people on here who claim to be living a better life than you, and they're telling you that you're not happy. How do you tell somebody else that they're not happy? You got to ask yourself, are you living in that relationship? No, you're not. You can't label somebody as something if they're not. That's another point. They either are or they are not. They're either frail or they're not frail. And I'm not frail. And I don't have flaming red hair. I'm just making a point for fun here. People are going to try to find fault with you when they can. That's why they're so bitter, because perhaps, and it's usually the case, despite having themselves in a relationship, there's two types. They can't find a woman, or they're in a relationship already, and something is missing. Something is radically missing. And they get bitter about their own life, and they got to project it to some people out here on social media or even outside social media. They're simply not happy. Money and all. They're not happy. This ain't shit. Let's see. Why my highlights section not working on here? Okay, I was going to show you a picture of something. A fistful of money. I was going to show you this on screen. A fistful of money. This fistful of money don't mean anything except, yeah, it's going to allow me to eat, pay taxes here on the house. It's going to allow me to do other stuff, survive. Money works good for you, but sometimes it don't. If you don't do anything special with your money. And I'm talking about buying relationships. That's the saddest thing anybody could do, is to buy a relationship and pretend or try to project that you are so happy. Are you happy? Who are you trying to make believe that? People see, the fortunate thing about some people are very open-minded, or they see things a lot clearly than some other people might. And you know right off if somebody's really happy, because, you got to go back to their relationship. And how is your relationship? Are they very faithful to their woman? Or are they, jumping around with a bunch of other women while they're married? It's not a happy relationship. It's a convenient relationship. Forget about fucking Solomon and the 700 wives and the 300 concubines Solomon had. Fuck that. Come to reality. No Solomon involved here. Come to reality, man. Because no matter how much money you have, when you get a lot much older, if there's any attraction to you at all, she may just not want to be with you. She may have sucked you dry for all the money that she can get off you, and then she just don't need you anymore. No more, I don't know, Harems. Just say it. No more harems. There's an expiration date to just about everything. Just about everything. Expiration date on life and a lot of things. So don't be crowing out your chest because you got a fat wallet. Because if you don't have a solid relationship and there's no faithfulness and love, you ain't got jack shit. I'm wealthy. And I don't mean in money. I'm wealthy in the sense that I know I have a good relationship. And people know it that listen to my show. I've been listening 10 years. I've been with the same woman for over 9. Working out pretty well, I think. People get jealous and they get envious. Oh, people say, well, what do I have to be envious about Frank? A lot. Some people fall in love with their fucking grass because they can't get a fucking woman. They make excuses in life. In fact, they actually start to label women as hoes because they can't get a woman. So they got to turn on the whole concept of women and what they think women really are. They're this, they're that, they're this, they're that. It's because maybe you can't get a solid relationship. You can't get a woman. Do you ever consider that? That's why they get bitter. They don't want to see somebody happy. Hell no. That's why they're living their life vicariously through these shows, even mine. Some of them feel like this is my family here, Gilda and me and what goes on. It's like an ongoing chapter. What's happening in Frank's life? I got to know everything that's going on. I want to know the legal things going on. I want to know what he had for dinner. I want to get a little view of his girlfriend. And there's a few people out there that think she's pretty hot, and that's a compliment. I think she is, don't matter what anybody else thinks. Everybody has a rhyme and reason why they're so envious of somebody else. And that's a fact. It can't even be disputed. They're going to find a reason to attack you. And that, even discussed with a lot of my viewers through the years, they've all come up with that same conclusion. That you have something, no matter what it might be, that they don't have. Put the money aside. Put the money aside. That you got something that they don't have, that they have not been able to achieve. I think that I personally have achieved what I set out to achieve. There's no question about it. There's none. The main thing is I'm happy with myself. I'm happy with my partner. And nobody's going to change how I feel about her or vice versa. That's just not going to happen. No matter how hard you try, that's not going to happen. You can't change what is called real love. You can try to throw a wrench in the machinery all you want. That's not going to disattach the love. No, it's not. Love is forever if you got a real relationship. There's no question about it. You can't change somebody's love for another person. Nor is it really possible to change somebody who is so just absolutely evil. And they want to break up somebody's relationship, break up their life. Doesn't always work the way they want it, though, as they usually find out.
Look yourself in the mirror. You see this guy staring back at you. That's your toughest opponent. Every time you wake up, this is who you're going against. The question is, who's gonna win?
You got to do something. You got to ground yourself somehow. So I did a lot of that.
Well, but you were gone, you were off for a long while. You can only ride the motorcycle so often. You can only visit with your relatives and even your parents' graveside for often. What else did you do? Did you develop a hobby? Did you develop a...
I'll tell you what I did not do is I couldn't go near.
Okay. I think I tried to go on earlier, then I canceled it out. So I had to go clean something, but I don't know how long this has been on. Maybe just now it's coming on. I was going to entitle this with a proper title. I don't think I did, but this particular topic has to do with, is the Philippines really a safe place to live in all consideration? And we're going to cover a little bit of that stuff here. Do's and don'ts and so forth. Okay, so I suppose I could wait for a few more people to come on here. I just finished eating, got that out of the way. So I have some time on my hands to do a little show here tonight, here, this evening. Now, that statement of kind of like keeping your nose clean out here, that does definitely apply. How safe is it in the Philippines? Let's really dig down on this. Besides the obvious things like bad infrastructure, I'm just telling you the reality of Philippines. Would I have chosen a different place? Perhaps. I'm here because, well, my girlfriend is here and we have a life here. Would I choose another place? Perhaps. But I'm fairly happy actually here in the Philippines. But let's go over some stuff that makes it, a little concerning about your stay here in a place called the Philippines. Place you wound up moving, or maybe you're planning to move to. So why don't we talk about a few things anyway on this? Okay. Little things like the government is deciding to give out some food and a little bit of cash or something, and something recently happened with that. And, well, there's two incidents really where that happened and a lot of people showed up. But what really happened on another occasion is when, of course, the politicians were, as they do, but it's not uncommon in other countries. People get into politics because there's money into it. And in America, well, that happens all the time. And that's why some of these people becoming senators and whatnot, they don't make a bad salary, but they don't make a great salary. But they get rich. How do you think they get rich? Well, there's political favors, all that stuff. You probably figured it out on your own. And here in the Philippines, a lot of politicians are commonly giving out different denominations of money to vote for them. Don't matter whether these people wanted to vote for them or not. They're going to hope that if I give you money, you'll buy my vote. But then you say to yourself, well, they're not really voting for you because they really think you're going to do a great job. They're just voting for you because they're going to make some money off you. Got to be something wrong with that. But that's politics, and it's nothing new. That's been going on ever since there's been politics, for sure. Why do politicians want to get into offices out here when they know that many have been killed that don't follow their beliefs and don't, what is this title of the video? Okay, something popped up here. Oh, they don't follow their politics. And I don't know if you guys noticed, but I think I definitely talked about this before. My girlfriend lost her dad when she was just a kid, when she was 11 years old, over some politics. I don't know if it was a People's Republican Army that was involved with this. I think it was. I think that's the proper entitlement. It's definitely not the NRA, the National Rifle Association, but it might have been a PRA, a group of people out here in the Philippines. She lost her dad when she was 11 years old. She's very close to him. Very sad event. Very sad. But this is what happens commonly out here. Some of the advice I could give is ever go to a political function. It does not involve you as an expat, because you actually can get arrested for that. You shouldn't be involved with politics. They can actually arrest you. They actually can, and they have done that in the past. And it's also not safe to go at large gatherings because something goes on. One person sparks something off. You know, the cattle effect. Here we go with the cattle again, but it is true. The cattle effect takes place. They will stomp over your silly ass and won't even stop to help you. Because once they get going, and it's not just in the Philippines, let's say any example over there, people start to panic in a situation, a fire in an auditorium or something, or a concert or something. Well, I guess we'd like to believe that people are very helpful and concerned for each other, but the fact is they're concerned for themselves or their child or their family. They're not concerned about you. They will stomp all over you just like the cattle would. Yeah, in a cattle stampede in a New York second. You got to think about that. That's why I don't go around big crowds. Besides, there's so much disease going on out here that it's not even a good idea, really. People panic very easily. You got to keep that in mind. And when there's a panic going on, they're not thinking about you. They're thinking about saving their ass, not your ass. So keep that in mind. Yes, politics are different in this country, maybe different from yours, maybe radically different in many ways, but it's not your politics, and getting involved with that is not always a good idea. It'll work against you. That is for sure. Is there a lot of money handling going on bribes and stuff like that? There certainly is, as there is just about everywhere else, but it's pretty prominent out here. That is for sure. Wouldn't I be right on that? Somebody may understand what I'm saying. And besides the obvious, I mean, you got bugs that kill, you got snakes that kill, you got even crocs out here. You got very unsanitary living conditions out here. So it's amazing if you could be alive at all. If you don't get hit by a motorist or a pedestrian doesn't get hit by a motorist, you know, if you're not involved in a serious bus crash, they crash all the time. A lot of people drive when they're drinking. It seems like you don't have a chance. It's almost like maybe you want to just huddle up in your own abode. And people make a lot of jokes about it. Frank doesn't leave his house. I certainly do. All the time. But those are trolls. But nevertheless, you know, if you don't really have anywhere particular to go, sometimes it is good to stay put if you live in a big city, especially. You know, small provinces, it's not a big thing. But if you live in a big city, anything could turn up at any point in time. Now, I understand that the Fuente Circle is going under some renovation of some sort. There might be a mess going on there. They're trying to create a bus lane and whatnot. So, yeah. Yeah. Oh, talking can on live, LOL, no, so noisy. So I have no idea what you're saying. And because of that, I don't know who you are and what you are. I have to say bye-bye to you. Unless you could, you know, construct a proper sentence and not talk cryptically or write cryptically. That's another story. I don't have time for that. Literally, I don't, actually. So if the Philippines is a place you want to live, there's a lot of considerations you have to make. You know, let's just not get about the money thing. That's pretty obvious. It's not as cheap as you think it is. It just isn't. We're going to talk about a medical thing too, what options you have if you don't have insurance, but you do have Medicare. Okay, I'll get into that briefly now before I get back into the main topic. If you have a serious illness, but you are mobile, you're ambulatory, and you could travel, Your best bet is to go to Guam. They have several hospitals there that's supposed to be pretty good hospitals that you can actually go to and not have to spend all that cash out of your pocket, and have to pay with your pesos here in the Philippines. They could run quite a bit of money for even some. Well, you'd be surprised, the simplest procedures. Everybody, well, see, that's cheaper than the United States, of course, if you have to pay that in cash. I would agree with you 100% on that. Yeah, it is. But, unless you're having a heart attack at the moment, you can't afford to, they're not even going to put you on a plane. They're going to, from here, they'd have to send you over to Cebu. Then, well, you're going to be responsible. And I want to clear something up, too. There's a little bit of cloudiness on this topic, where if you have a life-threatening emergency, they do have to take you in to the emergency room and get the care you need. All right, there's going to be some point they're going to, well, a lot of the practices, and this is where it's a little bit unclear, because when we went in there, we had to pay for every service up front. And they supposedly changed things around a little bit. They have to take you in there, or you're going to have to give a down payment or something and then do a promissory note, but it's going to have to be attached to something of value, like your house, or prove that you make enough income to pay them X amount of money per month. You can actually arrange payments. You can arrange payments for them. But mostly, I think if you have a real emergent situation, they will take you in. A lot of times they're going to ask you, okay, before you even get a service, you're going to have to pay them up front, at least a down payment on something. Or they're going to ask you to pay it in full, but I think that's changed a little bit. You cannot be forced. This is the biggest one. You cannot be forced, like a prisoner, to stay in your hospital bed until you pay. They can't do that to you. You have the right to leave your room, but under the circumstances that you do sign a promissory note, but it's just not a note. They're still going to want to ask, what do you have to secure this promissory note? Do you make any income every month? They're going to want to know that. Do you have any property? Things like that. They're going to want to know these questions. There was a time when they wouldn't see anybody. You die on the street, because the emergency room one time wouldn't even take you in, but they have to take you in. They certainly have to at least triage you, all that stuff. And things have changed possibly a little bit, but I believe they do have to take you in. You got to work out the numbers later on, but my understanding is that they can't demand full payment from you if you're going to be cash. That's against a lot of rulings. Hospitals could get in trouble. Administrators could get in trouble. They usually will require some kind of a down, and then proven otherwise that you're going to be able to make these payments. But don't be in too much fear if that happens. Now, as I said, if you have a really critical emergency and you really don't have any money to really put toward a very major operation or something, but if you're okay, you need to have something done, but you don't need it done at that moment, okay? You can just choose to go to Guam. I don't know, what is it, a 4-hour flight? I don't know, it's not that far. You may or may not need a referral from a hospital or physician saying that you're coming there for a specific service. So that is a possibility, but they do have number of hospitals out there. Some are better than the others. Well, they do have qualified surgeons. So that's your other choice. You don't have to get stuck in the Philippines to see any Cebu doctors here at all, where it's going to be cash up front or anything even closely related to that. You can get on a plane if you're not that sick, but still, you might have something major to take care of. You might need an operation of some sort. Yes, you can get on a flight to, which is a U.S. territory, Guam, and you are allowed to use your Medicare card in Guam, okay? I think, when you go back to, what's his name, and there was a big controversy over that. They were wishing him dead, and he made like 30,000. Bryant, what was his name? God, I forgot his name. It's been such a while. Anyway, we had an individual that had a bad heart condition, and he wound up dying. He didn't want to go to America to get use his Medicare. Instead, he kind of deemed for getting donations and so forth, and maybe he wanted to stay closer to his wife or girlfriend, whatever the case might have been with him. But he didn't want to surviving it. Now he could have taken a flight over to Guam, and his Medicare would have taken care of that. And I think that's why a lot of people were against him getting donations, and they claimed that he bought a brand new truck with it or car, whatever that might be either. I don't know for sure. But he sure was attacked for it, that's for sure. Okay, so Philippines as a residence to live. Well, there's a lot to consider out here. And in all honesty, the people are great people out here, but they have a turning point, and you got to be very careful. You have to be very, very careful. When it comes to money, you can get your life, killed pretty quick. It's one thing if a Filipino owes you money, you're never going to see it. But if you owed money to a Filipino, yeah, well, that's another situation. Or you were violent to another Filipino's family or children or something. That could be a big mistake. The retaliation that goes on out here is unprecedented. You just have to be careful in just about every endeavor out here. I'm just laying the facts on you. I mean, I enjoy being out here, and I'm not trying to promote the Department of Tourism, that's for damn sure, because I wouldn't be able to do it, and I wouldn't do it anyway, because I know that Philippines is not a perfect place to live. Now, if you got something going for yourself out here, that's great. And that's a reason to stay out here, like a girlfriend, wife, or whatever. That's totally cool. But if you don't have a lot of reason, I'd really reconsider this as a country to move to, because there's corruption everywhere. I mean, I can't just generalize and stereotype, the Philippines as being corrupt, because every country is corrupt. But the difference is how much corruption is there. And there is a lot out here, all over Southeast Asia. There's a lot of corruption, political, social, you name it. There's a lot of corruption going on. Then, of course, there's your life. You decide that, here's the thing about having a vehicle. I think if you're living out in a really rural area, that you might need some form of transportation. So if you had to get one, I would rather get a car or a truck where you have protective siding on it, because you have a better chance of surviving an accident. The biggest thing out here, of course, is motor scooters. They made it really easy to get into buying one. Might be nothing down or very little down, making payments. Same as cars. That's why you see more motorcycles and cars on the road. More so than ever. As such, people are going to drive haphazardly. And unfortunately, a lot of people, by record, they drive while they are intoxicated. That has caused immeasurable amount of deaths out here in this country. And it's scary sometimes to go on the road. It really is. In my local town here, we have enough of that happens here. There's always an accident between, I don't know, it could be a trike driver and a motorcycle and a car or a truck, or a serious bus. There's always accidents with serious buses. There's been a lot of reported cases that a lot of them were driving while they were drunk. Yeah. I remember, it was nighttime. I was coming back from Balamban many years ago, back in, 2016? Coming back from Balamban and was taking a van. It was crowded, the van. And this guy was going just excessively fast. And I'm thinking, oh, shit. If this guy is either drinking or that's the way he drives, and if we got into an accident, we would be going at pretty high speed. So that was kind of concerning. Yeah, that was kind of concerning. So keep that in mind when you're actually out here. There's lots of good reasons to be out here too, but now we're just happen to be talking about some of the things that you need to take into consideration when you are going to live out here. Besides insects that'll drive you crazy, there are in different places numerous species of venomous snakes. You got crocs in some areas. You got all kinds of mosquitoes that can cause dengue and other types of diseases such as malaria. There, of course, is in places that is all over the Philippines, and it's a majority, unless you're in a very developed area like IT Park or Makati in Manila or whatever, that is seemingly very clean, seems to be very sanitary. You would think you were in America somewhere in a nice city. It's not all like that. Keep that in mind. The infrastructure is far behind its time. No proper sewage draining in the cities when there's a big rain. You will always see big puddles of water according to how much it rains. It could be all the way up to your waist, and which affects the local stores. And very often you'll see kids playing in this, which of course is very dangerous because it is sewage. A lot of it comes out. There's petroleum from cars, there's oil, there's all kinds of bacteria in there. Then you would say to yourself, well, I don't understand something. Why don't the parents tell these kids, Junior, you can't do that. That's filthy. Well, a lot of times they don't. I mean, there's a lot of things about, you're going to find some bugaboos. Why didn't somebody help a badly injured dog? They just walked by him. Well, partially an answer to that because, well, they probably don't have the money to bring the dog to some kind of a veterinarian to help it out. And many times we'll walk just right by the dog. It's disheartening to see that. Some people will walk away, and many do, helping an animal out. They don't want to get involved. Sometimes they don't want to get involved with a domestic situation out here, which is always a good idea anyway, not to get involved with a domestic situation because you might get killed. Nevertheless, the spouses that are fighting with each other or whatever, a family that's fighting, and especially you have an expat, just have no reason to get involved with that. I went through that once. When I first came out here, over in Tiza, I was watching a couple having a domestic dispute, or a serious one, and we know that this guy has struck her before. The kids were crying out there. They didn't want to see their parents fighting, and she's probably fighting with him, I guess, because he was a tricycle driver, and he should have been out there making money. They needed food for the kids. This is a domestic situation / financial situation that goes on out here all the time. There's a lot of domestic disputes. There was even a cop that hung himself because he didn't want to be corrupt. And this was in Tiza also, in the same little squatter village that this girl I knew lived in. He hung himself. Yeah. A lot of stories in the naked city. So if you like living in a big city, it'll get to you. My girlfriend's out there in that region today. Her sinuses already just went off. She has allergies as soon as she got there, which actually happens to me a lot from the pollution of the big city. You don't even have to be a smoker, and she's not a smoker. You put yourself with all the pollution in a big city, you're going to react to it. If you're not living in that city, you're not there every day, your body is not kind of like acclimated to the pollution out there. Sure, you're going to be close to hospitals. You're going to live in there's some really nice condos you could live in, very modern. You think you're living in a very progressive city. But once you leave the doors of your condo, go outside, you're going to realize, well, you're not exactly in Wonderland. You're in the Philippines, you're in a developing country, and you'll soon see it the minute you step out of your fancy little condo building, and reality hits you in the face with the heavy traffic, the pollution, the noise pollution, theft. There's a lot of theft that goes on every single day in the big city. You have to have the knowledge not to carry around something that's very obvious. Obvious things: don't go to an outside ATM, go inside of a bank if you could, or have somebody standing by your side to protect you or look over you and be the lookout for you while you are withdrawing money. Because one thing that happens out here a lot, and I was listening to Rod's show, and I got a few tips from him, and one thing that happens with the politicians, they or their workers or whatever, they will go to the bank and take out a lot of money, and they'll get on their motorcycle and travel, and that's where they're going to be dispersing this money to get people to vote for them. Now, when somebody sees you got a sack of money, you're going to be attacked, shot, and killed on the spot. Does it pay to be a politician out here? Sometimes it does if you survive it. But there's so many bugaboos out here. As I said, you're never going to catch me working for the Department of Tourism, because I couldn't anyway, because I can't work out here. But I'm just telling you the facts, and you could put it together for yourself. And if it works for you, that's fine. If it doesn't, then maybe consider a different place. But you're not going to get away from corruption. You're not going to get away from crimes. Just as a starting point, don't live in a town that's really very dangerous. You know, everybody talks about Mindanao. I'm sure there's places in Mindanao that are very safe. But I think it's what part of Mindanao is not safe are the places that you have to stay away from. Mind your business, and lots of other things you shouldn't be doing if you're living in Mindanao that'll gain you attention. We know somebody who is supposedly dead. How long has it been now? And you know, this guy we're talking about was a big story on him, that he was kidnapped and so forth. So this shit does happen, man. And, you know, oh, we got a little troll in here. Harder, blah, 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 but smarter than you ever could. I remember. Yeah, okay. You had your say. Now you're gone. Yeah. Oh, I think you're referring to a little short I had on there with an entitlement. Oh, some sort of thing you're making reference to. Yeah, you got to fight hard out here. That's for sure. You do. But there's no reason not to respect Filipinos out here, because they're actually good people. But I think, like anybody else, everybody has their pressure points. Everybody has their turning points. And whether you agree with the culture out here or not, if you're living here, you have to respect it. And that's whether you like it or not. Then don't live here. I mean, that's the basic rule. Don't live here. If you're that conscious about the ill doings out here, the infrastructure, all that stuff, how long it takes to get something done out here, these are all real facts. Filipinos know this too. But I'm saying that despite the Filipinos being good and very friendly and giving people, you might get yourself into a situation on the street or something, a drunk Filipino, perhaps. You may look at somebody the wrong way. They may take it, a little, defensively or maybe offensively. There's a lot of little bugaboos on there you have to watch out for. But generally, you come out here to live good life, you should have not a problem. Respect your neighbors, respect your community, respect yourself, really. What you do shows to a community out here when you're living in a community. People know more about you than you think they know. They see you all the time. There's a lot of chismis talk out here, which is throughout the Philippines. It's almost like a rite of passage, really, when you think about it. And they probably know more about you than you know about yourself. I mean, you wouldn't be surprised. Or you would be surprised. I don't know. Just kind of keep your nose clean. So that's kind of what's going on out here. I think it would be a challenge for anyone from a Western culture to live out here. And I think there's a lot of people living out here just fine. But these are the people that don't cause any trouble. These are people that tend to their family and their neighbors and friends, whatever they have, or what they choose to be as friends. I, for one, as I said, I don't really like bothering too much with foreigners. I think they're probably part of the problem, not the solution in this country. And they come here basically with their Western culture attitude and better than thou attitude, which does not work out here in the Philippines at all. Hey, listen, hello, Mr. Ice Store. We had a couple of trolls in here earlier. Yeah, I've been working around the house feverishly. Yeah. Doing it on my own. Yeah. Cooking, cleaning dishes, cleaning the floor, getting rid of ants, washing clothes, which I've done all my life anyway. I don't need a woman to do that for me. She's just not here today. And I got to do this shit on my own, which is no problem. I've always been pretty self-sufficient, so not a big easy for an expat to be collateral damage here. Yeah. You're getting older, and most people that come out here at an older age, and if you're lucky enough to be under retirement age because you had a great job and you got a pension, that pension is enough to sustain you till you get your Social Security. There's a lot of people living out here like that. I see some younger vloggers, I don't mean 20 years old, but I've seen that too. People in their 40s and 50s, and I'll ask the question, how do you afford to stay out here? It's not very easy, Well, I'm important enough, sir, for you to come to my channel and listen to me, so you're making a fool of yourself. Okay. Yeah. That's what I tell people. If you don't like my show, what I have to talk about, then just don't come on my show. It's that easy. I'm not forcing anybody to watch me. And that's my famous comment I'm making all the time. Somebody writes me or makes a comment on my show, I just tell them, you're not forced to listen to me. Okay, you said, LOL, the High Rollers Discord troll team is out in force tonight. I don't know. People have been doing shows. I haven't been listening. On Discord. Okay, I don't go to Discord. So, what's the word of the day on Discord, Mr. Ice Store? What is the good word, bad word, whatever? The High Rollers. This is one of their planned events. They have a lot of planned events, don't they? Okay. Plan away. Planned events. So they all gather, like the trolls they are, they all gather on Discord, they build a fire, they dance and chant around. Is that pretty much it? The secret meetings. Like occult meetings or something, The occult. The YouTube occult. Discord. Pretty much, right? All right. So, chain of events. Oh, and I did find out that, what was I going to say? No, well, if they're talking about Barry getting out, if that's one of their topics, no, he's considered convicted, but it would be very hard once he is deported to come back in. Yeah, because of the combination of the immigration bugaboo that he did, and of course the pleading guilty to charges in court. It's a felony, actually. So basically, he's a felon in this country, in case you haven't figured it out much. Yeah, it would be very hard for him to come, if at all, to come back into this country. Don't even ask me whether or not money's being raised for the guy. I really don't know, and I actually really don't care that much. But that's the only way he's going to get out, and there's no way out of it unless he raises all the money he needs to do so. That's quite a bit of money, but we got some high rollers out there too, besides high rollers. They may be one of the same. They got the money to get him out. I think internally they just don't want to because they know the guy's a screw up. At the same time, they want to screw me over. Just figured, let's get Barry out and laugh at Frank. Well, that'd be nothing to laugh about, really. The guy spent a couple of years behind bars already. I mean, duh. It's like, they talk about winning and losing. They say he's winning. Winning what? I don't see what he's winning at all. I have no idea where they get that word winning and associate it to Barry's situation. It's not what it is. But nobody really wins on either side because you spent a lot of time and money on having a case like that. Having to go to court, all this other. Nobody really wins. In a sense, you are, because somebody did you wrong. They had to pay for it one way or the other, whether it's jail time, whether it's penalties and jail time, or just fines or whatever it might be. If you actually did commit a crime, a real crime, then, you deserve to be prosecuted for that crime. Yeah. Okay, Esther says, so far, Frisbee got one USA donor to give him $1,000, not familiar with him. Well, you don't know that either, You don't know that either. You don't know that. It's a lot of hearsay on there. Rumors that fly around. There's one time I heard he had all the money. Now he doesn't have all the money. Now you're saying a donor gave him $1,000. Yeah, you don't know what to believe on here. Oh, if anything, CW probably gave him more money, even though they were on the outs. But CW is fancy, what was it, footloose and fancy free with money when it come to Barry in the past. Could be anybody. Could be the high roaders or something that don't want to tell anybody that they gave Barry any money. They want to save face. That could be the problem. Yeah. Would I be surprised? No. Like I said, I don't care either way. He doesn't pay and he stays in there for as long as they're allowed to stay in there, and that could be quite a bit of time. Or he pays and the court gets paid. I get damage on this, whatever. One way or the other works for me. He does it or he doesn't do it. Because I happen to know he's going to be facing other problems once he does get deported. This is just starting for him. It's not ending, really, if you think about it. But don't always, Mr. Ister, I hate what I can never get to pronounce your name. Where'd you make up that name? You're going to hear a lot of things on YouTube, and they're not necessarily true. Most of the time, they're not. People like to spread rumors. Like, I'm the one that spread the rumor that Barry got paid, and somebody was paying him the whole thing, that he would have been out this week. But I wanted to test just how gullible people are, and they bought it. Well, there's no truth to that at all. The high roller theories are ridiculous. Yeah. So you don't think the high rollers would really want to pay anything for Barry? You can't blame them. But, if they do, they do. I'm not going to argue it. The trial with Barry is over. I got other fish to fry and to take care of that fish in a big way. And done a whole lot of research on this whole thing, which I won't talk about on here. And it's going to be very interesting, to say the least. And I'm not going to tell you why. You'll have to trust me on that. There's certain things I can't talk about on here. But I've learned a hell of a lot of shit. Yeah. Not to be discussed on here. So I probably shouldn't have brought it up at all. They're going to garnish your court reward. No, they're not going to garnish that. They can't. They can't garnish. It's it's out of the jurisdiction, United States, Philippines. No, that's no. Well, I mean, I'm telling you no because I've talked to my lawyer about this. And he doesn't know any way they could possibly garnish anything from the court that's meant for Barry to give me. And they're lawyers, and I don't pretend to be one. I just read stuff, but I get my information from my lawyers, and they do have a degree in law. I don't. Oh, don't get me going with Big Cabin. Oh, Jesus Christ. But I will mention something. He showed a picture of him with this girl. She looked looked like him a lot. Do you remember like when Ricky was with that girl and her head and face was just as big as his and she had that space between her teeth? I don't know where Big Cabin, if he's actually hanging with this girl or whatever it is, where he got her. She looks like she's Tongan, comes from Tonga. Her head is bigger than his. Hey, it's an observation, all right? It's an observation. That's all it is. And he said he's been with her for 9 months. How is that possible? Because he started off living in Thailand, then went to Vietnam. Then it wasn't that long ago that he moved back to Thailand. So how could he be with this woman for 9 months? That's what he was saying on his show. In some of his comments or something or whatever, or just directly on his show. How could he be with this woman for 9 months? Yeah. Kevin, he doesn't learn his lesson, man. I completely understand why he got that bolo knife in his brain. I completely understand because this guy used to get into trouble quite a bit. And whatever he did had to be pretty damn bad for somebody to go put a bolo knife in your brain. But the end result of that is, well, who you witnessed on the show today. Obviously, he has some brain damage, and you could hear it through his talk, his expressions, and how emotionally void he is. I mean, for his age. The Cabin looking smug while the fairy going on the attack. Oh, the fairy. Yeah, I heard him too. Well, fairy says, I would never meet up with Frank. No, damn right you wouldn't. Ricky's been pretty quiet lately, huh? So what's the deal now with that? Guess it's turning into a gossip show tonight. So Ricky's trying to get back with old apple pie there, huh? Well, it'd be good to see Ricky settle down with one person. I've been having lots of discussions about the same thing, that people aren't grounding themselves. We were talking about Steve Montelli. Right away, they were saying I was attacking Steve, but I wasn't attacking Steve at all. I was talking about a show that he put on, and he's getting to the point that he said he has to go to, which is something he's never done. He showed and expressed his desperation of his situation, not knowing where to go anymore. He hasn't been successful no matter where he went to find the right woman. He's gotten into all kinds of trouble with women. Who caused it? I don't know. So he says he has to go to a free lunch program, not because he doesn't have any money, but it's a good place to go socially with people your own age, which is, there's nothing wrong with that. I already talked about that. But after you've been, wanting 20-year-old women, and he likes them all the way down to 18 years old dog he is, sure he would. Why not? Why not? So you get back to the United States, that just ain't going to happen. You're going to wind up at a senior center with a blue-haired lady with the diabetic swollen ankles that he always talked about in his show that he didn't like. Oh, Seen the Sheep says, you don't find a wife in a red light district. No, you don't. Well, you can. Oh, yeah, okay. Mr. Ister says, remember, Big E paid Apostle to give him a kiss on a live stream. Look, guys, do not think I know this is choreographed. Because the truth is, if Kevin had a real girlfriend, you'd see him all the time with her on camera, doing things together. It would be a big event for him who hasn't had a real girlfriend in a couple of decades, perhaps. Nah, the same thing. It'd be all over. He'd be so proud. So he takes this picture with this woman. She could be somebody at the bar. Hey, pose a picture with me. That's my girlfriend. Well, I'm not going to say nothing about her except that I think she looks a lot like him. Isn't that funny how that happens? How Ricky found somebody that one time was like a doppelganger of him, the space between the tooth and everything. Isn't that amazing how that happens? No, you don't find a wife in a red light district. See, Kevin is easy to spark off. All you have to do is talk about him at all. But he wants you to talk about him because it gives him a reason to do his channel. And his whole reason is not to really spar with me. His reason is to make some donations on the show and get all the trolls on there. Kevin might be a fucktard, but, he's smart enough to know how to make some money. Yeah, Esther says he would show any girl he could get, just like he shows off his gadgets. Exactly. You're on the same mindset as I am, my friend. Same mindset. Absolutely agree with you on that. I absolutely do. It's all show, smoke and mirrors on here. Am I the only one on here that has a real relationship? That makes me wonder. Maybe I am. I don't have anything complicated going on in my relationship. I'm very happy to say. But they complicate their own lives. You gotta understand, it's an embarrassment, and you've known these guys for a long time, right? And especially for a big family. It's a big event if he finds a woman that's interested in him. It's a huge event for him, if he did. Now, you could be a good guy and just wish him well, then hope he actually finds somebody that wants to be with him, but the woman that he was displaying, well, she was no beauty queen, that's for sure, but maybe she's a really nice person. Could be. She could be a very nice person. So let's not discount that. She could be very nice. And when you need somebody, you need somebody. I did a whole show about that. That people will settle for anything they want to settle for, just to have that companionship. And there's nothing new about that concept. I did practically a whole show talking exactly about that. Didn't I? Yeah, Big Cabin and the Bummer love a good dono. They certainly do. They certainly do. That's why Big Kevin promotes all this stuff. He knows what he's doing. The guy knows what he's doing. He doesn't have any topic matter. He never does. All he has to do is mention my name. Because he doesn't know how to promote a show. He doesn't know how to talk about any intellectual topic matter. He doesn't have the capability since he got the bolo knife in his brain. Look, I'm not saying that's a great thing that happened to him. Please don't get me wrong. The same as Nico didn't want to have his face blown up, but I'm just saying it happened, but you had to have done something pretty shitty to get a bolo knife in your head. I think he was chasing women. I think it had to do with somebody else's wife, and the guy fucking went after him. That's what I'm thinking. It's a theory, that's all it is. But that's a pretty serious event that somebody's going to attack you with a bolo knife and actually embedded in your skull. That's some pretty heavy-duty shit. He would show any girl he could be just like he shows off his gay. I know. Big Cabin and the Bummer, I love a good dono. They certainly do. Certainly do. Oh, yeah, the CW came on. I heard that part anyway. He had something to say to me, and he became a lawyer. He became a lawyer. They all became lawyers. For 75 years, I'm going to have something on my record. They act like I've been deported. Nobody even has a resolution on this complaint. And actually, in a consultation with my lawyer, he even said himself, you didn't rape anybody and didn't do anything big. If they blacklisted you, if it came down to that, which we doubt that's ever going to happen, well, as far as a deport, it wouldn't be long, number one, because nobody raped somebody, nobody robbed somebody, there was no horrible crime involved that would warrant a lifetime blacklisting. Of course, CW came on and started putting all this bullshit out. They're all acting like I've been deported, and there's no resolution. There's no resolution. Until they decide to have a resolution, as I said. Even that's not over. Even that's not over. Okay, let's see.
Hello, Sir Frank. Liquor ban today. I heard. We're listening to your show. Happy Mother's Day to Gilda. Yeah, she's not home here. She's not home. She's with family in Cebu at the moment. See her mom. Got to get involved with the voting process, all this stuff. I don't envy her. I heard it was really hot in Cebu today. Well, it's been hot here. It's hot all over. Although, I think the worst spot's going to be in Luzon, Manila, and other areas. Well, it is, considered summer here, so. See, Big Kevin is on a roll these days. He's the major troll channel on here. How could he have this girlfriend he claims for 9 months? Well, the first place he went was Thailand, right? Then it wasn't happening for him in Thailand, so he went to Vietnam. So it wasn't happening for him in Vietnam. No, how did that work? He went to Thailand. So he's back in Thailand, correct now? Right, okay. So how could he be with a woman? It was just not too long ago that he just moved from one country to the other. He moved from Vietnam back to Thailand. So how could he be with this woman for 9 months? That's physically impossible. Go figure. Well, that's Kevin. No, I hope he finds a direction in life. I hope Steve finds direction in life, and all these other people. I hope they find a direction in their life that makes them happy. But the way they're going, they're on a path of destruction. Liquor ban today. Boy, you're never going to ban liquor out here. Not even for a couple of days, they'll find it. There's a market for everything out here. If you're an alcoholic, you're going to find liquor, my friend. You certainly will out here. You find anything you want. Anything you want. It's there for the taking if you got the money. Let me go back into my cool room. All right, come on, come inside. Come. No, Nick. You want to come in? You want to stay out there? Go ahead. I'm like a doorman here. The dogs want to come in the room, then they want to go out, then they want to come in, then they want to come out. I wish I had one of these flaps on the door. Nicely sealed, though, A flap on the door that you see. I don't think you could do it on these doors. I guess you could do anything if you had the talent, but a flap, they could go in and out at will. Where the air conditioning is not going to come out of it, has to have a good seal. That would be part of a problem. But if I could have something like that made, that would be excellent. They go in and out at will. I don't have to get up off my seat and get up, let them out. Do they want to come back in? They want to go back out. It's the same with the kids around here, her grandchildren. They come here, they're in and out the door, and I'll tell them either stay in or stay out. We've got the air conditioner on. Or they're not shutting the door, and you got to tell them, well, you got to shut the door, let the air conditioned air out of here, Kids. I'm happy when there's somebody else's kids, really, seriously. My days of raising a kid is over. It's been over for a lot of years. I'm done with that. Well, not really. Not really, because, we have 2 kids living here, so I guess I'm not done raising kids, am I? No, I guess I'm not. Never thought that would happen, but it did. But I don't mind, because they're really good kids. You listen to my show. Who is we? When you say we're listening to your show. Now, clue me in again. You live in the Philippines. I'm assuming that you're a woman, Mama San. Did you say you work at a bar? You were saying you work at a bar. I think I remember that. Yeah. Yeah, how would you like to have a knife wielded on you like Barry did to that waitress? You wouldn't like that, would you? The only right people were around, he'd have his ass killed. And I'm surprised he's even alive to this day, because some of the shit this guy has done.
that he does deserve prison. If anybody does, he does. But he got his taste of it anyway. He wound up in Bicutan after all, and he's not going to get his ass out of there. There's no saving grace unless he pays everything he owes. There's no ifs and buts about it. There are no legal loopholes. There's nothing like that. Unless there's something I don't know about and my learned lawyers don't know about, then that could be so. But yeah, that's why you see you work in a bar in Cebu. One of the popular ones that a lot of the trolls like to go to, like Ricky and all those people. Is it one of them? You don't have to say which one. Bar in Cebu. That could be a number of them. Yeah, but I heard it's just pretty hectic in Cebu today. It's going to be hectic tomorrow, especially tomorrow with all the voting going on. Oy vey. Stores are going to be shut. Government offices are shut. Oh, it is one of them, huh? So you know what's going down in Funky Town, apparently, huh? Well, say hello to the gals in the bar. Hello, hello. How are you? ¿Cómo está? Hope you're making money. Keep up the good work. But I can't even imagine. As I said, I started off, and I just wouldn't want to be in any crowded situation in Cebu or Manila, anywhere around that. I'm out of there. I'm just gone. You know, I'm just gone away from the crowds. The worst thing you could do. They will trample over you like cattle, like I said. There's no question about it. Your life is, well, in their hands, really. When somebody's given away from the government, you know, a little bit of food help and a little bit of cash incentives or something, you know, in a big city like Cebu or Manila, and you can expect a lot of people to show up, and that could be just get pretty hairy, to say the least. And, you know, anything free, people are going to show up. Free is good, right? Free is good, right? You don't want to be in that situation. Big city like Cebu, there's so many people. That could be a dangerous situation. And I've been hearing some other shit, people getting killed. 80 people got killed on some event recently. I don't know what that was all about. There's another event where people got killed. I don't know what the hell is going on. There's more bloodshed in this country I've ever heard in my life. I mean, I've been out here over 9 years, whatever it's been, and I just hear more and more of this as time goes by. It's a different culture, man. As I said, it's not for everybody. You know, I listen to some YouTuber shows and they talk about stuff like this, you know, and there's sometimes things, news events that I learn from them that I may not see on the internet, although I find a lot of stuff on the internet that comes up and I'll listen to it. Get an idea what's going on with accidents, all kinds, even locally and all that. That's why I told you, man. People wonder why you never bought a car. Well, as I said, if I lived in a really rural community, you know, where it would take a lot of miles to get to even shopping of any sort, you know. Yeah, well, you're not going to find any tricycles around, stuff like that. You have to depend on a neighbor or something who's going to decide to go into town. For example, where I lived in Hawaii, you needed a car. There's no question. They had a bus that came through maybe once or twice a day. And, you know, you'd have to take this bus. Then you have about 2 hours. You have to do your shopping and try to stretch it out for 2 hours or whatever you had to do once you're in the town, and then get the bus back. But it was a hassle. And, you know, there's no tricycles in Hawaii, you know, like that. No hobble. There's nothing like that. You are living in the guts of the island, you know, and where I lived was about 2 miles to the highway. So that would be a hassle on a hot day or inclement weather. You had to drive. You had to drive to get around and shop and take care of business and recreate and all that stuff. There's no question about it. You needed a car. But you don't need a car out here. You really don't. Transportation is pretty good. And for where I live, it's not a major island like, the Big Island or something. But, I mean, it's relatively small. And, and all you need is is a tricycle, and we have a regular guy that comes around, just make a phone call, comes to the door. You pay him a little extra. A lot of the money goes sometimes. We have a trike here, but the kids use it. We actually bought it for the older kid. But they just kind of transport us around when they're not doing anything, and that comes in handy. It was a good investment. And, when they're sleeping or inconvenient time or something, we just make a phone call to one of our trustworthy drivers that we've been dealing with for years and comes to our door. In fact, how do you think they got at 2 o'clock in the morning? This guy came to the door at 2 o'clock in the morning last night to pick up Gilda and the kids to go to Cebu. And 2 o'clock in the morning, driving to the port. He will get up out of bed no matter what time you need him to make some money. Not a lot of people would do that, but we've been dealing with him for a long time. And if it wasn't for us, his monthly income would be, I would say, drastically lower because we use the services all the time. I may be in a situation at home where hey, I forgot to get something at the store. Do you mind stopping by and picking this up for me? And he'll go to the store, pick it up, and bring it to my door. So, I get a lot of services from him. And it's worthwhile to have somebody you could trust and who's there for you when you need that transportation. You got to get from point A to point B. But no, I'm not going to get a car. Too late in my age, you want to fuck around with a car, really. Maintenance, all that, insurance, all this crap. Then you got to worry about accidents. And that's one less concern I want to have, It doesn't mean you can't get into an accident as being a passenger on a tricycle, or a jeepney. Of course you can. That certainly hasn't happened to us. I hope it never does. But I just don't want to put myself out there. I am afraid of hurting somebody. I'm a good driver, but you just never know. Something could happen to you. Pass out for some reason, unbeknownst reason. You dehydrate or something. Who knows? Or somebody runs in front of you, or a kid, or a family. Something you can't prevent. I don't want to be part of that. I don't want to be any part of that. It is what it is, and you got to deal with it is, and you got to know what's right for you. Don't put yourself in a situation of danger if that's such. And I try to avoid that kind of shit as much as possible. I'm very observant when I'm out, even on a trike. I look around, I see what's going on. If not just for my own safety, Yeah, but Big Kevin, he's been on a roll, and he's doing the formula exactly what Barry did. And Barry used to say things to get me sparked up and figure I'll do a show. So people will come to his show after he said something, figuring I'm going to do a show after that. Well, Kevin is pretty much doing the same thing as what he's doing. He doesn't make much money on his show, but he makes something from people, He made like $27 from one person. It's actually 100 AED from CW. Comes about $27, and then take 30% off of that or more for the fees that YouTube will charge you and all that stuff. So he's not making much money, but he knows how to do it. I don't care if he had a bolo knife in his brain or not. His mathematics are still good as far as money and how to make money. And he came up with some lame shit about that he's in touch with his kids. And somebody asked him a question about how come you don't visit your kids? Oh, who says I'm not going to? Well, how many years has it been? He was begging for money years ago from Big E and all kinds of people. They want to visit his kids. Instead, after all those years, he still didn't visit his kids. They weren't far away. They were in Australia. That's not a big plane ride from, well, okay, it would be from a fairly, from the United States, but still, it's his kids that he's supposed to be in, a good relationship. Yeah. Oh, you know about Barry. We thank you. Or you're welcome. There's not many people in bars that don't know about Barry. Absolutely. Hey, I got a good question for you. Did you see Barry in your bar while he was dating his present girlfriend? When he was out with the guys or something, when he wasn't in jail? Did you see him in a bar chasing ass? Be honest. I don't know who you are. I'll never know who you are, but be honest. If you know something, tell us. Tell my audience. There's not many people that don't know much about this guy. How could you not? He's known all over the Philippines for the stuff that he's done. So the question I cannot tell the people, if you are asking, I don't know when Barry's getting out of the prison. It's when he could raise his money, that's for sure. And how long the paperwork takes, I don't really know that either. Is anybody really helping him, or is it just hearsay? Somebody told me that somebody gave him $1,000. I've heard that a long time ago. I don't buy it. More than 2 years already, yeah. Well, yeah, it's been more than 2 years. It's been about a month now isn't it about a month now that he's been in Bickerton? He's claiming to having a great time there, making all kinds of friends and being respected by everybody. He didn't get to paddle. Well, I don't know any of that, really, to be truthful, but I guess it's more of a wishful thinking situation, With his mouth, I just don't think it's working that 100% good for him there. He makes the excuse that he's in an immigration detention situation, and there's only foreigners there, but there's all kinds of foreigners. They don't have to be Filipinos, but if you're going to go into general pop, which means general population, prison talk, by the way, general pop, you're going to be around Filipinos, and some may not like you. There's all kinds of personalities there you don't want to mess with, I would imagine. So it doesn't mean that there ain't going to be some Chinese or whatever that's in his detention facility that are not dangerous. You got gang members. You got all kinds of shit there, man. And with his attitude, I don't think it's the safest place for that guy at all. He had it really good at Mandawi. He had no chance of being attacked by anybody in there at all. They only had a few cells in that place, and some of them were barely ever occupied, except for him. Don't forget, he was the boss of the 3rd floor. But he was also some kind of district manager for the Waffle House, flipping waffles, too. All the lies we went through with this guy, it's amazing. Should write a book and get rich on it. He'll get rich on that. Call it The Lies I Have Told. That might be a good seller. Nice title. Just came up with it out of my head. The Lies I Have Told, and They Believed. What a wonderful title that would be for him. Am I getting a smiley face on here or something? I've seen some floating by here. Who's giving me that smiley face? Remember, when you're smiling, the whole world smiles with you. When you're laughing, the whole world laughs with you. Keep that in mind. Be nice. Don't be an asshole. Never works. But yeah, Big Kevin is in his glory. He never does that many shows, so he waits till I put on a show. This is like old hat. And he's got this from Barry and other people. He wants a reason to put a show on, because you got to understand something about the cabin boy. The thing about him is that he don't know what to talk about on a show. He doesn't have the capability of having an intellectual conversation or a dialogue on his show. It's much easier if he just gets the trolls on his show, and they could carry it out themselves. Who wants to come up on the panel? Of course, who are they going to talk about? Me. If he didn't have me to talk about, he would have nothing to talk about. Absolutely nothing. He needs me to make money. He needs me. As much as you don't want to admit, You sure do. It really bothered me. Well, it was nothing new with him. So he's not going into unseen or unchallenged territory before. He's always talked about it. And Mr. Eistor says, I bet he tells the other inmates in the general pop he is a famous YouTuber. Yeah, that's exactly what he would say. You hit it the nail on the head. That's exactly. He has to have some kind of identity, and he doesn't, and he has to relate to that. Yeah, he's a famous YouTuber. He'd be telling the truth, actually, but not the way he'll describe it to somebody. He's an infamous YouTuber. Yeah, he's infamous, not famous, but infamous. Look what happened to him. Yeah, look what happened. What a shame. What a crying shame that is. But yeah, the big cabin. Everybody's saying he looks. I don't think he looks healthy to me at all. I mean, yes, there's an obvious weight loss, but he's not eating right or anything like that. You could tell. You could look at somebody and tell. And in all seriousness, what kind of a woman is he going to get? Seriously. He shows a picture of this chick. She looks like she's from the island of Tonga. And maybe she is. I used to work with a girl from Tonga, and I know the features. But the funny thing about this chick that he showed this picture of, probably somebody took a picture at the bar or something. He's going to call it his girlfriend. Well, he could at least pick somebody that was extraordinarily attractive or something. Then have something to talk about. But I wasn't impressed at all, whoever she was. Okay, that's, again, my opinion. Because she looked like him. She had a bigger head than he had. I bet he told, okay, got that one. Yeah. Did you see the picture of the chick he put on there, man? And he's saying that she's better looking than my girlfriend? You got to be fucking kidding me. Well, you are, obviously. No fucking way. There's no fucking way. Then he starts talking about age. I love when they talk about the chick's age. Oh, yeah, my girlfriend's a granny because she's 50 years old. Dude, I'm over 70. That's like a bonus for me. Someone being 20 years younger than me. Not 50, not 60 younger, but 20 years my junior. Ain't nothing wrong with that at all. But as I said, people get spoiled. They want to come to the Philippines or Thailand and get somebody that's young enough to be their great-grandchild. Nah, that's not healthy. It's nothing to talk about either. What's that, Mama Son? He will be the shortest in Bikitan, but he was taller than his friend Jay when they came in our bar. Okay, so you noticed that. Yeah, Jay's not a tall man at all. I never met him, but it's people who told me. I've seen him on camera, too. And Barry is short. I'm glad you're saying that. Well, I already know that. I met the guy. It don't matter what the trolls are saying on there. They know the reality. They're trying to pull my chain. That's all they're trying to do. But they're not pulling my chain if I already know that Barry's shorter than me. There's no possible way to pull, they're going to pull my chain. You're saying, wait, you're saying that Kevin's girlfriend is better looking than my girlfriend, is what you're saying? Oh, you're saying no way that she's nicer looking, is what you're saying in that respect. Okay. Not for what I've seen. For God bless him. If he could get any woman to be interested in, I'm not religious, but God bless him. If he could get anybody interested, he's getting older. He's not exactly choice material as an expat. If he could get anybody to be his companion, to talk to him, he's in a different country, he's rolling the dice, chasing his tail, then fantastic. Good for him. That's what he needs. I've always said that. But he has a really bad mouth, though, I could tell you that. What if I had to leave the country and I decided to live where he's living? I don't care how big he is. I'd like him to say that to my face. I really would, to talk about my girlfriend or even say some of the shit he says about me. The only way he's going to beat my ass is if he sits on me. And I don't have to allow that to happen. He's not in good shape. Maybe he's overweight, but he's not in physically good health. He's not in good shape. Kevin wouldn't want to fuck with me no matter how old I am. I guarantee you that. He wouldn't want to fuck with me. I bet Kev's girlfriend is just a meal buddy. Yeah, more likely. Yeah. Come on, obviously so, guys. Look at Big Kevin. Hey, I can say this shit about him all I want. All he does is fucking attack me. Fuck that shit. I'll say what the hell I want about him. If you don't like it, that's just too fucking bad. I don't give a fuck anymore. Want to come in here, Jim? Come on. I don't give a fuck. Why should I? Why would I? All Kevin is trying to do, he's a Pied Piper. That's all he is. He's the Pied Piper of YouTube. Okay? Trying to get people to come to his channel because he knows they're going to talk about me. And again, I'll repeat myself, Kevin doesn't know how to talk about anything intellectual. So it's pretty obvious that, well, let's talk about Frank. He's always controversial. So why the hell not? And that's exactly what Kevin does. He knows that. The guy might be a bit goofy, but, you know, when it comes to dollars and cents, he knows exactly what he's doing. He knows exactly what he's doing. Trust me on that. Kevin's girl could probably beat him in an arm wrestle. I wouldn't surprise. She's some big gal, man. She's some big bruiser. I don't know about height, but for what I could see in that photograph, yeah, she'd be pretty challenging, I think. Big one. Big one, I'm telling you. Big one. Big one. I love these choices that these guys make, but sometimes you got to understand something else. That sometimes these people don't have a choice. And as such, you have to take what's pardon me for a minute here. That you have to go for what's available. Sometimes you just, the choices are not there for you. And you have to make a choice to be alone or settle with somebody that is at least going to give you some companionship. Pardon me. I don't want to settle for anybody. I really don't. I don't want to do anything like that. Kevin isn't being pushed. He overstayed 2 weeks in Vietnam. Yeah, he did overstay in Vietnam. Because he didn't have a big ear, somebody to hold his hand through the process. That's how fucking dumb shit he is, what a fucktard he is. He needed somebody to hold his hands through the process. That's exactly what was going on. What a fucktard. Absolute fucktard. And he didn't have the right date or anything. So yeah, that's technically he overstayed again, is what he did. He overstayed again. That's on his record. Second time. He let him through, whatever, but it's on his record. Isn't it, Kevin? It's on your record, isn't it? All Big Kevin's friends are on YouTube. Yeah. Jay is the one that's egging him on and has Kevin infatuated with him. That's how narcissists work, and Jay is a big narcissist. I don't know why Jay thinks, why he could even act like a narcissist. Jay's got nothing to show for himself. He lives with his mother. Does he not? He does. And if he was a Bitcoin millionaire, shit, he'd have his own place. Or he'd be living out here in Southeast Asia and buy a nice condo or something. He doesn't have the capacity to do that. Yeah, Big Kevin's friends are all YouTubers. He never even had friends in Kentucky. Nobody went there to visit him the whole time. Nobody. And I mean nobody, ever. Unless they were local. Like Philip Janik decided to be in the area. He came by. And we met up at Pennsylvania Trucker a few times. That was about it. That was it. Oh, another feature. Why is this in Chinese? Is this a gypsy or who's this? The girls say Jay is a kuriput. Nanu. Cheap, yeah. And another feature of a narcissist is grandiosity. Yeah, that would be him. I'm glad everybody else makes all these observations, so I know I'm not going crazy. Maybe I am, but I'm also a realist too. I'll believe what I know is real, and the rest is all bullshit. So as far as Barry making $1,000, it's possible. I'm not sure who would give him it. I have an idea, but he's going to need a lot more than that. And as I said, either way, it don't bother me. I win either way. He gets thrown out of the fucking country, has to pay me money for damages, and it works. It works well for me. No friends apart from Dunce. See, yeah. Boy, that guy. What a character that guy is, huh? Well, that's what we have on YouTube. We got characters. Oy vey. Okay, I don't know how much longer I'll be in here. Maybe you want to watch a movie. I got to contact the lady. It's a little more important. I don't mean to, upset you, but it's the way it is. If you're not together physically, you communicate with each other otherwise. That's the way it is. You make lemonade out of lemons. That's what you do. Oh, and what was Big Kevin talking about? Frank can't go anywhere. There seems to be a topic matter on that one. Well, I'm going to tell you again. If Kevin had a girlfriend, he wouldn't let her out of his sight because, well, he's afraid he'd never be able to get one again. He'd be with her like a fly on fucking shit. Sean the sheep. 1,000 for bummer doesn't. No, it doesn't quite scratch the surface. Yeah. I mean, who's to say if he hasn't raised some money from different sources? But as I said, I don't care either way. That's the beauty of this. I win either way. He's going to get deported because don't forget, he's called a felon now. He's been convicted. Even though the judge didn't sentence him to prison, he pleaded on 5 charges. It means he was convicted. That's how the terminology works. And he's considered a felon. And if you're a felon, you have a conviction, your ass ain't coming back to this country again. There might be a process that you could apply for that could work, which probably won't. He has both the immigration overstay and he has the court trial that's against him. Now, I don't know what you think in your minds, but I know we have all these professional lawyers out here. All the trolls are lawyers these days, right? They're all lawyers. We got some nonsense coming from CW, spurting off all this shit on Kevin's show. He doesn't have a fucking clue what he's talking about. There is no deportation order. There is no resolution. It's not a 75-year thing on your record or something. I don't know where this guy comes up with this shit, but they do. That's Barry. Frank, the donor's last name is Fleming. Do you know him? Fleming? I don't know anybody named Fleming. Not that I know of. That could be a made-up name too, but don't be so gullible. I don't know who'd be stupid enough to give him any money anyway, but as I said, give him all the money you want. The sooner you pay him off, the sooner I get paid. I don't care either way. I win either way. He stays in Bickerton longer if you don't pay. If he pays, he gets out a lot earlier. It's a win-win situation for me. Wouldn't you say? No, I don't know any Fleming, but anybody could make up a name too. I mean, that doesn't happen on here. On here? Even your name's on here. Your name probably isn't Sean the Sheep. I mean, you know, well, Ian Fleming was a James Bond character. Yeah, absolutely. Ian Fleming. I just, don't buy everything you hear on Discord or anywhere else. You guys already know there's so much mistruth going on out there that you can't take somebody's word. Somebody comes out with an announcement or something. It's all bullshit. I just fooled a lot of people just the other day, last week. I said that, yeah, somebody paid off Obama's thing. He should be out next week, which is this week, He's not. Nobody paid his way out. I wanted to get a reaction, and yet I did get a reaction. That's the point I'm trying to make. How naive people can be. And I did that as a test. Could he be out next week, coming? Who knows? It's quite possible. If it happens, it happens. It's not like he didn't serve any time. He spent 2 years alone in the Mandalay Detention Center. Now it's been close to, a month now? Isn't it close to a month? He's been in, of all places, Bikitan, the place that he feared most to ever want to go to, and it's where he ironically wound up in Bikitan after all. Isn't that something? Isn't that something? And there's Patty. She's back with fever. Ian Fleming wrote James Bond, not starred. Starred would be the correct spelling, not stared. How did you get back on? Didn't I? Oh, well. Fleming. No, I honestly don't know anybody with the last name, and I don't know everybody's last name on here. You think they're going to tell you the truth? Dream on. It's just not going to happen. Dream on. Dream on. They just pull names from their hat. You can name any name you want. Call yourself any name you want. Believe it or believe it or whatever. There's nothing to believe on YouTube. I think you guys haven't figured it out so far. Anyway, some of the dangers of being out here in the Philippines. Place to live, you stay out of trouble, blah, 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 blah. You're having a YouTube channel, that just starts a lot of trouble. There's a British guy that does a show practically every day. He does talk about some things that could sort of kind of bring attention to him. So many scammers. There's a Russian guy, Boris, and what's his name? It's called Philippines Life or something like that. Life in Philippines. No, that's what's her name. And this guy, his girlfriend's having these phony blackouts and all this shit and going to the hospital getting MRIs and CT scans and all this shit. And it just comes down to one thing. She's neurotic. It doesn't take much to set her off. She's neurotic. She gets overwhelmed with things and sometimes she passes out. She gets anxiety attacks. And all the people sending him money. What a great way. If you really want to be a scammer, a real scammer, go to YouTube. Give somebody a sob story. What a nice couple they are. Oh, I'm sorry that's happening to you. How can we help out? People fall for that shit all the time. What's it called? Life? Philippines Life, I think. And this maybe Philippines Life or something like that. Are you surprised there's no GoFundMe? No, Barry can't do a GoFundMe the way he's operating with his bank or something. If you're talking about Barry, he can't do a GoFundMe. P word. Which one? So many. Huh? I don't know what you mean by P word. Don't talk cryptic. I don't know. We got 35 people in here. I didn't even check the numbers. Hello, everybody. Hello, Big Kevin. Big Cabin. Wise guy. Little troublemaker, aren't you? Yeah, talk about me. You'll get a show, and that's exactly what he does. He's like a big overgrown baby with his toys. And it's the truth. When I don't know exactly where his brain damage was, I have to remember where his scar is. I might be able to tell you more about that and what part of the brain, the cortex, you know, that it actually hit and how it would affect. But I think where he got hit in the head affects his, well, for example, how immature he is, okay? He's very immature for a grown man. He's on maybe a 7 or 8 year old level. And the way he talks has affected his speech. And when I see this guy who's chubbed out, 6 foot tall, with glasses on, doesn't walk very well because he has a bad leg or knee, they'll feel sorry for him. And they may talk to him and sit and have a drink with him because they feel sorry for him. And the only way you can find a woman, I hate to say this, but it's unfortunate for a lot of people that are disabled or look like him. They're not going to get the best choice of women if they can get a woman at all. That's just a fact. That's just life. It's people. It's society. Everybody makes their own judgments on people and how they look, their size, and all that stuff. That's just, that's just humans. It's our society. It's our society. Asking Wilson, who's Wilson? I don't know who you're talking about. Asking Wilson, is somebody named Wilson in here? I don't know anybody named Wilson. What did you realize? Sean the sheep. Sean the sheep. Tell me what you realize. Speak to Uncle Frank. Regurgitate a few syllables. The guy in the chat. Which guy? I like that one. Baby Huey Hankinson. He is a baby Huey. Look, it's very unfortunate, but we make a lot of judgment on people based on how they look. Everybody does. I don't care who you are. There's always some kind of judgment. If somebody was so horribly disfigured, a woman with her child might see somebody like that in the street and they'll pull their child away from the person just because they don't look like everybody else. That's just what humans do. Well, it's probably somebody that I blocked that you might be able to see. I don't see anybody posting on here name of Wilson. I'm going down. No, I don't see anybody. The name of Wilson in here. No, nobody. Carbs. Kevin looks like he's not far from a heart attack. He really needs to cut out the carbs and exercise if he wants to live a longer life. I hope for his sake he does something about it. Well, I've been saying that all along. I said that about Fazio. I say that about Ricky. Ricky's probably next on the list. I don't know who would come first, Kevin or Ricky. It's kind of a hard one. You got to understand about the cabin. Even though he lost weight, which is a great thing for him to do, kudos for that, hooray. He's been carrying that weight on his heart for a long time, and he's still not proper size. So he goes out and he drinks, and the goddamn guy drinks. What do you think he did in Alaska when he lived in the Philippines? He was a big drinker, man. That's how he got into trouble all the time. He chased ass all the time when he could. He was younger, better shape. He was making money, working in the mines. He worked this, he worked that. I can't say Kevin never worked, because he did. And I got to give Kevin credit. See, I'm not like these assholes. I'll give somebody credit when it's due, no matter who they are. Even Kevin. Kevin seems to have a fairly good work history, okay? He seems to have that. From what I understand. And that could be lies too. I don't know what to believe anymore. Let's just say he did. Okay? I have to give him that credit. He was an ass chaser is what he was. There's no question about it. He chased major ass and he got into trouble many times. That's a fact. Oh, Patty said, oh, I see. I never understood that someone can be blocked but still be here and can be seen. Yeah, sometimes, maybe you could see somebody here, but I can't see the comments because I blocked them, so I don't have to see the comments. Menot says, whoever you are, his heart is surrounded by fat. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Kevin ain't going to be around for a while. I mean, look, I'm not wishing that on him. Look, I'm not that bad. I've gotten pissed off at people a few times. I've said a few things like that, but did I really mean it? No, I never meant it. No, even for him. He's a real rebel rouser, but he's an instigator, he's an antagonist, but I don't wish death on Kevin. He's responsible for his own body. I'm not responsible. Fazio was responsible for his own body. I wasn't. Although I also gave him advice too. Kevin doesn't seem to like my health advice at all. It's because when people are in denial like that, they know he's in bad shape. Kevin claims you don't take any medicines at all. I don't buy it. I don't buy it at all. He's probably on at least a pre-diabetic medication. He's probably on a heart medication. It wouldn't surprise me. So when he says he goes for a good health checkup, I'm not buying it. I'm not buying any of that story at all. Kevin was an enormous weight, almost 500 pounds for a good part of his life. And if you don't think that caused problems with his heart, and I'm sorry, man, I don't have to be a doctor to know this. I can read. I do have the capability of reading. I don't have a PhD, but I could fucking read. And I know about this shit because I apply it to myself. My own concerns for the future, for the present, and my own bad habit, and some of my good habits that I do. He says something about I'm taking all these supplements, but I'm this or that or this or that. I'm probably alive, Kevin, because of the supplements I take and the diet I have. Maybe you should put your money, instead of buying people drinks, maybe buy some healthy supplements. Perhaps, go for long walks. Go join Big E or something if he comes out there and Big E does his 20,000 steps a day, whatever. Maybe you could learn something from these people instead of just taking their money. That's all you want from people is their money. The girls said obese E will be next to pass on. Well, I haven't seen Big E a full. They supposedly put a picture on, but it didn't show. Someone had a beard. Supposedly showing a six-pack in his stomach, and that was not him. That was not him. If he shows otherwise, and not an edited photograph, then I'll believe it, and I'll say, fantastic. Keep up the good work. I'm not going to have to be jealous. I'm going to say, keep up the good work. That's good for you. He said he don't drink that much anymore, Biggie. I don't buy that. He's always drinking, man. Every time he goes out for dinner, he's drinking. They're all getting drunk all the time. I don't buy that story. And when he eats, he eats. He puts a big spread on that table at the restaurant. Don't tell me that story. That's all bullshit, Mark, hello. Big Calvin just wants to be me. Of course. You're lost, Patty? There's a lot of people that, I don't know if you understand the word, but I've said it so many times, it's just common vocabulary with me. The word is vicarious. People want to live vicariously through somebody else because their life does not even closely match another person's life. Like being in a good relationship for a long time, a real relationship, being stable, having a home to live in that you own. You're all settled down. You're not running around chasing ass all the time. That's what I'm talking about. And that's the problem that these people have. Was Roberto a big fella? I think Roberto was about 5'9" or something. He wasn't that tall. But, he's always had a weight problem. That's why he had to get a gastric bypass. And there's a big question whether Roberto's alive or not. Mick Fisher once said, oh, no, you're not going to listen to Mick Fisher either. Like, he don't lie, right? And basically, Roberto had to have a gastric bypass, which is dangerous to begin with. And I think he was eating up all his taco profits from his stands, whatever. But there's controversy whether he's alive or not. And Mick Fisher said, oh, I know about him. He said he was going to take off a year from YouTube. It's been more than a year since Roberto has been on. There's nothing would stop Roberto from coming on attacking me. And I do mean nothing. So something had to happen. I don't know what, but something happened. Mark is telling Patty, basically Frank has a lot of envious, there you go, sum it up. Frank has a lot of envious followers who wish they could live his life, which is pretty awesome and grounded. Well, I wouldn't call my life awesome in the fact that I'm doing a tremendous amount of fantastical activities and stuff like that and travel everywhere. I'm not doing anything like that. But it is a good life for me and what I want for my life and how balanced I've made my life. That's what they're envious. That's why they attack me. It's not because I'm this really bad person. Just the amount of hurt I am, the most hated person on YouTube. Yeah, how many sock accounts from people that say the same thing with sock accounts, No, it's envy, green-eyed monsters. That's all it is. Frank speaks his mind. He's been a winner this whole time. They hate when I win. They hate when they lose. It makes them want to come at me even more. That's just what it is. Said it right all there. Mark says, yes, you're not skydiving every day, but you have a good state. Yeah, it's a stable life. I'd like to do a little bit more than I do. Absolutely. I'm finding that there's certain things I can't do as much as I'd like to, but I'm not really in that bad shape that I can't do anything. I just, I don't like long, laborious trips. I don't like that. I've always talked about that and all the transportation and all the hubble bubble shit you got to go through and all that to get from point A to point B. It's very tiresome to me, really. I've got a load of energy, though, for my age. I've got a load of energy. When I get going, nothing stops me. And I'm talking legal, I'm talking physical, I'm talking whatever. There's nothing would stop me. I'm like a loose fucking steam train, going down the track and its brakes went out. I'm just in full speed. And when I put my mind to something, Menot says Popeye is a squid. That's what they call Navy people. Yeah, he's a lot more than a squid. The jerk off. Trolls will say, well, how many people has Frank been talking about tonight? Well, I don't know. How many people was Kevin talking about? Mostly me. See, understand something. Kevin wouldn't have a channel. People wouldn't go there unless there was a common denominator. They know damn well that there are trolls out there that, like to attack me. Kevin fully understands that. He digests it very well, and he uses it to his advantage on his show. That's his formula. That's what he does. That's what he clearly does. He figures somebody's going to give in and give him a donation. You see, he blows a lot of his money. He's not saving for a rainy day because he's spending his own time. He's not walking all over the 2 countries he's lived in. He has only been to a few places at all when he was there, any activities at all since he's been there. On a hot day, he's in his fucking apartment listening to YouTube or watching something on TV, or he's at the local restaurant downstairs. Actually, it's close by. He goes to a restaurant to eat. He doesn't eat healthy food, never does. At nighttime, he'll go to a bar, and he'll try to buy drinks for women to keep him having some companionship. I know exactly what he's doing. I don't even have to be there. You just listen to him, and you know exactly what he's doing. He's not like, a top choice for some foreign chick, in a different country to take to. He's not a good-looking man. He's still overweight no matter what. He looks funky because he's got a big-ass scar on his head. He doesn't walk perfectly well. He doesn't have the stamina to walk long distances. He probably couldn't even fuck a woman if he wanted to because of the mechanics of his body and, put 2 and 2 together. Their lifestyle. I could say these things. And I tell you, I don't have to be a fucking doctor to figure some shit out. His body has been carrying around a lot of weight for a very long time. And it's caused damage to his heart. His liver is probably shot because he's been drinking all his life, like Jay does, and all these people that have been drinking all their life. And now, all of a sudden, they want to get into shape, but it might be a little bit too late for some of them. Every one of these motherfuckers out there, they drink like a fish. I don't even touch alcohol. Yeah. He waits for YouTube money at the end of the month to buy drinks. No, he's using his money, but he'd rather get the money off you, not come out of his pocket. Give me a little jingle, folks. How about a little jingle? God, he sickens me. I can't even stand. You want to know the truth? I can't stand not only looking at him, but listening to him. He's such an antagonist, a very calculated one. He's a fat blob, is what he is, who has brain damage. He's a fucktard. Oh, you don't like that, Kevin? Fuck you. And he does talk about my girlfriend all the time. Put me in the same town in a bad mood around that motherfucker, and you just never know what's going to happen. What, because he's bigger than me? I'll tell you again, fuck that shit how somebody's bigger than me. If my fucking hands or legs can't handle it, a baseball bat will do the rest of the job. Or a rock or a stick. I don't give a fuck. You just don't bring people's family into this shit. He should know better than that, but he's a fucktard. He got his brain damaged by a bolo knife. You know, I have too much expectations of him, I guess. Uncle Fester lookalike, there you go. He's in communication with Jay constantly, I'm sure. Yesterday's stream was a setup. Oh yeah, it gives the chance for Jay to come on. Patty's still confused here. Kevin is still big as a cabin. He used to be as big as a cabin. But his name is Kevin. Okay? Sometimes people call him Big Cabin. Okay, to explain that to you. I see you're confused. Genuinely confused. So we still call him Big Cabin. He used to weigh almost 500 pounds and lived in his aunt's basement in Kentucky in the United States. Hardly ever left it. Left his room. He had all these toys and gadgets to play with and TVs and microphones. Still does. And he'd get on YouTube all the time to make money because at the time he didn't get his pension and he had to pay money to his aunt for living there, or at least some electrical expenses. He had to help out with groceries or something. So he'd be on YouTube all the time and he'd be begging for money all the time. So there you go. Also known as Big Cabbage. Okay, yeah. Big Cabin never left the Kentucky basement. He hardly did except to go to church. He put his black pants on, put his nice white shirt on. There were times he couldn't even make it to this little pond. They have a little lake over there in front of the place, his aunt's place. There were times he could not even make it to the lake. And one time he said he got into a... there was a canoe or boat he decided to get in there and he fell right over on it. Patty says, wow, that's a mental disorder. I worked with a woman who weighed almost 500 pounds. She had a terrible smell. Yeah, I imagine he would too, especially in tropical weather. Yeah. I know Barry didn't take much showers. You can count on that. He must have smelled like the Dickens. Probably smells like urine now or something. I don't know. In Vickyton. Oh, they're so sure that I'm going to get deported. They're so sure of everything. Don't be sure of anything. Don't hold your breath. I'm not telling you everything that's going on behind the scenes, brothers and sisters. I'm not telling you everything, and I'm not going to tell you everything until it matters. It gets to that point, it'll get to that point. That's all I got to say. If it's not in my favor, which I have reason to believe that it will be in my favor, but let's just play devil's advocate or whatever you want to play. Let's say it's not in my favor. The world ain't over. There are, as I said, other avenues that will be available to me. And this could go on for a long period of time before it's even settled at that point. Look, I know what's going on behind the scenes. I can't tell you everything, okay? I know how the judicial system works, and I know how the immigration is working. I know exactly what's going on. Well, I don't know what the decision is, but I know other things that could affect the decision. And somebody could be in a world of hurt. World of hurt, I tell you. World of hurt. Yeah, there is legal recourse. Right. You are allowed legal recourse. It's not your last affidavit that you put in either. There is 3 different channels of recourse. Maybe 4, but definitely 3. Yeah. Big cabin condo. Witty. And then, the nitwit, he's living in a place that's like, what, $450 a month? That's a lot of money for Thailand or Vietnam. Shit, I know a place, I'm not going to say the country, you can get damn, you can get a very spacious 2-bedroom, even a 3-bedroom, high ceilings that you don't find in the Philippines or Thailand. For a fraction, modern, no more than $300 American a month. And you could get a great place for $200 a month in this particular country. He spends $450 a month on a relatively tiny place. He's got a little view out the window. The fact is, he spends his hot days like most retired people do, especially in his physical shape. He spends it in his air-conditioned room. There's no question about that. It's very rare that he'll get out and go into the streets. Or he might wait early morning. He might wait to the end of the day. He's not exploring all over Thailand, and he wasn't exploring all over. He went to a couple of places in Vietnam. One place didn't work out. That didn't work out. Nothing's working out, no matter where he does. Same as Steve Montelli. No matter where he went, nothing was working out. Maybe those guys should hang out. Kevin is not living the life of Riley, let's just face it. And yes, he is, I laugh when he talks shit about me because I know in my heart, I know in my mind what his body has been through. His drinking hasn't stopped. It hasn't stopped. Even if it's one fucking drink every other day. He drank pretty heavily in his life. His liver is not in good shape. His heart, from carrying 500 pounds of weight for how many years, is not in good shape. His level of LDL and triglycerides is probably off the charts. So that's why I laugh, and I laughed at Fazio, because I knew something eventually was going to happen with Fazio. He ate pork all the time. He didn't exercise. He put himself in an unsanitary environment. It was bound to happen. And he got a bad thing on his leg, and it turned into a very horrible flesh-eating type bacteria, whatever. Sepsis came in, and he died. He did it to himself, just like these people will do that to themselves too. It's their fault. It's their fault. Yeah, of course he wants to be close to the red lights district. Where else is he going to be? To find a woman that'll sit down and have a drink with him. Of course. Oh, he hates my show tonight. He's going to be doing one. Oh, believe me, he will. It's like a back and forth thing, but you don't win, Kevin. It's not a win situation, Kevin, doing this kind of shit. It don't win for me and it don't win for you. It just doesn't really. We know why you come on. Look, I'm not monetized. So I don't give a shit. I don't have a reason to come on here and talk about you, really. I'm not going to make money by getting all the trolls here and I'm going to get all these donations. I'm not monetized. You're monetized. You have a reason for wanting to talk about me, to get all the trolls there and donate money to you. I don't have a reason. I'm not monetized. I just talk about what I know, what I see, what I hear. Unlike you tell lies about me all the time. Oh, that's nothing new on here. Kevin, you're a loser. You've always been a loser. You always have been. And you're afraid to come to the Philippines for several reasons. You're probably not caught up on what you owe them. As far as the immigration, that's number one. Number two, you're afraid to go back to the scene of the crime. You're afraid to get another bolo head in your head or worse. Why don't you tell people the truth about your children? You're too busy floating around fucking Southeast Asia to make a trip. Now that you're in Southeast Asia, why can't you make a trip to Australia? What is it, a 4-hour ride or something? Why can't you visit your kid? No, never mind these excuses. The kids are in Australia. That's not that far away. Who says I was not going to visit them, he said on his show today. We did. We all did. If you loved your kids that much, you wanted to be in their lives, you would have done it by now. I don't want to hear any excuses, Kevin. I don't want to hear any excuses from you. Shut your fat mouth, you goofball. You fucktard. Shut your fucking mouth. You're not in your kids' lives. If you cared for them that much, and it was reciprocal, you would be in their life. You'd get off of your fat ass and go to Australia and do what's right and visit your couple of children that you have and your older boys, whatever. You did something that they didn't like. That's what happened. You did something that they didn't like, or your ex didn't like, the mother of the children. You were drinking all the time. You were in trouble all the time. And that's why you got a goddamn fucking knife in your fucking head. You fucktard. Yeah. It's in the opera house. Well, I'm not into opera, so seen the Shaun the Sheep. Big Kevin has unpaid visa fees. Yes, he does, of course. Said to himself, not allowed back in the PH. He don't want to pay it. He wants Big E or somebody to pay it. He wants everybody to hold his hand, to do everything. Even the immigration office to try to get things. They were trying to help him. I'll give those guys that credit. I think it was Don C or somebody. I don't know. Somebody took him by the fucking hand and took him down. He couldn't do it himself. Took him down to the fucking immigration office to try to get some shit done. And Kevin just didn't follow through because he didn't want to. Because he doesn't want to pay the fees he owes the Philippines immigration. And he's afraid to come back to the scene of the crime. You people sometimes can be too fucking gullible. Don't listen to his bullshit. Yeah, remember, he made thousands off of begging. Absolutely. Patty says if Cabin is he was 500 pounds. He lost a ton of weight, but he's still big. Yeah, he was. Yeah, and you said, what are you saying here now? I got to scroll down a bit. If Cabin is 500 pounds, he should go somewhere cold. Heat and big does not go together. Well, no, he's not 500. Lucky for him now. Medicine the doctor gave him and all that. No, he's not 500 pounds now, but he's still overweight. Yeah, and somebody that's overweight, you're absolutely correct. Heat and big does not go together. Very good. And yeah, he had a fucking 10-year overstay, even more than Barry. Barry had almost 7 years. What does Big Kevin got on Big E? I don't know. Big E seems to favor him quite a lot. That's his business, you know. He's helped Kevin out in so many ways, and Kevin never fell through. But they had an agreement that if Kevin got down to a certain weight, Big E would pay his ticket to Asia, which he did. I believe that did happen. No, Big E helps him out all the time. I think Big E feels sorry for him or something. I don't know. I mean, I laugh when I see Big Kevin. And, you know, I really don't. I had a friend who actually had mental retardation. I grew up, but I don't like making fun of people that are mentally retarded in his way. But in his case, I'll make an exception. He's a pissant is what he is, man. Absolute pissant. He's a nuisance. He's a e-beggar. He's a loser. And you're never going to make it to my age, Big Kevin. That ain't going to happen, brother. It's not going to happen. You're about 62 now? You think you're going to make it another 9 years? I don't think so, Kev. Sorry, I don't think so. I don't think you'll make it another year or two at best. So call me every fucking name in the book. You're just going to wind up like Fazio. Hate to tell you that, but people will see that I'm right. You're not taking care of yourself, Kevin. You may have lost the weight, but you're going to gain it right back. The shit you eat, the continued drinking, and laying on your ass all the time because you're not that mobile. You don't go for long walks. You don't go to a gym. You don't do anything. You drink and you eat and you talk on YouTube and you beg for money. That's your life, Big Kevin. That's your life. 37 strong, 39 strong. Mama San says, girls are laughing. They said, body like him, have tiny hot dog. That's usually the case. Yeah. What's that, man? I'm not sugarcoating. No, you're not sugarcoating. Oh, what was that? Maybe I missed a statement. Oh, Cheryl, Patty says that Cheryl is 500 pounds, and she likes the beach too. What is it with heavy people on the beach? Because they look like a beach ball. Yeah. If they put a red, blue, and white striped shirt on, they look like a beach ball. My sister's that shape, I know. She's built like a beach ball. And all she has to do is wear a red, white, and blue type. Have you ever seen those beach balls, the colors they are? That's her. As you see, I don't really like my sister that much, but that's all right. I can live with that. He had a more healthy lifestyle in United. Yes, he did, man. He really did. In all honesty, he did. But I can't tell people what to do. I can suggest something, and you either do it or not. You can suggest it to me, and either I'll do it or not. It's all up to what we want to do. And if we don't do it, then, hey, I got one bad habit still, smoking. I'm not perfect, never said I was. But I try to do other things that's going to be beneficial for me, at least. Try. Diet, exercise, supplementation, it's all good. It's not bad, so it must be good. People could learn from me if they really wanted to, but, they're all experts on everything, and they're even lawyers, too. Oh, they're all lawyers now. I don't know how they got their degree overnight, but they're all lawyers now. Imagine that. Boy, if lawyers only knew there was a fast way out of that, they'd be probably doing the same thing, too. Take a different quick route to become a lawyer. How novel is that? How novel is that? Become a lawyer overnight or in weeks. all fucking, wanna be fucking lawyers, man. It's funny than shit. It really is. They know everything that my lawyer don't know. Or that my lawyer hasn't told me. They know everything. They know everything about the immigration. They know everything that's going on. They know every piece of paperwork. They know what the decision is before they can even make a decision. If you say so. Yeah, this is pure fucking entertainment. It is. But Big Kevin tries to get away with shit by saying, "Oh, this is all entertainment." No, it's not entertainment, Kevin. You're a fucking antagonist pig is what you fucking are. You're a fucking oinker. As you see, I don't like you very much. Never did, never will. You're just a fat troublemaker. And the only way you can get by in your life is to do a show. My YouTube channel ain't my whole fucking life, no matter what you want to believe. I got a real woman, a steady woman here. And I love when they talk about her being old. Really? I'm turning 71 years old, dude. She's 50. Great trade-off, isn't it? You ain't got shit, Kevin. And you haven't had shit for how many decades? Since you were in the Philippines or whatever? Laying on your ass, buying toys and everything that light up like a little fucking kid. Like a little fucking kid. Oh, this lights up really nice. Fucking hey, dude. Seriously, man. Seriously. You sure you used GPT to get that crap info? Yeah. Oh, yeah, CW, yeah. Absolutely. CW is the one that's giving Barry money all the time. Now, if anybody's going to help him out, it'll probably be CW. And they had their little spats. But they kissed and made up, apparently. I don't know. Who cares? They kissed and made up. What else here? All those guys love to stir up crap. Well, dude, it's the only way they're going to have a show. They don't have nothing to talk about. Shit, I got plenty to talk about when I put on a show. I could segue from one thing to another in 0 to 60. It's just, you either got that capability or you don't. I got to go behind the building here. There might be a possible interruption, so if it does, I'm just kind of letting you know in advance. It won't be for long. Yep, that's what I'm looking for. I knew they'd wind up back here again. I knew it. They get these toads back here, and they go where the moisture is. I'm trying to catch this one guy. Got him. Got 3 of them. I know where they go. 40 strong, baby. 40 strong, and we're laying it out tonight. We are laying it out like it should be. We are laying it out. And Kevin doesn't like it, but too fucking bad. A loser is a fucking loser. I can't feel sorry for the guy. The weight situation he had, his mental illness as a result of something stupid that he did to somebody that he probably deserved. Not that anybody deserves a bolo knife in their head and their brain, but he must have done something pretty fucking bad to get that. He must have done something pretty fucking bad. Guarantee that. Guarantee that. There's no question about it. That's not a common occurrence. Hey girls, what do you want to do? In or out? All right, you want to sit here with your daddy? That's absolutely. Okay. Okay, I'm not going to be on here too much longer. I got to make a call, but it's been a very invigorating show. Hi, says Sir Frank. Was Intac Ang Ulo a YouTuber before the attack? I'm not sure what you're saying. No. It's going back a lot of years. Yeah, no, he got damage to his brain. You see the way he talks and how he acts like a little child. He got it bad. He got some damage to his brain. There's no question about that. So he thinks by being a ringmaster of the trolls, he gets all the attention he wants. Because he never had any friends back in Kentucky. Nobody. It was like Fazio, his only friends in the world. Didn't have a girlfriend, nothing. The only friends were people on YouTube. And, when you're in that position, or if you're not ambulatory, or, you're crippled or something like that, or crippled in the mind or something, yeah, YouTube could come in pretty handy. It's a false sense of friendship with people that, a lot of them that you never even met. It's just a false sense of having this friendship. And there's a lot of shut-ins, people that have either horrible disabilities, their looks, they're or in a wheelchair or whatever it might be, bedridden, that will go on YouTube. And I remember years ago, there was a blind guy that used to come on YouTube. He wanted to meet women. Oh, he had a hard time. But, a lot of people with disabilities. What's that now? About the Rice Gate incident. More likely Brevis. More likely. More likely. I have an idea. It probably leans toward Brevis, but what they did was actually very wrong. It's for the people. They were not hurting me. They were hurting people. They squared that situation up real quick. Real quick. It's wrong for the people. They weren't mad at us or nothing, the people. They understood what happened. But, big city, where the government is supposedly giving out food or money, that could create a riot. Because people will trample over each other to get that money and the few groceries they can get in a big city atmosphere like Cebu or Manila. Anywhere, really, but it's a horrible scene that gets played over all the time when something is free. And you're gonna have plenty of people, certainly in a big city, that's going to show up and fights break out, and it just becomes mayhem. In a big operation, government is giving out money, and so it's just, oh God, it's. I think it was Biafra or something, You would think. Same as any one of these countries that the United States was giving aid to. Now, half the time or more, that food was not going to the people. That food was being hijacked. And when it did get to the people, they were just out of control. Do you remember Anthony Borg, what's his name? Yeah. And he went to this country in Africa somewhere or whatever. Anthony Bourdain, whatever. Anthony Bourdain, who passed away. And, of course, he did a travel, kind of a food and foodie show and travel, Anthony Bourdain. And I remember one show where he went to some very poor country, and it might have been in Africa somewhere in a continent. I don't remember exactly. But some of the locals he was talking to, he went to eat, but he had bought a couple of free meals for a couple of local people. And then everyone came over. It started to get dangerous, and the producer had to put a stop to it and had to go because they figured he had a lot of money, and they figured he was going to buy people all this food and shit. And it became a really dangerous situation. And it was. And he had to stop it. Yeah, he was. It's too bad what happened with him. He's just, I don't know, man. I think he knew he had an illness or something, and he didn't want to, some people get overwhelmed by their success, too. That happened to Steve Perry. Perry's back singing again, though. Not with Journey, of course, but he had a wonderful girlfriend, Kelly Nash, I think it was her name. She was cute as a button. And she was part of a program of people who had cancer. And she had breast cancer or something. And he had to have her email. He said, hey, who is she? And they got together for a year and a half, fell in love with her. A cute gal, perfect partner, Kelly Nash. And then she died. And well, he's in another relationship now with a psychologist or something. They always do. But Steve is a cool guy, though. And his voice still sounds good, man. His voice still sounds good. And he did a song for her. She told him before she died, you got to promise me, you got to get out of your shell. Go back to what you love in your music, because he didn't want anything to do. He didn't want to hear about music anymore. He was tired of the scene of traveling and all that shit. He was tired of it all. He was burned out. It got to the point he wasn't enjoying himself anymore. So he kind of went into a hiatus for a number of years, a good number of years. He did not want to go back to his music. He had a wonderful studio in his own house, He would do some of these recordings. So he's been getting back into it again. And that's what, you got to go for what your heart loves, I guess, And Steve Perry had one of the greatest voices. I don't give a shit what anybody says. And he still has a good voice, despite his age. Steve Perry is Steve Perry. They'll never replace him. Arnell is the replacement for him in the band Journey, but there's never going to be another Steve Perry. That's just a fact. What a voice. And I love most of all his songs. And the lyrics, a lot of stuff he wrote himself. The guy's incredible, man. It's incredible to have that kind of talent, to do something with your life, anything with your life that you could boast about just a little bit, anything, any kind of accomplishment, small or big. And most of these goobers, they don't have anything to talk about. They've never done anything, worthy in their whole freaking life. You think Brevis is a pussy hound? Oh, no shit. Yeah, well. Small money thinks he is big shot. Nah, they can try to go into any persona that they want or portray. It's just a power play is all it is. That's all it is. Money is not everything. It's something, but it's not everything. In life, as you get older and you find any health problems, just so that money ain't always going to help you. You get the good health care, but if you got a terminal illness, money ain't going to help you. It might make you feel comfortable, but it's not going to help you, no matter what you do in your life. And as I said, I'm not religious. I don't know if there's an afterlife. I don't know anything about that. There's a heaven or hell, all that stuff. Let's just play whatever devil's advocate, good one, and say that there is a heaven and hell and all that shit. There's a devil, there's a God, all this stuff. Well, if there is an afterlife, then some of these people got an RSVP to fucking hell, and Kevin definitely has an RSVP to hell, and some of his associates. Kevin may even do a show tonight because Kevin is like a little baby. He doesn't like people talking about him, but he sure loves talking about them, meaning me. He's real quick on that. Kevin, I'm just going to tell you right off the bat, to save you the time, you're not hurting my feelings, talking about me or making references to my girlfriend. You see, Kevin, the difference between you and me, and there's a lot of them, I'm living the life that I want to live, that only you wish you could live. I'm not out there chasing my tail, Kevin, I'm not doing that at all. I'm grounded. I'm where I want to be and where I plan to stay. And I'm happy in my life. And I know you're jealous of me. Absolutely. There's no other question. There's no question about it. You don't live a stable life, and you never did, Kevin. You've been through so much shit in your life, and I'm sorry that's happened to you, but it did. But you got to act like a grown man, and I realize you got brain damage. It's an easier thing to say than do. But you're always going to be Big Kevin. And you've done damage to your body beyond help. You're not going to live to be my age. You're just not. It's not going to happen. You might call it the ultimate karma. Could be. Death is very final, Kevin. I don't know what you believe in. I think you're a Mormon or something. But death is very final. It's my belief. When you're gone, you're gone. So enjoy your life now, Kevin. Even some very subtle things that you can do. Stop lying to people. Stop being a ringmaster on your show. Stop insulting me and Gilda and other people. Stop trying to beg for money for everybody, which is exactly what you do. You're not a good person, Kevin. You're not a good person at all. I don't see any redeeming values to you at all. I don't see anything about you that's worthwhile as a fucking human, as a person, or as part of this society. I just don't see it. Small money. Okay. Mama says, foreigner need money to be a pussy hound. Yeah. With that being said, my battery's low. I got to charge it up. I've been on here for over 2 fucking hours and 17 minutes and 47 seconds. Your turn, Kevin. But Kevin, understand something. I'm not posting on your show. If you see somebody under my name, there's a 99% chance it's not me. You're so fucking stupid to even check. It's not me. And I'm not going to come on your show and get into an argument with you. You're not worth my time. I'm dealing with a 7-year-old child mentality and emotional instability that you have. I can't deal with somebody like you. It's talking to a wall. I could not have a conversation with you. And without you interrupting also, which is a little tool that people use all the time when they're not winning an argument. They rather talk over you. Oh boy, have I seen that, how many times that happened. Kevin, you're a fucktard. You're a fucktard is what you are. You talked enough shit about me that I deserve to have a show about you. And that's exactly what I did, in part. I wouldn't want to be you for anything in the world. There'll be no reason to want to be you. You're not healthy. Okay? You got brain damage, which is, I can't say it's not your fault, because I don't know exactly what you did to deserve it. I don't know if anybody really deserves to have a big blade like that embedded in your skull. I don't know if anybody did. I don't think anybody deserves that. I don't think anybody deserves that, even Kevin. But he did something to deserve it.
apparently. And it wasn't good. And don't buy his stories on what his story is on how it happened. That's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. As everything he talks about is bullshit. Kevin, you either take care of yourself or you don't. I don't give a shit either way. You're not a friend of mine. I never met you. I don't give a fuck about you. I don't give a fuck about what you do. You do and stay on the track you are, and you're going to be on the same track as Fazio. And I want everybody to hear my words, mark it on the calendar today, what I said, and what's going to happen to you. You're never going to live to be my age. It's not going to happen. If I really wanted vengeance, I don't need any at all. Just let you live your life the way you're doing it now, and that's all I have to do. Your time, well, all our time's going to come. But your time is going to come sooner than you know. Not by the hands of me, probably not by the hands of anybody else, hopefully not for you, but fate, karma, and for being a piece of shit that you are, and the lifestyle that you have led. I've said enough. 2 hours worth on here. Now, I got to talk to somebody just a little bit more important. Part of me, 2 hours is enough. It's a lifetime. Kevin, face this one last thing. You can't be me. You never will be me. You will never have what I have. And just because you think you can get pussy that's 20 years old at your age, you haven't even gotten that. You've now been out of Kentucky for how long? You've been in 2 countries and you still haven't gotten laid. I know you haven't, because I think you can't physically get laid. Mechanics, health condition, whatever. You are lonely as a lonely man could ever be. You're like another Fazio. You won't admit it because you're too proud to admit it. Hell, I have no problem saying if I'm lonely. I've been lonely in my life. Then I'll sing that song. I've been lonely too long. I've been lonely too long. Got to get out of that little situation there, man. But if that's your personality on YouTube, and you're like that off YouTube, which I imagine you are, because you did get something embedded in your skull, you're not going to find a woman that's going to last with you. You probably don't have sex because you can't. Don't worry about my sex life. You say I don't have a sex. How do you know I don't have a sex life? Are you here watching me with a camera? How do you know I don't have a sex life? You wouldn't know that. Same as you wouldn't know how much money I have in the bank. There's no way of knowing that. Now, you can say the same to me. Well, Frank, how do you know I'm not having sex? Let's just call it an educated guess. How's that, to be fair? I hope you do get laid, Kevin. I hope you do. I really hope you get laid. Maybe it'll calm you down a little bit, and take your attention off me as if you're fucking in love with me. I'm beginning to wonder with several people on here, numerous people, that they're attracted to me or something. Why would you do shows about me? Why would it be your whole show if you didn't like or love something about me or attracted to me? Maybe half of these people are fucking gay. Hey, 2025, It's okay to admit if you're gay. People will accept it, especially in this country. Know what I'm saying? I think you do. Excellent show, over 40 people. And nobody listens to me. Oh, they were listening tonight, and they were listening very good, weren't you?